want to connect to devices that are nearby. So it can be anything on your network. So all of a sudden, you're on your
Again, guys, so we'll start chanting. Let's chant Charlie, everybody, for Charlie Kirk. Charlie, 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 Charlie.
Okay.
Charlie. I love a good chant.
We are ready for President Trump later today. A hell of a lineup for Turning Point USA at this gorgeous church. Andrew, you've been here since 4 in the morning to see, and now we have the USA chant.
USA! 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 USA!
USA! USA!
USA! USA! USA!
It is just after 8 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, but those who have been in line since 3, 4 in the morning, like Andrew, have the energy like Charlie Kirk. What does Charlie's legacy of Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Faith mean to you?
Well, I love that Charlie Kirk really stood for a faith-based, system, everything running on faith, because our country is based on in God we trust. And as Americans, we should run our lives based on, what the Bible says, how would God, see our action, everything just needs to be in a faith-based way so that we can run our nation in the right way, because without God, our nation will be nothing. Our nation will have nothing. And it's by the hand of God that our nation is even blessed to be the nation that it is.
Very well said. I don't think I could put it better, Andrew, as you're repping the vest. It reminds me of Wisconsin in the Badger State when President Trump went out there to dedicate the garbage truck to Sleepy Joe and Kamala Harris, who lost the 2024 election.
Well, it's actually my work vest, but I saw it fit to keep it on because I loved the garbage incident when Joe Biden said, oh, they're a bunch of garbage voters, and then Trump said, well, let's get the garbage truck. And, we love our great garbage men and women, the Trump supporters. You know what? It was the garbage men and women of our nation who brought President Trump to victory and brought him into the Oval Office again. And you know what? That says a lot, because garbage people clean up messes, and we cleaned up the mess in November of 2024, did we not? I think we did.
And it's those working class voters that can make a difference in this 2026 election, especially here in State 48. Right. So, Andrew, tell me about what inspires you to get on the ground, knock those doors, make those phone calls, because we saw with the 2024 campaign, to be a Trump precinct captain, you only reach out to 15 of your neighbors. Very doable, very manageable. Tell us how we can make Trump 2028 and the left crazy in the process with these midterms.
Well, really, what it boils down to is you just need to care. Just care about your country, about the direction it's going, care about preserving it, because you want to get out and just, work the fields as best you can in your area with what you've been given, the best you can, so that we can leave our nation in a better way than how we received it for the next generation. Because I think Thomas Jefferson said our nation, or Ronald Reagan may have said, our nation's only one generation away from losing freedom, and if each generation doesn't carry the torch to say and hold the torch to the next generation and do the work, then we will lose our great nation. And we can see how the left is attacking everything. They're trying to change everything, dilute the lines, blur everything, make just sin okay, and we really need to stand against that by going out and working hard and doing our part in our area with what we can.
Andrew, your hat says Trump 2028, but I think we have to have Andrew. What's your last name?
Epler.
Epler?
Yes, Andrew Epler from Virginia.
Andrew Epler from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and so much happening there. Before we say goodbye, and we have that gubernatorial election. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Turning Point Action 501c4 of the organization endorsing Congressman Andy Biggs to be the next governor of the great state 48 of Arizona. But we have Andrew Epler here, who is from the Commonwealth of Virginia. A lot happening with Governor Spanberger there and how she ran as a moderate, but this is really a socialist, if not a communist, with some of her policies.
Oh, yeah, I think she got a good little rug pull there, and she is no good for Virginia. We had it great with Youngkin, and boy, Northern was no good. They got Youngkin in, things were looking good. But Virginia, what are we doing? What happened that Spanberger was able to get in? Because, I don't know, maybe they stole the election again. Maybe the Democrats are just that wild and willing to work that hard. But, you know, I can almost give it to them for working that hard. But the Republicans need to get out this midterm and really work really hard so that we can turn that tide back. Hey, they got it this time. We'll get it next time. It'll turn back around. I got a lot of faith in Virginia. Virginia's a great state. The country was won in Virginia. In the 1700s, victory was won in the Revolution, and we can win the modern-day revolution again from the state of Virginia.
I see you on the ballot in the future, my friend. Keep in touch for sure.
My shirt
Absolutely.
says it all. Jesus is my savior, but Trump is my president.
And that is the movement known as Make America Great Again. Thank you, Andrew, for your commentary today. Another Jesus shirt here, honoring Charlie as well. Let's remove all those rhinos. We had 10 Republicans vote for the TPS extension of the Haitian program. They want to put illegal immigrants over American citizens, including my own congressman in the peach state of Georgia.
I am just so sick and tired of all these illegal immigrants getting benefits and watching the people of the United States suffering, going homeless, going without food, our elderly, our people on Social Security and disability. I am so angry. I just wish I could go up and just do something that someone would hear my voice and say, stop it all. What, these crazy Democrats, oh my God. And don't go into transgender. That's even worse.
Well, we have the Save America Act where over 83%, 84%, even higher numbers of Republican and Democrat voters support a legal ID, showing that ID, also getting rid of the transgender nonsense and the mutilation of our children.
Look it, I went to register on a public pool in Chandler. I live in Phoenix. I needed to live in Chandler and show 2 forms of ID to join a community pool, and you don't have to have IDs to vote. What is going on, America? Come on.
We wanted to get the season pass for the pool, and I couldn't believe. 2 IDs and a piece of mail to show our address.
And you don't need that to vote? Oh. What is wrong? Democrats, get on the ball, change it, vote for it, support us. We are first. Citizens of the United States come first.
And our friend Mayor Mamdani, the community organizer up there, he wanted 2 IDs, if not more, to shovel snow, something you won't experience necessarily in Phoenix around the year.
That guy's a quack. New York is down the drain, It really is.
So sad.
Taxes, Mamdani, oh, that guy is a quack. He's nothing but a liar. He supports his wife, even though he denies it. No, he's a quack. I'm sorry.
Well, enjoy today. We're in a place of hope, a place of Jesus, that beautiful mural right there, Mr. Director, catching that with the mountains in the background in an extraordinary place. Yes, and all people who are we the people, who care about God, family, and country, and celebrating the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk. And Ms. Casey Fowler, you are in Legislative District 29 as a precinct committee woman. Tell us about it and how this elected office is the most important elected office in America, my friends. If you are sitting there and saying, how do I get involved in the midterms, I believe Casey can share how to do just that.
To be a committeeman in your precinct, put your address in. It'll tell you where your precinct is. I live in Whitman, and I am the only committeeman out there right now. So we need more committeemen to recruit Republicans, let them know the information on their candidates, and we need to win those midterms. Sign up to vote, sign up to be a PC, precinct committeeman in your area. We need you. We need everybody in on this.
And it's a great way to meet your neighbors. And we found it very effective that going to 10 to 15 neighbors in 2024 really made the difference in these 7 swing states, including State 48 for President Trump. How can we flip this once very red state away from Katie Hobbs, who's been a disaster of a governor, to someone like an Andy Biggs, who's been endorsed by Turning Point Action, Congressman David Schweikert as well running, who is a conservative stalwart himself. There's a lot of hope for Arizona in the future.
Yeah, if we can get the elections not rigged and get them straight. I was part of the team that cured ballots here the last election. And how can you cure a ballot when you get them the night before the deadline? Right. You just can't do it. That was impossible.
Lots of similarities between Arizona and Georgia and the chain of custody that took place. As we see now, DNI Tulsi Gabbard weeks ago going into Fulton County, Georgia, to observe and see what those records really lie. And for those midterms back east of the Mississippi, with someone like Brad Raffensperger, that Republican Secretary of State wants a promotion as governor. One absolute joke when free and fair elections don't exist in the Peach State, perhaps until this year. Same thing we're seeing here out in Arizona.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've got to get the election straight. We've got to keep them from doing what they're doing. We've got to keep the ID. I mean, no ID to vote, that's ridiculous. You have to use ID to buy beer. Come on, I mean, it's ridiculous.
And that's the thing, is Senator John Thune, the Republican Majority Leader, are you listening to Casey Fowler? Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, we know you want to rule with the hand of power like Nancy Pelosi did as the former Speaker of the House. Are you listening to Casey Fowler? Republicans and Democrats across the country want voter ID. They don't want transgender mutilation surgeries for our children. Doctors should go to jail if they do that and harm the lives of innocent Americans. Pass the Save America Act.
Girls are girls, boys are boys. There's nothing, there's no in between. You know, it's ridiculous how all these kids think they're transgender because that's the norm now.
Exactly. Right.
And I don't want my kids to go into the bathroom with a boy or a man. You know, I don't even let them go to the bathroom anymore by themselves because you don't know who's in the bathroom with them.
Right, exactly.
And that's ridiculous.
And we saw in the Commonwealth of Virginia how that was covered up by school boards and city councils and all the way up to the governor's office before Glenn Youngkin. It's a real shame. And the FBI, once before Kash Patel, also investigating and harassing those citizens. Have fun today. It's all about hope in this beautiful church of Dream City right in the valley. We have a Steve Hilton supporter here running for governor of the great Golden State of California. He's polling at the top. How was your drive this morning? You staying overnight?
I'm from Arizona, actually, right in Gilbert. So half an hour, 40-minute drive in. We came in bright and early at 4 a.m. waiting to see the president today, and we are very excited to see him.
Have you been to an event before, and how involved are you in Turning Point USA?
Yeah, so as far as events I've been to before, I went to a Trump rally in August last year in 2024. I left school an hour early at 1 p.m. to try and go. Got there, totally packed, filled up the entire revenue. So we just could not get in. So unfortunately, couldn't see the president the first time, but it gave me a lot more hope in this country, knowing that there's support for Donald Trump, and there's support for the conservative movement, especially in Arizona. And that's why I had a lot of hope going into the election, and we got Arizona overall. And then other events I've been to, America Fest 2025, beautiful event. A lot of support from around the country, showing how strong the conservative movement is in America, and even you guys' coverage of America Fest at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Beautiful.
Well, we're honored to do so. Thank you for your kind words as we are remembering the life and legacy of Charlie Kirk, what he built and how he stood for the truth. Like those ladies were saying, it's 2 genders, it's biological science. Charlie spoke on that, and it's also a religious matter, but overall, God's creation. There's only 2 genders. How do we get those low propensity voters, especially the Christian vote, out in the 2026 midterms that say, oh, President Trump's in charge. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, by the way, as of an hour ago. So we know the president will be on the road, really treating this midterm as a presidential election year.
Well, it's just knowing that all elections are important, you know, who you have in your offices, especially local offices and state ones too. have a lot of control over your everyday lives. So it's about making sure that's very important too, making it easy to vote as well, and making sure that our elections are also very secure, right? A lot of the main reasons people don't want to vote is because they don't think their elections are secure. We show ID to vote. We make it very easy and straightforward. That's what we need to have good elections. And when they have secure elections, people want to vote.
And the American people agree with it. Let's get a USA chant started. You want to do that? Pan the crowd. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
You inspire me so much, I put my USA hat on.
Happy to see it, man. We love our country. We love America. The conservatives love America, and they're not afraid to say it.
We're not going to back down. God bless you. As we have a veteran for president, Donald Trump, and support our SEALs. They're the best in the business, and what a job, what a shout out to them in Operation Epic Fury. And you too, sir, for all of your service.
I was checking it out this year, and I worked in Saudi Arabia for 4 years, so I know the Middle East.
Right.
And back in the 80s, it was pretty quiet, but what's going on now? And I'm tired of seeing 40,000 civilians get slaughtered for a regime. So hopefully Iran will get their country back, and we'll go from there.
Tell us about your experience in the 1980s, if you could share that, and how it's different now as you see these Arab-majority countries that are now really not necessarily we're getting there, but more friendly with Israel, more friendly with the United States, and your whole take on Operation Epic Fury as we're in now 50-plus days of it.
Well, at this point, I'm kind of like we're going in the right direction, and I don't see the regime holding on a whole lot longer. So hopefully this will be over soon, and the country can get their, a democratic society back. I was in Central America during Panama and Nicaragua and Grenada, so that was my theater. But I just, like I said, I spent 4 years in the Middle East, so I'm glad to see that this country is getting back in the right direction. You know, our borders are now shut down. We're going after the financial situation with all the head-ups and the regime, so we'll hopefully get that money. We're starting to control all the oil. We got Venezuela back. We have tankers headed for the U.S. to fill up. We're down the biggest gas station in the world.
And the Strait of Hormuz closed now, and President Trump back on the road. Talking about no tax on tips yesterday in Las Vegas, and then coming here to Dream City, really to, in a sense, relaunch that 2026 effort. What do you expect to hear from the president today?
Hopefully he's just going to give this is a midterm, so I'm sure he's going to be supporting the Republicans here, which is great. And I'm hoping that some of the other states, are like California, I'm a Southern California native in Huntington Beach, but I hope some of the blue states will be coming red here in the near future. We already saw what's going on with Newsom and Bass. Sorry, that's not how you run a state.
Exactly. Yes, we are dealing with communism, Islamism, and secular humanist thought. But it's veterans like this gentleman who have made that difference. And if at the very least, go out and vote for the sacrifice you made, for the amazing people who are overseas right now who would lay down their lives in order for their friends to live. It's a biblical principle, and we see Christ blessing us right here at Dream City. This is the third time this president will be at this location in a very crucial state. Well, thank you for your comments, and have a wonderful day today.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. So keep going down the line. Hey there. This looks like a nice crowd in the corner. How late do we get out here? How early do we get out here?
Well, actually, my daughter and I, because we missed the Charlie Kirk thing and we got there at 5 o'clock in the morning, we actually came last night at 9:30 p.m. and we slept in the car.
That is dedication.
It sure is.
I thought Andrew over there from Virginia, he was here 4 in the morning, but 9:30 p.m.
9:30 p.m. and we slept in the car and we were ready to go. There were a couple of things that happened during the night, little disruptions, and we witnessed those, which was kind of crazy. We got a little freaked out for a little bit, but overall, we were glad that we were here. And I mean, what else would you come here for at 9:30 p.m. for a 2 o'clock speaker, you know?
And the good or the bad of those surprises, was it a homeless issue or?
No, actually, it was more of a security issue, and the police weren't here yet. So we had there were some people with some flags on their cars in front of us, and somebody stopped to harass them quite a bit about saying that Charlie Kirk was a racist, which we all know is not true. And it was just my daughter and I in the car, so we ended up moving to a different spot. We just didn't want any interaction, but for people to come along and just disrupt that, and I hear Antifa is supposed to come. I just think it's ridiculous. I'm actually from Oregon, so I'm used to Antifa. I moved here for a reason, and that was to get away from that kind of mess. I don't like it. I don't want to hear it. My 80-year-old dad was pushed down by Antifa, and the police were told to stand down by the governor. So my dad got trampled on, and that was in 2020, and that's when we decided to move to Arizona.
And it's time to back the blue, and certain states doing that better than the rest. And our friend Savannah Hernandez just attacked by a left-wing radical as well when she was out doing her due diligence.
Absolutely, and anybody should have the right to speak without being attacked. Right. There should be no reason for that. And in my industry, I'm not going to say what I do, but I know that I've been outspoken about my faith, God, family, my religion, serving at church, and I have lost almost I lived my entire life in Oregon. Friends are gone. They're all gone. And you know what? God has provided me with new ones, and it's such a blessing. And I'm so glad, because our faith and our family wouldn't be where they were if we hadn't moved to Arizona, followed God, belong with Trump, stand by Trump and his firm values.
Like Superman, as patriotic as he was, it's truth, justice, the American way.
It really is, absolutely. And it's very relevant here in Arizona. We feel free to wear these hats around town. If I wore this in Oregon, what would happen if I wore this in Oregon?
Right. And Charlie and I were both from the Chicago suburbs. We grew up with a red curtain in the suburbs, but things have changed in DuPage County, and God knows Cook County, the county of our births, was quite blue over the years, but we know that, sadly, socialists and communists running the show there. Yeah. What is your advice getting out there in these midterms? As crucial as 2024 was, it's really the low propensity voter that can make a massive difference in these midterms.
Well, I think what's huge is, what we're absolutely lacking in is another Charlie Kirk. And there's nobody that's ever going to replace him. But for my daughter and I, we just went and saw the guy with the Waffle House. What is his name? I can't remember his name, Bryce Crawford. And even hearing him speak and the way that he goes around and he gets young people to vote and get involved and become people of faith, we need more of that. And that is going to make a huge difference in voting, I think. Let's get the younger people involved, get them educated, because right now in the colleges that they're at, they're being taught a certain way to believe because it's cool, right? And we don't want that. We want them to think on their own.
Exactly, free thinkers. That's what it's about. Where's your daughter? Is she here in line?
She actually just got taken to the VIP section for TPUSA. She goes to GCU.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's a great school, by the way.
Yeah,
Grand Canyon University, online and in person. Have fun today.
Thank you so much. Great to meet you.
Likewise, absolutely. It's a family affair as we are going on. Got Andy Biggs for governor.
Absolutely.
Come on down. Give me the reason.
Okay.
Tell me why.
We drove 6 hours, and that's nothing compared to this lady from Texas driving 16 hours from Texas. We were here at 5 p.m. yesterday, and not only we're here to build a red wall, one brick at a time. I made a sign last night, but I'm not allowed to bring it in. So we will take back Arizona, we'll take back California, we'll take back, Nevada, we'll take back all these blue states. And in California, Steve Hilton, endorsed by President Trump.
Right here, the shirt.
Yes.
And he's leading the race right now.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And
there is such reason why President Trump is endorsing, that he endorsed Steve Hilton. Not only that, Charlie Kirk endorsed Steve Hilton as well. So people need to know what the value are, and people need to get up and get out to vote and vote for Steve Hilton to take California back from the California.
So many exciting campaigns, but being a British American as he is, really fighting for Western civilization as his homeland, the UK is completely gone when it comes to free speech and what we're seeing with the Islamism in that city. Mr. President, you've been patient waiting to speak with us. Honest Abe, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get a cheer for the 16th President of the United States? And coming from Glen Ellen, Illinois, the western suburbs of Chicago, I wasn't too far from Springfield, where you were for a period of time as a lawyer and advocate, and your writings really inspiring us, but those words at Gettysburg made a massive difference. Tell us why you're here to support the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
We are so happy to have him back, after the first term. That's a blessing to be back, to do something for this country.
Right.
It's a man who cares for the country. It's a real patriot, he loved this country, and we saw the country start moving, economic, even morally, especially from the Charlie Kirk death. We saw the young generation coming to Christ, and it looks like, in my opinion, it's hard for the family, for two kids that they don't have a father, but I think through his death, American millions are turning to God and to Jesus Christ, millions and millions, in America and all over the world. I think through his death, a lot of people are knowing the Christ and like a Savior, and that was it's a blessing from the whole world, even for the family and for us who love him. It's something sad that we're missing him,
A big loss.
Amen. Perfectly said. And it will be impossible to replace Charlie Kirk, but what has been inspired from everything that took place last year and the pain we feel on a daily basis in this MAGA family is that we all go out and work harder as a result of his inspiration. And like you, Mr. President, in your tenure, many people were against you. You would almost be surprised to have a Greco-Roman shrine in Washington, D.C., and the similarities of the attacks from the 19th century to the 21st century against this president, Donald J. Trump. Do you see parallels in history, as history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it does rhyme?
Yeah, it's hard, Demonic what happened and you can't believe it in a civil, country like America to happen something like that. What happened to Charlie Kirk, is, let's say, maybe in Africa, in other country at the end of the world, this happens something like that. Even there is not normal, But in America, and some of the people to be happy and to cheer, and for a devil things that he did, that guy, for somebody losing their father, their husband, and some of them. But we know, because everything is in God's hands,
Oh, no question.
He wanted to take the President Trump's life, and they couldn't, They couldn't.
Right.
Even if they wanted. God knows he still have something to do for this country. And that's why he saved him and said, I still have work for you, for this country. And you're going to do my job, And that's why we're thankful to God for this. And we try to change, brick by brick, to change the people's hearts. Because that's what is going to change America. If we change the people's hearts, and if they will come to know Jesus like Savior, their Savior, and then their heart is going to be different. And they're not going to do the same. Their mind is going to change. It's going to be a new mind. And that's what we try to do. Change people's mind, Because the law, even if it's a good law, some of them respect the law, some people doesn't respect and doesn't care. And they do whatever they want in life. But when the heart is changed, then we can see a difference in this country. And that's what we try to do in this country. And we are so blessed, for the freedom and for what President is doing. And we see a president that loves Christians. And the action that he takes, we saw it. We have a lot of steps that it's proving that he loves this country and he's with the Christian. And we have to pray for him. And thanks God for the time that.
Amen. And he is here in this place, and we could see right up there Jesus blessing us with the Holy Spirit here.
I want to take this opportunity to thank RSBN for reporting the truth for all these years following President Trump. Since he was sick at Walter Reed Medical Center with Liz. And the truth is, our president is president of peace. I saw a guy with a sign, Christian against war. And there's a lot of people misunderstand that President Trump starting a war and then created the chaos. No, he's by daring to attack Iran like other president, every administration, ongoing conflict with Iran. going on conflict with Iran. Nobody did anything. Only this badass president could have a gut to do it, because if you look at how you control a wildfire, it's called a prescribed fire. You stop that fire. You stop the fire to stop the big fire. So President Trump did this to stop a big nuclear war that destroyed humanity. So
blessed are the peacemakers.
President Trump.
And thank you, sir. And Andy Biggs for governor endorsed by Turning Point Action.
Thank you.
And that's a great peace through strength. And that's a great segue to tell you about Right Side Broadcasting Network with the wonderful people here today at Dream City in Phoenix, Arizona. Welcome to RSBN. I'm Robert McNeely. If you're not following me, at Robert McNeely TV on Instagram. Your trusted source here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for President Trump, whether it's the live desk to press briefings and conferences brought to you with unbridled access every single day. We bring you the moments that matter from those presidential events, rallies across the country, and as your go-to number one source for political events right here in the homeland, we are unfiltered and unapologetic Monday through Friday, and even with weekend coverage. America's 250th anniversary is coming up on the 4th of July. Who's excited about that? Yeah! Oh, I don't know. Georgia was louder about it. Who's excited for 250 years of America? So if you like what we're doing, you like what we believe in you, the good viewer, and we ultimately believe that you, in this 24/7 news cycle, deserves to make up your own mind about American politics and global issues happening in real time. Like and share this broadcast, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Follow us on social media by searching RSBN. We'll pop up there. You'll see my smiling face from time to time. And you can also donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Or if you like check or money order, every once in a while I'll send that check in. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. That's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. We also like to thank our dear friend Mike Lindell. And we know him. He's run for governor of Minnesota, but he's been a free speech advocate, fighting for election integrity, and the CEO of one of the finest companies in all of America, MyPillow.com. If you /RSBN to that, you will be able to take advantage of some remarkable deals. And going on right now, they want to make 2026 the absolute best year ever for the American people. It's the golden era. So free shipping on your entire order with wholesale pricing. So they're bringing back the mega sale. For example, the now My Pillows are $49.98, but they are going for $14.98. And turn any mattress into the best mattress experience ever. Made in the USA. My Pillow, My Mattress Topper, you can save $100 on that. Also get a set of those Giza Dream Sheets. They're from the Mediterranean, but again, made right here in the great state of Minnesota in the US of A. For as low as $29.98 for the 6-pack towel set, and now that is as low as $34.98. So over 2,000 products. Get the best deals. They have the warehouse moving sale going on right now at mypillow.com/RSBN. As we go up, we're in the general attendance line at the moment, saying hello to people, getting their takes on countless different issues. In the middle of the night as well, 20 Republicans joining Democrats in order to block that FISA Section 702. President Trump has been very clear on this. He wants a clear bill on the foreign surveillance. Of course, it's the remnants of the Patriot Act, once brought by Republicans, highly controversial during the Bush administration, and propelled further by the Barack Hussein Obama administration and the neocons and neoliberals in Washington, D.C. So what say you about the whole FISA Section 702 issue? It's a 10-day extension right now. We'll see what else happens with that over the course of time. 10 days to go on that. Also, 10 Republicans voting with Democrats to push TPS. And, sir, For people watching what's happening in Congress in the middle of the night, they seem like they're trying to hide things from us, both Republicans and Democrats.
Yes, it is amazing.
How do you feel about the temporary protection status for Haitian illegals? This has been a 15-year program that America First wanted to end. Our friend Laura Ingram really detailing this in the prime time, and we are here too at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including my own Congressman, Rich McCormick in the Peach State of Georgia. They've betrayed us as far as I'm concerned, and really make it difficult in the midterms to get out there and have that House majority.
It's disgraceful. They don't need to be in office. We need to get them out of office and put somebody in there to do the job, drain the swamp, and get this country back in order like Trump has been doing.
Right, and people like Congressman Mike Lawler in New York, you're welcome to come on the show, explain why you took a vote like that. But I think it's a hard time when you're talking to America First patriots and residents here. We spent over $1 billion on this program. When are we going to put the American people first?
That's a good question. I know Trump's working hard on it, and certain congressmen we want in office, and 7 positions are opening up. We need to fill it with red.
Amen. Now, what are you most excited about? Because the Strait of Hormuz, now the Iranians have no control over it. It is open. The American blockade has really worked itself well. The president announcing all of that on social media, True Social. If you are not on that great app, you should be on there to get all of President Trump's updates as he sends that to the American people. What do you think he'll touch today as he really restarts that midterm campaign here in State 48?
Well, I think he's doing a great job by the Straits of Hormuz with the military actions, and any of the Iranian ships, they're not allowed to leave, and and give the oil to China. It's not going to happen with Trump on board and the military taking care of all this.
And God bless our troops. And Secretary Hegseth, actually, now the Army, you can go up to 42 now for even basic training and enlistment. The meritocracy really seems to be back in our military instead of the whole experiment that Barack Hussein Obama and his crew wanted to throw in there, especially people like Lloyd Austin under the auto pen who decimated our great military.
Yeah, that's a real shame. They shouldn't be doing that. But I do think at a good age, 42, still be in the military and protect our country. Yes.
It gives me a shot because I was once not allowed because of a health condition, but that was back during the bureaucracy, so I might have to reach out to Secretary Hegseth. So you have a great day today and enjoy the President of the United States. As we're at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona, the gorgeous surroundings of the mountains. We're at the baseline. I had worked out here for a period of time during my Turning Point USA tenure, and let me tell you, one of the most hospitable, wonderful places to live in all of the country. And even the summertime, if you could deal with that heat, then you can enjoy the winter as well with some of the best temperatures throughout the country, especially right now. It's a little bit of a brisk day, but that dry heat is really something different and very enjoyable. We got quite an American patriot right here. I like to get up, my friends. Good to see you. What do you think about the House Republicans and Democrats with what they voted on the last few hours, the FISA extension? President Trump wants a clean passage on that. We have 10 days, so we'll see where the House gets back to, if the Senate can even agree to it. And then the biggest thing for me, the temporary protection status of illegal Haitian migrants. 10 Republicans joining Democrats in that. What in the world were they thinking?
It always seems like you can always count on the Democrats to vote in a block,
right?
And they never have anybody who jumps ship. And Republicans do it all the time, and yet the will of the people was obviously for them to do what Trump has said. The voting was solidly for him, and everything that he did is common sense. And people should be going that way, and yet we get these guys in the House and the Senate who don't want to follow, join in with the band. And I just think hopefully we'll get rid of those guys this fall and make a sweep of it, get the people in that we need so that they'll do the things that we voted for Trump to do and keep on doing that thing.
And I think they're going to have at some point it might be too late primary wise because of getting on your ballot, but I think in 2028, if these people are reelected, because they make it very difficult to continue to have a majority in the House, if they do get reelected, I'm anticipating primaries in 2028.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that they'll come out of the woodwork to primary these guys, and Trump, I think, will still be effective in telling people who they should vote for and that sort of thing. So I think that it'll still, I mean, I hate to see it take longer, but I think that we've got to stick with it and stay with it. I wanted to tell you, by the way, that we've been talking you guys up to the people around us. Not everybody knows who Right Side Broadcasting is.
Do you know where you can find us?
We do. We watch all the time because even things that if we can't see it live, we can go back and see it on and replay it or whatever. So we need more people to know about you guys. So that.
Oh, thank you so much. Don't miss a minute of the action because, like the gentleman says, just scrub back to it. RSBnetwork.com/newsletter. Also, you can donate there. We're all viewer supported by great gentlemen here. Like, I mean, this patriotic getup. Do you have a horse in the race for 2028?
Well, if J.D. Vance runs, that would be cool with me. So I would go that way, and I'm sure, I'm reserving judgment until they figure out who it is. But J.D. is jumping to the front of my group right now.
And we have to get through these midterms first to make sure, because we know that the Democrats, sadly, if they get the majority, they will move to impeach in the House. They'll move to convict in the Senate. But it looks like we actually have a little bit more wiggle room on the Senate side.
Well, you would think so, and like I said before, common sense would tell you that we've got to stick to Trump's agenda and get through the things. He's done such a great job of getting things started, and now we just need to stay with him and make sure that we get the job finished. So
now, before we let you go, what time did you get here this morning?
We got here, we left home at 5:30, so we got here about 6:30, I think.
Not bad, yeah. Right when the sun was rising. Yep. Over this beautiful valley in State 48. Have a great day today.
All right,
Thanks for subscribing and telling the people about Right Side Broadcasting Network.
We'll keep it up.
God bless you. All right. Enjoy. And that's what is so much fun about our bread and butter here at the network. We talk to the people in the crowd. We've been doing so for over a decade now with some extraordinary hosts and talent and a production team that is second to none. And I try not to make them run up and down the line too much, but Mr. Director doing an outstanding job in the desert heat on this gorgeous April morning. April 17th. It's a Friday, and we know what happened on Friday. We're celebrating it this Easter. Jesus dying for our sins on the cross. Each and every one of us with our individual shortcomings. But he opened up that gates of paradise. He opened up 250 years ago 56 signers of a declaration who said, no, this is where we draw the line in the sand. Some were 18 years old, some a bit older, like Mr. Benjamin Franklin, an inventor, a writer, the printing press, the first social media handle, as I would say, with Poor Richard's Almanac, who has a great movie out right now called A Great Awakening. I recommend you go see it and see the beginnings of the foundation of this country and why the church, we the people, it's its very foundation now 250 years later, and they celebrate that right here at Dream City Church. So if you're looking out there, if you're having questions about who Jesus is or making him a part of your life, the Lord of your life, get in that Bible-based church, a place like Dream City that votes with its values, votes with its heart, speaks and uses that free speech, that First Amendment, not only to praise the Almighty, but to celebrate the goodness of this great nation that is in peril to a certain extent if you don't vote in these 2026 midterms. So get involved. Let's got a gentleman right here waiting patiently to see the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Tell us, my friend, have you been to the rallies before? Have you been involved in Turning Point, College Republicans, or how have you really wanted to make a difference in your community?
Well, I haven't been to any rallies or nothing like that. This is actually my first one, and I'm just here because my mom's here. I'm a supporter of Trump and everything. But I have work later today, and I figured, what better way than to see the President of the United States speak.
What do you do, if you don't mind sharing?
Oh, I work at a restaurant. I'm a back server.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, that's where I started, and I learned more waiting tables, back of the house, front of the house than any other job. It taught me everything. A shout out to the Capitol Grill. So that was a huge help in getting me ready for the sales world, and ultimately for you fine people to listen to me talk nonstop. But you're going to see the 45th, the 47th president in a time of, relative turmoil. It's a golden era, but we have the dollar dropping in the last 2 decades. We have home ownership now on an average of first-time home owners being around my age, close to 40. We have gold going up as a result. but then we have Operation Epic Fury as well, seemingly going very well. I'm sure the president will talk about it. But how has no tax on tips perhaps helped you in your industry specifically?
Oh, tips is like, I'm only making 12 an hour, so tips like fills out the rest of my everything. So, you know, I make like $600 and then another 600 in tips, and not having a tax on that fills out, you know, helps so much. I mean, and I live with my mom, but even then, you know, saving is one of my #1 priorities. So no taxing on tips helps that.
Well, it's crucial too, and then President Trump with that executive order really going after those big corporations that are buying up single-family homes, because we have somewhat of a renter's nation with young people, especially millennials and the Gen Zers.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, how do your friends feel about you being here or supporting President Trump? Is there somewhat of a turmoil because it was Gen Z men who really put him over the hump in 2024?
Well, I don't really have any friends. It's just me and my family, so I don't experience much turmoil from like an opposition point at all. You know, I'm on my own doing my own thing. So there's that.
A lot of peace and content in that, as I can see. Is there a way that you're going to get involved perhaps in 2026 to ensure the midterms go with President Trump's support? Because we have a Democrat Party, sadly, that is pledging to impeach him in the House and then convict him in the Senate. And they'll probably just make up the charges like they did with Russia, Russia, Russia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'll kind of formulate my own opinion along the way and see what I think. And then, you know, I'm going to become a hot air balloon pilot, and 2026 is this year's 2026.
I know, the time flies.
I was like 2026 trying to do the math in my head, but yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to kind of see what I think along the way, but yeah, definitely more leaning right for sure.
Now, how is Mom here?
Oh, yeah.
Mom, how are you? You raised a great son who is clearly a free thinker, and that's what we want here in America.
He's great to show up this morning early with me.
What time did you get here?
I think 6 a.m.
Okay, yeah, good time.
We wanted to park outside the gate.
Right. Now, do they let you in the gate? How does that work? For the stragglers that are out there, what time do they have to get here before they see the president?
I don't really know about that. I know he speaks at 2.
Yes, it seemed like there was the ballot chasers running around, but they were saying that the gates don't really open until 9. And so for some reason, everyone thought that like they could open the gates at 7:30. So all of us here are actually really lucky to be here.
That's what I say about every Trump rally. Get here as early as you can. Make sure you had some food and some water. We have a nice little shade happening thanks to the church right now, as we are in the valley. We're in the desert, and it gets kind of hot, but a gorgeous day on this Friday, April 17th. Well, thanks for joining us and talking to us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we look forward to seeing you on in there. Enjoy it. As, yes, a true patriot, Charlie Kirk, we honor the life and legacy of President Trump. And we'll go to a quick commercial break. Secret Service asking us to kind of get away of the area, but stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as again, bringing you the unbridled access to President Trump, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, the 119th Congress, inside and outside of the Beltway, as we're live to you in moments. We'll go inside of there, Dream City Church, and at noon local time, Mountain Standard Time, we will have the lineup opening up. It's going to be a blast. This preview video is unlike any other. And then at 2 o'clock local, 5 o'clock Eastern, the President of the United States. I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us. Matthew Alvarez in studio. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Brightside Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Brightside Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What happens behind the scenes at Turning Point Action as we chase the vote. Ballot chasers getting signed up right now, Mr. Director. If you want to go right behind there, we can actually show what's happening in the general attendance line. That gentleman in the black signing up with a QR code, becoming ballot chasers, getting in there and finding those votes, making sure that you're not only registered, but if you choose to early vote, do the mail-in balloting, or even on election day, that Republican voters are getting to the polls, making their voice heard in crucial swing states like right here in State 48. If you're just joining Right Side Broadcasting Network, always a joy to be with you. Robert McNeely live from Dream City Church in the Valley of Phoenix, Arizona. With the VIP line, having some fun. They're starting to let people in. Ladies, what are we excited to hear about today with President Donald J. Trump?
We want to hear from Trump, directly from Trump, all about what's going on and how he's going to end this war.
And we saw that we have control of the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. A big announcement today.
Today, the big announcement, the Strait is open.
Are you supporting Andy Biggs in his effort for governor, Turning Point Action endorsed, or Mr. David Schweiker?
Absolutely, we love Andy Biggs.
Yeah, they're two conservative stalwarts. It's a good problem to have when there's a lot of people running in an election who have been, they come with the receipts. They've actually been conservatives in office, rather than, sadly, we had 10 House Republicans voting for the extension of TPS, including my Congressman, Rich McCormick, in the Peach State of Georgia. Rich, you have a primary coming from someone, so we'd love to interview you here. If you want to explain why you voted that way, let us know. But why would they do that, join the Democrats, when America First has been the clear agenda of the American people?
Well, because we have to take care of the business outside of the United States first so we can get everything situated here. A lot of people don't understand that. So what Trump is doing with Iran, he's the first president in how many years? 47 years, and he's the 47th president that's taking care of this. So the Democrats are going to do everything they can that's dirty to bring this up as a negative thing, but we have got to win the midterms, and we have got to get this war put behind us.
How can people get involved here in Arizona, in State 48?
Turning Point Action, a lot of places to volunteer, American majority. Join your local Republican Women's Club. We're part of Chandler Republican Women. Great. So get involved. Yeah. Get on a committee. She's running for a precinct captain or a chairperson. So we want to get people involved, and we have got to turn out for the midterms. Even though Trump's not on the ballot, we need to show up and vote.
Tell us about your legislative district. Do you have a purple situation, blue, red? What's it look like in your neck of the woods?
LD 13. Julie Willoughby, she's running for House Senate in Arizona.
And Deborah Schinke, who is our past president of Chandler Republican Women, she's running for Julie's seat in the Congress. So we're hoping to take that seat back because there are some Democrats that are going to be running.
And it's so important to make sure that you vote up and down the ballot, especially our system. A lot can get done on the local level that people don't realize. Absolutely. They are. Ladies, keep up the great work. Have fun today. And this is all the VIP line we're looking at right here. People are starting to be shuffled in on time and under budget, as the event is free. So if you have not been to a Trump rally or even a Turning Point Action event, make sure that you sign up in your neck of the woods. And sometimes we have people like our very first interview today, roughly 1 hour ago, Mr. Andrew Epler from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Wasn't he exciting to see the young talent that likely to run and lead this great country of ours, just like the late great Charlie Kirk did with his influence and a vice president of the United States, J.D. Vance. And now Secret Service pushed us back a bit, so we'll be covering here at the moment as safety protocols, they matter first, and getting the people into their seats at Dream City Church here. I'll have Mr. Director pan out a bit to different tents right now. So you see the Turning Point action, you get a free American flag, we're chasing the vote, tpaction.com. Perhaps there's no better organization out there right now to make that difference in your respective precinct, in your neck of the woods. So I want to hear on feedback at rsbn.tv that in some way, shape, or form that you feel helpless or can't do anything about this midterm. Of course you can. The least you could do is register to vote in your neck of the woods. As we look forward to being on inside in moments from now. So programming notes, stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network at noon local time. 3 o'clock on the East Coast, we will have the beginning of this rally. In addition to that, the President of the United States, 2 o'clock Mountain Standard Time right here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5 o'clock on the East Coast. We look forward to bringing that unbridled access to you. And we're grateful for our sponsors here on the right side of history, especially Birch Gold. When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, during the Nixon years, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. You fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Now, gold, on the other hand, has increased in value by over 12,000%. That's why central banks are buying gold at record levels. That's why major firms like Vanguard and BlackRock hold significant positions in gold, and that's why I encourage you to consider diversification and diversifying to a tax-sheltered IRA or 401k. Consider your savings safe with the Birch Gold Group. They are the best in the business, and it does start with education. One size does not fit all, but rather these experts can look you in the eye, talk to you about your plan, and even see if it's the correct fit right at the moment. This free online precious metals event happening with the Birch Gold Group will reward you with learning the basics of investing in precious metals, especially gold. So sign up now. The more you learn, the more you earn. But you must act. The special event only runs through April 30th. We have roughly 13 days on that, so less than 2 weeks. The dollar lost its anchor in 1971. You don't have to lose yours. So text the word Trump to the number 989898. Join Birch Gold Group and the great Philip Patrick, spokesperson for this organization. We are going to see him later on in an exclusive interview today. Again, text Trump to 989898 and learn more about how you can get going on precious commodities from the Birch Gold Group. Have you ever gone to refill a prescription and suddenly it's delayed, out of stock, or more expensive than it was the time before? Blood pressure to cholesterol and thyroid, diabetes, maintenance medications, they're essential to have on hand. And over 400 of the most common of those prescriptions you can find right there at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Great prices, shipped straight to your door. The right to try, most favored nation status, brought to you by not only President Trump and Secretary Kennedy of HHS, but online pharmacies like Michael Kunzler co-owning the great allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. This is different, an independent American pharmacy that has your doctor send the prescription right out to their U.S. licensed doctor on the other end and ships that straight back to your door after reviewing your order for medications like hydrochloroquine, ivermectin, NAD+, methylene blue, and much, much more. The process is straightforward. If you don't have insurance, no red tape, no bureaucracy, simply, again, that pharmaceutical note, and if appropriate, that prescription shipped right back to your door. Simple, affordable, 10% off right now. RSBN 10 at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And we'll be hearing an exclusive interview today with the great Michael Kunzler as well. So we look forward to having all of that brought to you here as we can find someone else in the audience to speak with today. Ma'am, you look very content getting ready for this lovely speech by the President of the United States. Oh, I think you're fantastic, but you have a fun day and enjoy the 45th and 47th President of the United States. Hey, every once in a while, you have a camera-shy situation. That's okay. Great patriots, we're roaring like lions, not sheep. That's what it's about here, Right Side Broadcasting. Ma'am. Just want to get your take on...
I love you guys.
Oh, we love you too. How's the campaign trail?
It's good. Great. Mark Lane for Congress.
And Andy Biggs running for
Andy
governor
Biggs,
as well.
yes.
Turning
Yes,
Point
yes.
Action endorsed. Go ahead and scan that QR code there, viewers, right quickly so you can learn everything about State 48 and this exciting race. Tell us how Arizona changed from red to this somewhat purple. And
I think it's an influx of people from other states. I don't really know. I find it surprising.
a lot of California.
Yeah.
Tell us how the tenure of Katie Hobbs has been. Good, bad, and different?
Well, I work for Turning Point, and I'm not supposed to talk to the press, and I don't know if it includes you guys, but it's bad.
You're definitely pressed, but you're in good hands with me because I'm a former employee at Turning Point USA, seeing some friends and former colleagues, so nothing to worry about there. But keep up the great work. We're excited about everything here, and look forward to seeing you inside, President Trump, very soon. So stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Keep up the good work, and stay hopeful on the campaign trail. We know you will. As I want to kind of showcase, we'll get around some of the other cameras here as well. We have some colleagues there. You're welcome. We have some colleagues there as well to make sure that they get their appropriate shots as well. So it's good to see that the campaigns are out and about. We have Turning Point Action really reaching out to people. And we'll kind of go around towards the back of this VIP line as Mr. Director's showing that quite a nice long line in both the general attendance line and also with the VIP. Gentlemen, I love the hats.
Thank you very much.
I love the shirt.
Thank you.
What are you doing here in the VIP line, Phoenix, Arizona, Dream City Church, to see your president?
Well, I'm here with Turning Point Action. I haven't been to a Trump rally in about 8 months. I think this is the best way to get out. I live in Prescott. Every time I get an opportunity to come to one, I always do.
Yeah, it's really... So how many have you been to?
I think this is my 6th.
Okay, great.
Yeah. My first one in 2016 and ever since then. Yeah.
Okay, so what's been different in a decade of this movement?
Decade? Well, I think we've changed a lot from where we started. We've definitely got rid of the neocons. I don't see as many of those flying around. There are still some. I don't like that. But I think that's the biggest thing. We've lost a lot of the old guard Republicans. Right. Especially in 2016, there were still a lot of them hanging around, and now I think we're doing much better.
Even neocon Mike Pence, the former vice president, congratulating President Trump and saying it was the right move for Operation Epic Fury. How does a young Gen Z gentleman like yourself feel about this operation that seems to have really turned for the better? We've dominated militarily, but now the Strait of Hormuz is completely in control of by the United States.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic about it. China gets 40 to 50% of their oil from the Persian Gulf. Blockading that, they only have 4 months of oil supplies left. Unblocking it, I'm sure China has reached a lot of terms that Trump has not disclosed yet. I think I am very ecstatic about it. It's about controlling the petrodollar, number one.
Right.
Yeah. But number two, it's about going after China. So those are my 2 main points right there.
And you're well versed in it because Saudi Arabia, our ally, our friends who want the job done against Iran because of the threat that's posed to them as well, they were trading in the yen with that petrodollar during the Auto Pen administration.
Yep, I mean Saddam Hussein trading with the euro, Gaddafi trading with gold. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly. How has this style of peace through strength really mirrored what Ronald Reagan accomplished and even JFK back in the 60s?
JFK I'm not as familiar with. Reagan, I think Trump has actually taken it further than Reagan. I think he's taken it further. Reagan was not going after China as hard. I think he actually should have in the 80s. That's, I think, what Trump's best thing is. All of this, I think, is about China. That's the end goal here.
Right. It's 4D chess in real time as we analyze all this. And that big meeting, May 14th and 15th, rescheduled. President Trump going to China to meet with the premier, President Xi Jinping. What do you see as a result of that? Because really China has been pushed up against the ropes, not only the tariffs, but a complete redirecting of the global economy under this president.
Yes, I don't see them having any future plans in the Western Hemisphere. They're definitely not going to be sending any more arms to Iran. We already know that's one of the terms. Other than that, I don't think China will have any opportunity in the future to invade Taiwan. I think that's the number one priority.
Right. It is the Don Roe Doctrine, and the great Taiwanese people, they fly that American flag. Absolutely. So at the very least, register and vote, not only for our veterans, for your future in your community, but also people around the world who believe in freedom and look to America in our golden era, 250 years of this great nation and what we stand for. And my friend, how are you getting involved in this midterm cycle to make America great again?
So I'm actually working for Turning Point Action. I'm door knocking in my hometown Cottonwood right now. I am the only person there, and I'm hitting every single door I can every day, 10 hours straight.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's what gets it done, as we saw in 2024.
Absolutely.
Well, God bless you on the trail. Be safe.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy today. Absolutely. God bless. Thank you. And that's the excitement about this. You have all different ages, two genders, just two genders, men and women involved in the movement. But also, you have the great setups, the tables. If you don't know about Turning Point USA or Turning Point Action, you can get your merch here, you can get your pass, and they're hiring as well. So we'll go over here and show you real quick just what's happening with the ballot chasing initiative right here in Arizona and across the great swing states, that this Turning Point Action getting it out there and ready to go with ballot chasers. So again, I don't want to hear the feedback at RSBN.TV that you can't get involved in this election cycle, because they're registering voters, they're getting out there and hitting the ground in every key state, every key swing state, and that battleground perhaps the most important right here in the home of Turning Point USA, State 48, the Grand Canyon State right here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we prepare to see President Donald John Trump headlining a rally, getting back on that 2026 campaign trail. He might be coming to a neighborhood in your neck of the woods or in your part of town, and we'll be right there at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're not familiar with us, I'm Robert McNeely, and always a joy to be with you, as our bread and butter are these live rallies and giving you all of the access behind the scenes, especially as we lead up to the big tuna known as President Trump. And I always enjoy people with their patriotism out here. We talked to the gentleman earlier, that big American flag, a Hawaiian shirt with an American flag bow tie, the MAGA hats, the different versions of them, the Turning Point hats as well. Of course, you get the special VIP entrance, the speaker entrance happening right here. We have some great speakers today. Miss Limbaugh, Rush Limbaugh, the late great, his widow will be joining Turning Point USA today. In addition to that, we will also have Jeremy Roenick, the Chicago Blackhawk, played for a few other teams as well, but being a big Blackhawks fan and a hockey fan, excited to see him. He lives out here in the great state of Arizona. And in addition to that, Danica Patrick of famed race car history, someone who is sick of that transgender surgery and mutilation happening across the board, also believing in two genders. Can we get a USA chant? 1, 2, 3. USA! 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 It's full of patriotism here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. And sir, you have the shirt. It's all about we the people.
We the people, baby. Yeah.
Tunnel to Towers, what a great organization. Thank you for supporting that.
I'm happy to do it, proud to do it.
Tell us why you came out here to see President Trump today and the presentation here at Dream City.
I was just on the bucket list, and I was able to get here, and I had some friends that got us the VIP passes, and just want to support our president and think he's doing a fabulous job.
What time did you get here?
We got here about 8:15.
Okay, fantastic. So getting up nice and early to attend this amazing event. And first Trump rally, or been to multiple?
I'm a virgin. First Trump rally, yep, first one. So yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, this might be the best one yet, given the, well, it's Turning Point Action, so they always have a rock star environment. It's going to be loud in there. We saw the previews last night, so stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to see it all and all of the excitement as well. What are you anticipating with the president today? A lot of news coming out this morning.
Yes.
Operation Epic Fury really seems to be winding down. The president, the Navy, the entire military, God bless them for this operation that has saved the world.
The stock
as I
market
see it.
certainly like what was going on today too. So yeah, they're, the naysayers that said we lost the war a couple weeks ago, got to eat those words again.
You know, something that struck me about Senator Mark Kelly here, the former captain, was involved in the Persian Gulf War. My question for the senator, part of the Seditious Six, is the idea of illegal commands, illegal orders, also that these are so-called war crimes against the Geneva Convention, but the Persian Gulf War, Bush 41 ordered the striking of electrical grids, the infrastructure, and Captain Kelly fulfilled those orders. Is he guilty of a war crime?
Absolutely not. But Obama went into Libya for 7 or 8 months. I didn't hear a peep out of the Democrats. Now Trump does the same thing, and now they want to impeach him. So you just can't figure out these guys. Trump derangement syndrome is real. There's no doubt about it.
They seem to like Article 2 when it works out for their argument, when it's unending wars, when it's the bureaucracy and the globalist movement. And remember, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, what difference does it make if you lose an ambassador, if you put our brave SEALs and specialists in harm's way? Chris Tanto-Paranto being very articulate on that, as well as those other heroes who dealt with September 11th, 2012 in Benghazi, Libya, and Barack Hussein Obama not held accountable for actually striking a member of the Taliban who was an American citizen. I thought he would have due process, but apparently Article 3 doesn't matter there.
And it's a two-way system. There's hypocrites, hypocrites, hypocrites. I mean, that's what they are. They're just hypocrites. Look at the Swalwell thing. I mean, he was the one that was going after Kavanaugh, and here the guys, doing all kinds of unethical things.
It's a remarkable thing to do. How important is it for Republicans to get involved in these midterms?
Oh, extremely important. I mean, we can't. You give the House back, we got to give them to impeachment. They're going to open up the borders, regulation on top of regulation. So yeah, it's extremely important that we hold the House and the Senate.
And what do you find here in State 48? Can we flip it back to the red column?
I have my worries. We got two Democrat senators. We've got a Democrat mayor. If we're purple, I'll be happy. But it's more like I'm like a blue state. But we'll see. This guy's working really hard in the elections too. Get him in. He's one of the guys that are really pumping out to get people out to vote. So, yeah.
And I'll ask, how is that, sir? How's it going? Just reaching out to people, really being on the ground as you see it now. April 17th. It's around the corner. November's going to happen, seemingly days from now.
Yes, well, I'm a precinct captain, and I can tell you that the one weapon that we have this time we haven't really had is TP action. TP action is huge, and that's going to be a difference maker, I think. And plus, I think that the convention that we have this summer will be very good. But yeah, TP action, especially in Arizona, they're very active and very well organized. I've actually volunteered for them in the 2024 election. That's where I saw them work firsthand, and their ground game is pretty impressive. So I feel actually pretty good once I think we get past the war, which it looks like we're getting close to that point. Then we can start, the economy starts getting back in a better position. I think we'll be in a very good position at that point in time, especially, like I say, with the Turning Point action behind us.
And they're out there trying to hire some ballot chasers. We see those QR codes be scanned if anyone's interested in that. That seems to really be making the difference at the ground game and at that level of finding those votes and winning them for the GOP.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, too, is having been involved in elections before, the advantage of having them, because with the precinct committeemen, I mean, it's a volunteer organization, and the problem is you only get so many people out. You can only get so many volunteer hours out of people, where you have Turning Point action as a deal maker, and that's the big difference, I think.
Absolutely. We see the line going in. Enjoy today, and make America healthy again.
Yeah, thank you. You
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for what you do.
Right Side Broadcasting.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate it so much. it's a labor of love in the best of ways. It really is. And it's you guys on the ground that are truly making an extraordinary difference on a daily basis. So thank you for being out there.
Talking about a person who's involved in TP action is a real superstar, this guy right here.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Wonderful. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, God bless you guys. Enjoy today. It'll be fun to see the President of the United States. And my friend, you want to tell us about the TP action, what's going on there? You're the rock star, according to the crowd.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm not authorized technically to speak to the media, but you guys are right side broadcasting. You
Yes,
guys
sir.
are
Absolutely.
You guys are just the facts, the truth tellers, right?
And we want people to make up their own mind. We're going to show them the right side of history, and that's really the correct side of history, the new media. And it's exciting to see that now, that there's not just a corporate narrative out there. You don't have to turn to ABC, CBS, in some other cases, some of our more favorite cable news networks, but you can actually go to the source, the people that are on the ground making a difference.
Well, indeed, and the narrative right now is that President Trump is unpopular, and that his voters have turned on him, and that's clearly untrue. We had people who were camping out since last night. We had people who have flown from other countries to come and see President Trump because it aligned with their schedule. So clearly the energy is off the charts from what I'm seeing here so far, and we're still several hours away from President Trump speaking. So.
Right, exactly. You have quite a lineup today. Jeremy Roenick and Danica Patrick. We have the Miss Limbaugh, a wonderful woman. Rush Limbaugh, such a gift to us. Inspired Charlie, and Charlie spoke on it often, and it was a really touching moment for me personally after we lost our friend Charlie Kirk, to see Glenn Beck, who was granted the golden microphone from the late, great Rush Limbaugh, gifting that then to Charlie's spot on his podcast. What did that mean for Turning Point as a whole with the TPUSA family all over the country?
Well, I thought that was significant. It definitely was emotional for me just to see that. I also do some work on the social media team for Turning Point, so I was one of the first people to see that clip, and I just watched it over and over again. Look, this is all about Charlie's legacy. Everything that we do here is all about just bringing glory to everything Charlie stood for. Quite literally the best among us, Charlie. And by us, I don't just mean Turning Point staffers. I mean all of us who are political, all of us who are Christians, all of us who are voters and who kind of engage in civics. Charlie was the best among us, the most energized, the most focused, and really he always walked the walk. So it's just always an honor, and I'm always gracious to do this work. And when it comes to what's happening in this country, there's still quite a lot to fix. So the hope is that what Charlie wanted, his whole movement, it really needs to stay strong, and we need to really maintain the momentum, energy, and focus that Charlie had.
To know him was to love him, and we even saw people like Governor Gavin Newsom enjoying his company in their own discussions as well, even when right and left would come together into, Bill Maher was a wonderful discussion as well. Really enjoyed that. God bless the entire Kirk family and Charlie Kirk's memory, as we know the Holy Spirit is here, Dream City Church. How can we engage, as Charlie would envision it, getting Christian voters engaged in 2026?
Well, I think we do that by, number one, telling reality as it is. We just had a vote, sadly, yesterday in Congress where you had several members of the GOP who denied the ability to revoke TPP status from Haitian migrants. So 350,000 Haitian migrants will stay here. Look, whether or not you agree or disagree with the decision, it's sad that we have a GOP that's not really united, really focused on the issues we have in this country. So all of us really need to stay locked in. Sure, we've had a couple of great years with Trump. He fixed the border, but we need to stay locked in. There's a lot of problems still in America. A lot of things in the agenda hasn't been passed. So the best thing we can do, down to every man, woman, and child, is to get involved. You can do that by getting involved at turningpointaction.com/get involved. You can do that, most importantly, by just checking your voter registration status. A Vote Online is a website where you can do that. There's lots of local resources as well. Check your voter registration status, make sure you're registered to vote, and talk to your family and friends. We can't be apathetic, and most importantly, we cannot be nihilistic.
I love that. Well said, well stated, beautifully stated, in fact. And for those, before I let you go, that just want to vote in the general, because I always vote this way, one party or the other, they really have a chance to shape in the swing states, even millennials and Gen Z, many people up and down the ballot for big offices. They can really push the party in a direction in the country, ultimately, where we want it to go.
Well, yes, we have some of the biggest primaries happening in the country right now during an off year, a midterm year. You take a look at places like Kentucky, lots of important primaries, Congressional and Senate in a state like that. We have a big primary out here as well. It's important to vote in primary elections because you need to show that pattern of repetition. Everyone should be a 4x4 voter. You should vote consistently. But most importantly, if you don't vote in the primary, you don't really have a say in who you get to vote for in the general. And sadly, a lot of the apathy we see in general elections are because the candidate you have to vote for on the Republican side isn't going to get you off your couch. So the way to resolve that really is to vote in your primary election, understand who your candidate is. All across the country in swing states like Arizona, we have very important primaries. So I hope people take a look at their local elections, and certainly it doesn't take that much effort. If we can do just a little bit of effort, it goes a long way.
Well, keep up the great work. It's tpaction.com/get involved. /get involved. Do it today. And let's win this one big. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we look forward to Dream City Church, the host today in the Valley of Phoenix, Arizona, as the sun continues to rise. They share Pacific time out here. They don't adhere to daylight savings in Arizona. Hawaii is the only other state as well, if I'm not mistaken, practicing that. So you have Mountain Standard Time year-round, but nevertheless a gorgeous day here in the Valley, Phoenix, Arizona. Dream City Church will play host to President Donald Trump at 2 o'clock local time. That's 5 o'clock on the East Coast. And this event starts, they're letting people in right at high noon local time, 3 o'clock on the East Coast. So stay with us all day on this Friday, April 17th with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here with our live coverage from Phoenix, Arizona.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
The only thing is that if you see in my eyes that I do not understand questions, just ask.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network as we are here for Turning Point Action, Dream City Church, and a friend from Sweden I just met. But first, we're going to thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm not sure how they do it in Sweden, but it was just tax day here in America. And do not fear when it comes to owing back taxes, or if you have unfiled returns. Did you retire and suddenly get hit with that tax bill you do not want? Or you a business owner with a messy books and a balance you cannot afford? let not your heart be troubled, because you might have pulled money from your 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants a share of it. However, your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance not going down, penalties grow, interest compounds, and many are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in sight. Stop what you're doing and call Tax Network USA. The IRS not waiting. The IRS with their collections, their garnishments, and bank levies, property seizures, they can do this, and make sure you file so they don't take things without your consent. With over 15 years in business, Tax Network USA on the top of knowing how to take care of this, getting you back on track and sound financially status. So very important thing to do. They're offering a free investigation call with the IRS to get you back on track. So call today. Don't delay. It's 877-479-6503. That's 877-479-6503. Do not wait for another IRS letter or a threat. Join them today. tnusa.com/RSBN. And we're joined by Addie from Sweden. I love Sweden, a beautiful place.
America.
I'm familiar with Karlskoga. Are you from that area, or Karlskoga, Sweden?
Karlskoga?
Yes.
I'm actually in a place who has no cities, called Skaraborg. But also, the place where I live is literally called Götaland, and in English it's called Gothia, and that makes me a goth. But I used to learn that being a goth in America means something else.
Right.
So, you learn everything new every time when I'm here. And I used to land it here. You're like the second American I speak with this trip.
I love that. And you just got here.
Oh yeah, I landed like last night, like 6 hours ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love it. Did you come right to the venue, or how did that work?
No, I stopped at, I don't know if I'm allowed to say which restaurant, but I took a very typical American, it was Whataburger. Yeah, it was Whataburger.
So the age-old question out here, as you might be aware of, Whataburger or In-N-Out? Have you tried In-N-Out yet?
Well, my friend there, I was so full. By the way, full in Swedish means drunk, but full. She said, we have to take it to In-N-Out. And I said, I want to be honest, this doesn't sound nice. Like, you have to go in and out, like, it's very stressful. But I have to say, the fries were very, very good. It was actually fried for real. So I have to say, the fries so far has been the best one yet. And I haven't tried Chick-fil-A yet. I haven't tried, what's more out there? Yeah, I want to try like McDonald's and so on. So there's a lot of things going on.
There are some good ones out there. And now Steak and Shake, they're going the Make America Healthy again with all the beef tallow. So changing that up a little bit, going with the recommendations of Secretary Kennedy. You're wearing the cross today. We're at Dream City Church, which has been a big influence not only in State 48, as we nickname the great state of Arizona, but all the way to Omaha, Nebraska, and into the Golden State of California. Lots of influence of a church that's over 100 years old, from 1923. I believe 3 generations of pastors. Tell us about Sweden, its Christian identity, what it's gone through, and how we can help make Sweden great again.
One person I can mention right now, inspiring most people right now, it is Kirk himself. He inspired me. And, in Sweden, it's very sad. You can be like openly hate Jesus Christ, you can be mocking him, but it's the same people who like to mock Jesus Christ just for the mocking itself. They don't criticize other religions. It's very hypocrite. So it's very sad that it's very normalizing to mock Jesus Christ, Christianity, and and when I'm trying to say I'm a believer, people just no, you're not, people joke it away, and I'm standing for this. And I have to say, when I'm in America, I haven't been in every 50 beautiful states, but the first state that I ever landed in was in beautiful Texas. And I have to say, it felt like I was walking in Holy Land, because the Americans here, they are great. And remember, you have a lot to be proud of. Do not let anyone take it away from you, because you people, you are the one who makes these nations great. And I'm very thankful for your existence. Not only being here for a global perspective, I'm thankful for the Americans. You are brave, you're having a spine, you're having a courage to say no to darkness in this world. We can talk about radical Islam, we can talk about Islamic regime, the dictatorship. You are not afraid to say no, not with anger, but showing a limit And it's kind of like, school bullying. If you take like every nation is like a child in a school, like you have one bully who pick other kids, small kids. Sweden, I'm very sad to say this, but I want to be known for being honest. Sweden is very conflict, afraid, like Sweden always look away to other direction. We did the same in the Second World War. If every nation did that, the bullies, the evil in this world will always overcome everything and conquer everything. So we need you guys, we need the Americans to actually step in to say no. Because it's kind of like when it comes to school bullying, if you're not against it, you're a part of it. And that's why I'm here to get more life experience, because you Americans, you inspire me to be tougher, better, and more brave. And if I can just be this brave as Charlie Kirk, that's what I'm seeking for, because he inspired me the most. But I can talk about a lot of idols. I can talk about Donald Trump, your president itself. But in the end, there's only one man that I serve, only one man that I adore, only one man that I bow to, and his name is Jesus Christ.
Amen. I could not have said it better. And the feelings are mutual with the Swedish culture and the Swedish people. It's a good people, it's a strong people, and a wonderful history. And it is being made great again through efforts like yours and really reclaiming Western civilization. And how important do you see that even in the next, not only this election, the midterms, but even a decade or so from now?
In Sweden or United States?
Both, for that matter.
The thing is that, if you ask me, America's future looks very bright. Like, I have to say, I like Donald Trump. I like I think he's saying it, he's putting his money where his mouth is.
Right.
I like that phrase because, I like people who is honest. He's human, sometimes I do mistakes too, but at least he's trying and he's actually doing what he believes in. And do I agree everything with him? Well, maybe not, but there's none that I like. I like that he actually do what he actually says, and that's that's why he inspired me to be like a doer and not only a talker. Like he put his money where his mouth is, and that's very cool. And also he's, what do you call it, a straight shooter. I like the phrase. But the future in America, I want to say, I like Donald Trump. I like everything he does, but I want to be honest. America will survive in the future because you have a lot of great people in the future. You have a lot of great women and men who can lead this country to a better future. But I want to be honest, Sweden really don't have one single real conservative. So I'm a little bit scared, not scared, but I'm wondering how the future will look like, because we don't really have one single politician or a person in Sweden who actually put the people first, or a believer. So that's why I'm here, to get more life experience, to at least try my best to make Sweden safe again, just like we need to make America great again.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, God bless you, Eddie. It's really a pleasure to meet you today. Enjoy it, and we hope that we get you some more Whataburger and maybe some more In-N-Out, that Texas and California rivalry that we enjoy so much. I'll let you get in line. Looks like they're moving and getting ready to be a VIP here, and this is what it's all about. Good friends around the world. It's a fight for Western civilization, so keep it up.
Thank you. And if I may say very short in Swedish. Hej allihopa, nu befinner vi här i vackra Arizona. Vädret är perfekt. Människorna också. Hoppas ni har det så bra. Together we make Sweden great again and America great again. We need each other. God bless.
God bless you, sir. Thank you so much.
God bless. Thank you, Robert.
Enjoy today.
Oh, thank you, Robert.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And as we cover the latest from the Trump White House, we're inside and outside of the Beltway here in the beautiful State 48. We love Arizona, the home of Turning Point USA. And you're looking right now at the VIP line getting ready to go on in, as that is slowly but surely creeping into the Dream City Church. This is the third event President Trump will be speaking at this venue over the course of the last several years. And we can actually pan over here too, Mr. Director. I just want to show you the courtesy of Turning Point Action and chilled water and these nice little cups we got here. This is fun. A little Turning Point Action there. There you go. The symbol that started it all. And a side note with that, back at my Turning Point USA tenure, it was once called Save Our State, Illinois. It started in the Prairie State, as Charlie and I are both from the great state of Illinois. Not so great right now under communist, socialist, dictator, premier J.B. Pritzker, but we know that people have moved around the country for a better life, including right here in Arizona, which has become much more of a purple and they have 2 Democrat senators, just like my adopted home state, the Peach State of Georgia. So we're watching all of that extraordinarily closely as you get a view of those all lined up as well. And as Mr. Director gets a pan of the VIP line, we are joined by Joseph Chaplik, candidate for the United States Congress. Why in the world, my friend, would you want to get involved in the swamp?
Well, I'll tell you, for 6 years I've been serving this district at the State House level here in Arizona, and we have to get better talent in government. Absolutely have to get better talent. So when you look at the national field in U.S. Congress, we have a lot of people there that shouldn't be there anymore. Ruben Gallegos, Eric Swalwell just got, resigned because he was going to get, expelled basically for all his scandals. And so we have to get better talent in this country stepping up and leading and representing our people in the United States. And so why am I going to Congress? Because I'm answering the call that Eli Crane said. If you want to fix D.C., you want to fix Congress, send better people. For 6 years, I've served in the State House, one of the highest voting records, conservative, in the whole House of Representatives. Highest Turning Point Action scorecard for 6 years in a row, right here with our representation of their conservative scorecard. 100% on every other scorecard. NRA, A-rated. These are the things we need to be doing. Representing the constituents. Doing what the constituents want. I only answer to constituents, that's it. That's why we restore true freedom in this country. True representation is a constitutional republic. By having better leadership, better representation of the people in this United States of America.
And you've been there on the ground in divided government. You have a far-left governor in Katie Hobbs, yes. And then also Senator Gallego. You're speaking as well to Eric Swalwell in the Golden State, just west of here. But Representative Ana Paulina Luna of the Great Free Sunshine State of Florida perhaps will enter those articles of expelling your senator. Could that happen in the coming weeks?
I hope he resigns before that. I mean, the proof is out there. It's going to, I think, get worse. These people are just scumbags. Let's clean up our Congress. Let's clean up our government by getting better talent there.
And my question, as what we saw in the last few hours, where do you stand on the FISA extension? We have 10 days right now. President Trump just wants a clean extension of that. Right now it will last through April 30th until the House needs to approve once again. Now the Senate perhaps will not accept that. We have to see what they do today and perhaps next week. In addition to that, 10 House Republicans voting for the TPS extension for the Haitian illegal migrants. Where do you stand on those couple of issues?
Look, I'm for getting all the illegal aliens out of our country. And right now we need to pause any migration into this country until we figure out who's in our country. And I would not have voted for that with the other Republicans. I think the 10 Republicans that voted Democrat with the Democrat field are doing a disservice to the Republican Party and their people. And this is what we need to fix. When I talk about talent, we got to get better talent here. I would never have voted for that. I'm not for amnesty, and I never will be. I think we need to clean out the illegals that came into this country, especially the criminals, the drug cartels, the rapists, the murderers, all the people from the other countries that got dumped into this country. We need to clean up our streets, clean up our communities, and I absolutely would not vote for amnesty for any of them.
Where can we find your campaign, Joseph, as I'm sure you're door knocking and making phone calls as it's getting a little bit warmer here in State 48?
Well, look, we're in Arizona. We're used to the heat, but josephchaplik.com. That's the website. My name, josephchaplik.com. Been serving the state of Arizona for 6 years, and I'll continue to do a great job for all the representation here in U.S. Congress. Thank you so much.
My graphic designer friends, I think that's a great logo. What do you think about that? Stands out real nicely. Joseph, God bless you. Stay safe on the campaign trail. Come back and see us on Right Side Broadcasting.
Thank you.
And if you're just joining us, we are here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. Great to see Joseph Chaplik there in the state legislature right here in Phoenix, like Atlanta, Georgia, the capital in the big city right in the heart of the state. I think Boston, Massachusetts, another capital. Nashville, Tennessee, another big city capital. Nice to have the big city mixed with the state capital. Makes it convenient for those residing in those blue municipalities. And as we get ready to toss back to Matthew Alvarez in the studio, you're looking live here. This is the VIP section area that we've shown you here at Dream City Church. Beyond that, the general attendance, everyone going in slowly but surely over the next course of the couple hours. So we'll be back with you to see all of that. Remember, at high noon local time, Mountain Standard Time, the start of this Turning Point Action event. That's 3 o'clock on the East Coast. Then President Trump, 2 o'clock Arizona time, 5 o'clock on the East Coast. So stick with us here on this Friday, April 17th. I'm Robert McNeely. You can find me at Robert McNeely TV on Instagram. Of course, follow Right Side Broadcasting Network, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and feel free to share and subscribe and donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. As we get ready for a live interview in studio from the loveliest village in the Plains, it's Auburn, Alabama, and Matthew Alvarez tossing it back to you live in the studio, my friend.
Burt McNeely doing a great job out there. Look at that crowd in Arizona right now, hearing from we the people, hearing what they have to say about the country right now, moving forward, and all of the things. We'll be headed back out to the Grand Canyon State in just a little bit. But good afternoon again, and welcome to RSBN headquarters here in Auburn, Alabama. I'm Matthew Alvarez. It is Rally Day in America as we get ready to see some great speakers in Phoenix, including the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Here are a few other stories we're tracking within the 24/7 news cycle. We have entered day 63 of the partial government shutdown affecting the Department of Homeland Security. So we'll see, hopefully that'll be taken care of soon in Congress. Speaking of Congress, this is as the Senate continues to debate the Save America Act. Unfortunately, we're debating saving America. So hopefully we'll get the 51 senators to say, let's nuke the filibuster and move on and get this simple majority and get the Save America Act passed and signed into law by President Donald J. Trump. We'll see what happens. We're monitoring that story. As for the latest in the Middle East, President Trump had this to say on Truth Social earlier this morning. The Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran, only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly and that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. All right, before we get to some of our live interviews here, we're going to be going back to Phoenix in just a little bit as well. Of course, it's great to see we the people out there as Robert McNeely and our camera crew are ready to go. They'll be interviewing some more people outside of that event there at the Dream City Church in Phoenix, and then they'll be going inside the event. And as we get ready to hear from, most likely, I believe, the pre-program speakers as well, and then the keynote speaker, the address from the President, Donald J. Trump. So we'll have all of that coming up on this Friday, April 17th. We are 50 days away from the California primary for governor. There are a lot of people talking about this race, and I think it's only going to heat up as we go. We have interview requests in for President Trump endorsed candidate Steve Hilton. We also have our interview request in for the Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco. For me, I am going to make it as a straight shooter in the sense of both candidates will be able to speak, and I will not share my opinions or anything with that because this is obviously a specific race in California. Look forward to hearing from Chad Bianco and also Steve Hilton. Those interviews are slated for a bit later in the day, and how we'll work this is if we're out there live in Phoenix or if we're seeing the pre-program start, we'll record these interviews and air them in a future date, but really looking into California as what a dream that would be if we could have a Republican governor in the state of California. Again, Steve Hilton is the Trump-endorsed candidate. Chad Bianco, the Riverside Sheriff, is also running. So we'll see what happens there. Again, we'll be interviewing both candidates, most likely today, a bit later today, and then we'll air those interviews when we have that window of opportunity to do so. In the meantime, speaking of interviews, let's go to Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Thank you so much for joining us, Philip.
Thank you so much for having me.
Definitely. Can you talk to us about the latest with Iran and how serious is this blockade situation when it comes to gold, silver, and just the economy, that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's significant. As of this morning, President Trump says there's now, free movement through the Straits of Hormuz, which is an interesting development. The maritime blockade, I think, was a very good idea from the administration. The Iranians realized very early on their strategic leverage was over the straits, and by initiating the maritime blockade, we really took that leverage away from them. Longer term, we'll have to see how it plays out. There's an inherent asymmetry here created by the geography of the straits themselves. The US Navy can block Iran shorter term, but they can threaten everybody, and the markets reflect that reality. We're seeing more volatility. Crude oil is flying around markets as well. So we'll have to see how it plays out longer term.
Exactly to your point, we're seeing prices move. Within the March consumer pricing index came in hot at 3.3%. How much of that is energy?
Yeah, good question. Energy's doing the heavy lifting here for sure. It's up 12.5% annualized. If we stripped energy from CPI numbers, they look much better. They come in about 2.6%, which tells us a lot. This is a supply shock. It's not a demand boom. Historically, energy shocks are dangerous. In the 1970s, stagflationary episode started in exactly the same way. Same with 2008. Prior to recession, we saw oil, I think, at $140 a barrel. And that creates a big problem for the Fed, right? They can't drill for oil. All they can really do to combat it is raise interest rates, which slow the economy. And that's a bad combination.
And so let's talk about that once again, that 30,000 foot view. So what exactly would that mean for the broader economy?
Look, this is where I think it could get serious without a rapid resolution. And like I said, it looks like this morning things may be heading in that direction, but we'll have to see. If it isn't resolved quickly, we have a real slowdown risk. Energy price shocks, they act like a tax on the entire economy. As a rule of thumb, for every $10 increase we see in the price of a barrel of oil, it adds about 0.3% to inflation and reduces GDP by about the same. And that's before the second order effects, things like airlines, trucking, agriculture, starts to get squeezed out. Finally, we've got to remember this is in the backdrop of what was already a fairly fragile economy. Consumer sentiment is weak, debt levels are high, housing's frozen. So it's a tough climate. And I think the quicker we end this, get oil prices back down to a normal range, the better it's going to be for everybody, quite frankly.
So when we see this uncertainty in various markets, how should Americans really be thinking about their savings then?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the hardest thing is managing uncertainty, not knowing whether we're going to get an escalation, a resolution, or a prolonged disruption. What we do know is the pattern, right? We've got higher volatility, we've got more policy pressure, and more money creation if growth slows. And that's kind of the trap that policymakers are in right now. If they stimulate, they risk more inflation. If they tighten, they risk recession. And either way, our purchasing power is under pressure. And it's why we're seeing central banks continue to set records for gold buying, right? Not because it's a hot trade, but because it doesn't have counterparty risk. It doesn't rely on trade routes. It's not exposed to policy mistakes. It's an asset that is designed for climates like this. And what applies to central banks applies to us. It's the same rationale.
And then when we talk about Birch Gold Group here at Rightside, we talk about the dollar's convertibility into gold ended back in 1971 when gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Today, the US dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. But this staggering statistic that gold, on the other hand, has increased value by more than 12,000%. This is unbelievable, Philip.
Yeah, it's what it does, right? Listen, we've been very, very lucky in the United States. From 1945 until today, we've seen economic prosperity, we've seen strength of currency. That is not the reality of the history of currencies. Currencies never thrive over long periods of time. So their history is really devaluation and ultimately, for most of them, destruction. But that's not what gold is about. Gold is about steady growth over time. It keeps pace with the cost of living, and it's done so since biblical times. I always tell people in religious scriptures, an ounce of gold was 400 loaves of bread. Today, an ounce of gold can buy a little bit more than 400 loaves of bread. So this is an asset that is designed to hold buying power over time. Cash certainly doesn't.
We're going to talk more about Birch Gold Group in just a second. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group joining us live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you.
Great to speak with Philip there at Birch Gold Group, because we were just talking about when the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971. Gold was fixed at $35 an ounce, $35. So fast forward to today, the U.S. dollar has lost again over 85% of its purchasing power. So gold, on the other hand, has increased in value by more than that 12,000%. And that's why central banks are buying gold at record levels. And here at RSBN, we encourage you to consider diversifying your savings with physical gold from Birch Gold Group. But this really starts with education. So Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. So you can sign up to get free silver on your next purchase. Get even larger incentives as you go. And the more you learn, the more you can earn. But you must act now, because this special event only runs through April 30th. The dollar lost its anchor in 1971. You don't have to lose yours. So text the word Trump to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Again, text Trump to 989898 today. We're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour. It is Friday, April 17th. It is also Rally Day in America. We're going to head back to Phoenix, Arizona here in just a few minutes. We're going to hear more from We the People outside the venue. Of course, we're going to go inside the venue as well. Hear the speakers, the pre-programmed speakers. President Trump on the way to the venue in just a bit from now. So we're looking forward to all of that coming up. In the meantime, as we continue to track a lot of stories within the 24/7 news cycle, we know that Arizona, right there along that Mexican border as well, in the sense of just border crossings being an issue if you shift over to Texas. Let's talk to Amon Blair. He was a U.S. Army officer and also a Customs Border Patrol officer. We caught up with him just yesterday in case you missed it, and as soon as we get back from that, we'll be headed back to Phoenix, Arizona. U.S. Border Patrol Officer Amon Blair, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for having me.
Definitely. All right. So first of all, thank you for your service to this country as a U.S. Army officer. And then I guess after that, you worked in the Border Patrol there along the southern border. Can you talk to us about both your military service and then what you did on the southern border for our country? And thank you again for doing that.
Sure. Yeah. So I was kind of a late bloomer. I actually served 22 years in the military. I didn't become an officer until I was 38. I went to OCS at 38 years old. And that was after I was in active duty. So I served as an officer in the Texas Army National Guard at the exact same time that I was Border Patrol agent. So I served as a Border Patrol agent in the Rio Grande Valley sector from 2013 to November of 2023 for a little over 10 and a half years. And so I actually served on the southern border under Operation Lone Star, so the Texas's mission as well. So I've seen the border itself from a military perspective, as well as one from federal law enforcement. And it's actually, unfortunately, they're very, very different perspectives. And that is unfortunately due to the lens of our current law enforcement. When you look at the Mexican cartels and how they actually operate, they've been foreign terrorist organizations for decades. However, when you look at them through the eyes of criminality alone, or law enforcement lens, or drug trafficking alone, then you're going to set your resources, your personnel to counter that type of threat. And so unless you go down there and look at the situation from more of the eyes of national security, like the military would, then you're able to add additional assets, personnel, technologies, intelligence, you name it, to the border. And that's really what the Trump administration did. When Trump came in this second time, he gave the order for U.S. Northcom to finally do their job since they were created since in 2002, and that was to secure the border. And so you have the national defense area now covering from California all the way to El Paso, where the Department of War has somewhat taken over control to try to establish operational control of the border. Now, unfortunately, here in Texas, though, the majority of our border, about 95%, is private property. And so it's actually a lot more difficult for whether that's DHS or the U.S. Northcom or Department of War to actually maintain operation control from the Mexican cartels who have been acting with impunity for decades.
I did not know that stat. 95% of the border is privately owned?
Yes, sir, along Texas. And so that's why it's very difficult. Imagine you had a property there next to the Rio Grande. And imagine that you had foreign terrorist organizations that have completely taken over the country just across the river from you, and that they operate with complete impunity, both at the local all the way to the federal level. And you, as a property owner, now have to figure out, am I going to allow the U.S. government to operate on my soil if that means that the foreign terrorist organizations can actually just come onto my property freely and destroy my livelihood, destroy my family, kidnap my kids? And so that's what our farmers and ranchers and landowners across the entire state of Texas are dealing with. They're dealing with a situation that when I was in contingency operations overseas for the military, they were dealing with the same thing with ISIS, Al-Qaeda, or the Taliban. They either choose the U.S. forces or they have to choose the terrorist organizations. And that's kind of what our landowners and our citizens are dealing with on the southern border today.
So when you were a Customs Border Protection Patrol agent, when you had interactions with people that were homeowners, were they saying, glad you guys are here? Hey, down the street, that's a real hot spot for illegal crossings. I mean, was it that kind of thing? Or is it more like the homeowners were kind of like, hey, it's our property, let's just like leave it alone? I haven't been to that border in Texas. I've been to the border in California. But yeah, can you fill in the blanks for me on that?
Sure. So you have like a few options. You have patriots, you have citizens that are multi-generational Texans. And they are there to protect their property, their livelihoods. And so they will work with the U.S. government. They'll work with the Border Patrol agents. They'll work with the Department of War. And they'll support all efforts. However, then you have two other options. You have those that are willing to work for both. They realize that they want protection, but they realize that the U.S. Border Patrol is an interdiction agency. They are not trained to the level with which we are expecting them to perform, meaning they don't conduct counterterrorism on our side of the border and conduct perimeter security. Therefore, these landowners realize that in order for them to protect their families, they're going to have to make a deal with the devil, and that is the cartels. And so they'll allow us Border Patrol agents and others on their property or technology or the wall, but knowingly that they're going to place it so it's actually advantageous for the cartels to move on their property as well. Then you have property owners that are just simply corrupted, that are completely working with the Mexican cartels. We're dealing with corruption, co-option, or coercion. And really that's what our landowners are facing.
So the Department of War, since President Trump, took office last year, of course, January 20th, and I want to ask you about that before I let you go in a second, what that must be like to see that now when you're not working as an agent, which you probably wish you were. But let's get back to it, though. With the Department of War there now, they do have, obviously, that training and that counterterrorism kind of thing. So the job's getting done there, but as long as they stay there, right?
Right. So look, we haven't codified hardly anything that President Trump has actually done by executive order. Look, another president could come in tomorrow and say, you know what, Department of War and U.S. Northcom, that's not your mission anymore. I need you to pull back. So therefore, that's why we advocate at the state level to create the critical infrastructure necessary to make sure that there are no incursions. Exactly what the 2006 Secure Fence Act states, that we must make sure that there are no incursions across all domains. And so in order for us to make sure that this doesn't happen again, actually the states are also going to have to lead. Look, the states have concurrent authority to conduct security across the entire border, just like the Department of War or DHS. But they actually have the primary duty to do so, since really, just like in a disaster, in disaster response is always locals first, right? Well, our border right now, still to this day, is a disaster, especially to the south of us. And so therefore, it means that the states need to rise up and step up and realize that Congress is really slow rolling President Trump's executive orders, that the Department of War can only do so much so quick that the states are now going to have to rise up. So yes, it's great that we see this change from California, Arizona, and New Mexico, but really Texas is somewhat a little slower, and that's because of the property rights issues. And so it's once again, also, we're really not seeing counterterrorism on our side. We may see it on Mexico's side, but we're not seeing the dismantling of all the threat networks along the southern border. So the cartels are still able to smuggle human beings across the border. If I tell everyone in your audience should go and follow Lieutenant Chris Olivares. He's the PAO officer for Texas DPS. Almost every single day, he is showing the gotaways that are getting past Border Patrol that Texas DPS are then having to go after.
Quite the story right there. Amon Blair, again, thank you for your service to our country. And also, as a Border Patrol officer, can you talk to us about if President Trump was your commander-in-chief at that point? I'm sure you would have been a lot happier than having Biden than the others, right?
100%. And the difference is one person believes in our sovereignty and the Constitution of the United States. The other person wanted to eradicate our sovereignty, and continue to remain in power by exploiting illegal aliens and foreign nationals and creating a caste system inside the United States. So one is for the citizen and also our states and sovereignty, and then one was for complete eradication and for chaos.
You got to be on the right side of history, right?
Yes, sir.
Amon Blair, thank you again for joining us. It would be great to have you back on the broadcast. Great insight with Texas.
Oh, thank you, sir, for having me.
Definitely. All right, so back here live at RSBN headquarters in Auburn, Alabama. We're going to go from Auburn to Phoenix, Arizona, looking live there right now. So let's go to RSBN host Robert McNeely, picking up our coverage in Arizona.
You might be wondering where Dream City Church is located. We're right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Mr. Director showing that steeple of this beautiful church. It's a prominent multi-site Pentecostal megachurch based right here in Phoenix, Arizona, in the Valley. And it's also affiliated with the Assemblies of God, led by Pastor Luke Barnett, focusing on outreach, community, and finding a need for fulfilling it all through the initiatives like the Phoenix Dream Center, the Mom's Pantry, and the Global Missions. We are very grateful for their gracious hospitality today. So welcome back to Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Robert McNeely. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network as we talk to everyone in the VIP line. Who's excited to see President Trump? I don't know. I've heard a more exciting chants, in other states. Who's excited to see President Trump? And of course, I'm just kidding. It is an energetic crowd. Many people being here at 9:30 last night, 4:30 this morning, and a little bit of everything in between. We'll talk to them in a moment as we are grateful for our sponsors here on the right side of history, especially the Free Trump book. Let me take a minute to talk about Free Trump book as we are in the security line of getting into the venue. It's no secret that our kids are being fed lies at school. There is a communist agenda. There are socialists who are going into our teaching, faculties, and employment throughout the nation. So what are we to do when that happens in schools, when they lie about President Trump, when they lie about MAGA, when they lie about the good people who want to save this country? This critical midterm election here in 2026 will build the red wall. That's the theme of today, and that's the theme of Free Trump book. Raising generational information on the truth about this movement, now over a decade old, after that golden escalator where President Trump came down in the Trump Tower in New York City. We love this country. It includes making our kids aware of what's happening. Ronald Reagan spoke about this. It's not passed through the bloodstream. It must be taught to every generation. This idea of freedom, the idea of 250 years of certain inalienable rights, and
our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a fantastic guide not only on President Trump, giving kids the truth about the 45th and 47th president and his administrations, but what they're giving away right now, a great gift to you at freetrumpbook.com. Yes, freetrumpbook.com. Plus, when you order, they're going to give you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to the Courage of the President, a must-read for every student, every child at home. My nieces have a few copies themselves, so they're telling all of their friends back in the Chicago area. So thank you to freetrumpbook.com. Get yours today and get the truth out there about what's happened in the MAGA universe and how that matters to everyday voters and the young people who have come out here to see President Trump today. And I know I wear my sunglasses at night, but you're looking pretty fly here waiting to see President Trump in the VIP line.
Him?
Just taking you in, sir.
Right.
How long have you been waiting to see President Trump today?
Just here in this line, about an hour.
Fantastic. Yeah. And have you seen the president before, and what are you anticipating today from your commander-in-chief?
Yeah, so I've seen him about 3 times, including Charlie Kirk Memorial. I'm just here to support him. I see a lot of people just losing in support of him. I want to just support him, continue to support the man I voted for.
And we have that legacy of Charlie that we remember so much today. We remembered at the memorial back in September. How can we honor his legacy with this 2026 midterm? Because I know if there's someone knocking on doors and making phone calls, it would definitely be Charlie.
Yeah, for sure. I think just continue. I think we're seeing a lot of people working for Turning Point. I think we need to see more of that for sure. They're hiring. I don't personally work for them, but my mom does.
Okay.
But yeah, I just say get more people working for Turning Point.
And we have a lot of the initiatives today with ballot chasing. And how important has that been here in State 48?
Very important, actually. I've been seeing we've won a lot of the elections, and just Turning Point getting after it. We aren't losing, so very, very impressive.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And what do you expect to hear from the president today?
Just the status of the country and future plans.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy today. It's going to be fun. Starting moments from now. I'm sorry to bump into you, sir. So you're shielding yourself from the Arizona sun. It's hot out here.
Yes, it really is.
We have a family affair today, it looks like. Yeah. Wonderful. So love the crucifixes, too. We're endorsing Andy Biggs for governor. He's Trump endorsed. He's endorsed by Turning Point Action. What attracts you to his gubernatorial campaign?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're wearing the badge. What's going on?
Dad got him into it. So.
Dad can be influential. So, sir, come on down here. Tell us about the Andy Biggs campaign, why he's the best choice to really make Arizona red again.
Oh, we're trying to get Katie Hobbs out of here, man. She's been nothing but bad news for the state, vetoing everything. We need to get measures passed for our law enforcement. We need to get measures passed to get our teachers paid. Our state troopers are extremely underfunded and worn thin. Like there's areas of Arizona that are only protected by 1 or 2 troopers, and that's absolutely terrible. That's detrimental to our state security. That's not what we need in our state. We need to secure the border, we need to secure our state, and we need to bring home a win for Andy Biggs.
Democrats like to spend a lot of the money that's not theirs, especially taxpayer money. So is she depleting these resources, as you mentioned, and how is that continuing to harm the taxpayer, but also those emergency services?
Yeah, the emergency services, DPS has been crying out that they need more funding for a while. Their union is saying that they're extremely underfunded. They can't hire any more troopers. They just simply don't have the money. We have programs going into silly aid programs and things like that really don't need to be any more funding. We've had a lot of overcrowding with public schooling and things like that, where my kids go to a public charter, but the public schooling where we go in Casa Grande was deplorable, man. It was just awful. So I want our funding to go more towards what we believe is conservative values. Bring prayer back to our household, bringing the Pledge of Allegiance back. My kids, half of them didn't even know what the Pledge of Allegiance was until they went to this new school. So public school is like completely removing the pledge, and that's something that's unbelievable. That's foundational to our country. Right, left, wherever. We all pledge to the country. We're all Americans. We're not trying to spread hate. We don't hate everybody that's illegal. We want legal immigration. We want the people to come here the right way. We want to make America greater again. We want people to come here and build our country greater, but we want you to verify who you are, so we make sure that we're not having anybody come in here and hate our state. And Katie Hobbs, she just wants to, seems like kind of pander to our neighbors to the south and kind of like, oh yeah, come on over here. You know, that's not what we need for Arizona. I'm from a rural farmer community. I saw firsthand the impact. I was a first responder there. So I saw firsthand the impact that this illegal immigration surge made, and it's not good for our family. I don't want to bring my kids up I'm a native-born Arizonan, born and raised here. I want my kids to be able to say that when they get there. I grew up and I was raised in Arizona. My dad fought to keep Arizona great.
So goes Arizona, so goes the nation. A huge swing state in all of this. So a two-part question for you, and I'll walk with you as the line going inside Dream City Church here in Phoenix, Arizona. What is a two-part question? Are you surprised by how pro-union the Republican Party has come and vice versa, especially with those public employee unions, say firefighters, it depends, but the police especially after we saw with BLM and COVID and the anti-police rhetoric going around the country? And also, what are the core priorities and biggest issues right here in State 48 for this midterm election?
First and foremost, getting Katie Hobbs out of there. After that, getting our Attorney General switched around. The current Attorney General, she made that horrible statement a while back about Arizona stand your ground laws, and it was totally. She took it and turned that stand your ground laws do not apply to law enforcement. If law enforcement is operating within your community in a legal capacity, you can't pull your gun at them. You're just going to get Americans and Arizonans shot, and then you're going to have more of this anti-police. Oh, they're just out to shoot everybody. ICE is just out to murder everybody. They're not. They're out here to get these criminal aliens, these terrorists, these pedophiles, these child sex traffickers. That's who we want out of here, and that's who we don't want and need here. I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
And it sounds like it's a mismanagement issue from Katie Hobbs, from the Attorney General. Yeah. So getting them out of office, but what are some of those key policy issues you want to see here in Arizona?
I want to see more towards our firefighters and our police officers in Arizona. They do a lot for our community. I've been in that situation. I mean, you wake up in the morning, you go to work, you don't know if you're going to go home and see your family again. Right. And we need to back those guys no matter what. They're laying their lives down to protect us, and as long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and they're doing it within the laws and regulations of how they're supposed to be doing it, then let them do their jobs. We don't need to be throwing stuff at law enforcement while they're trying to, control crowds or, just make sure everybody's being safe. They're on both sides. I think that, you asked about the union, sorry. I think that the unions are a good idea with the police and fire because that does give the ground troops, the rank and file police officers and firefighters a voice outside of just their truck because they can go have an issue, they can go to their chain of command, but their chain of command can only go so far. They need someone that can advocate at a governmental level that can really make sure that they get the things that they need and ensure that we have good public safety in Arizona.
Well, it's common sense, and I say a nominee for Father of the Year. Enjoy with your family today. It's a memory you all remember, and God bless America. I love you guys. Ma'am, come on in. What do you got? Women for Warren. Tell us about your experience on the campaign trail and the endorsement of Congressman Andy Biggs for governor.
Yes. So Andy Biggs, we want Andy Biggs. What's happening with our governor now, Governor Hobbs, we have great bills that have been passed and gets to our desk and she vetoes most of our good bills. We've had great bills for medical freedom. We've had bills for election integrity. We've had bills for school for the parents to have transparency for their kids, vetoed. And we had our first geoengineering bill that passed here in Arizona to stop the geoengineering intentional spraying in our skies, and they got that passed for the first time this year, and it got vetoed. So we know that Hobbs is not for a lot of the good bills and for the people, but we've talked to Biggs, and he's going to get those signed right when he gets to that desk.
Well, thank you for all the hard work you're doing. We're going to toss back to the studio in Auburn, Alabama for another interview. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hey, thank you so much. Live there in Phoenix, Arizona. Looking forward to this event, hearing from the pre-program speakers. Of course, also President Trump speaking today in Rally Day in America out there in the Southwest, the Grand Canyon State, Arizona. Gorgeous state. If you haven't been, give it a try. It's a great, great place. Also, well, it'd be greater if Kerry Lake was governor. Just had to throw that one in there. Joining us now is the owner of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler. Thank you so much for joining us once again, Michael.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Definitely. So let's talk about the state of Florida now. Just invested $60 million into cancer research with a focus on repurposed drugs like ivermectin. So the question is, what does this moment mean for pharmacies like yours and the patients you serve?
Yeah, this moment for compounding pharmacies like All Family Pharmacy is huge. It's an opportunity to open doors that we haven't seen or that we've been working on in closed doors for the last, I would say, year or two, as more and more information is coming out about, ivermectin and mebendazole being used as an off-label treatment for cancer and those who are suffering from cancer. And in conjunction with their current treatment, like chemo and immunotherapy or radiation, as well as without some of those therapies. So we're hoping it's right around the corner now. We're told it's about 2 months out from the facility and everything being built. We're actually looking at bringing a pharmacy close to the facility, hopefully, so that we could supply directly to the fund to itself for ivermectin being used for cancer, because we are one of the bigger pharmacies that does massive compounding of ivermectin and mebendazole for those who are trying that off-label treatment. We've been doing it since day one, and we're going to continue to do it as long as the patients are interested in trying that right to try, as well as it's becoming a safe and effective route prescribed by the patient's physicians or by our physicians.
And this is while mainstream medicine was dismissing the whole thing with ivermectin. So do you feel like the medical freedom movement has been vindicated? What role did independent pharmacies play in keeping that option alive for patients?
Yeah, I think we've basically introduced the medical freedom to the entire United States since the pandemic started. And more Americans are waking up every day. You saw what happened in 2024 when people were upset about the previous administration. Things were happening behind closed doors. People were being forced to be vaccinated. Now we're having the ability to make free choices. Having a vaccine, in my eyes, is up to the individual. Do you want to get vaccinated? Do you not want to get vaccinated? Personally, prefer not to, with all the new data that we have. But I believe it's every American's choice to make that decision. We should never be forced to do it. Here in the state of Florida, we need to win the governor's race again so we can continue being free. We don't have to be forced to be vaccinated, be force-fed medications that we may or may not want. These are things that we should make freely as an American. And I think since the pandemic has started, Americans have opened their eyes to pharmacies like All Family Pharmacy and providing them medical freedom, having the ability to choose medications in the discretion of a physician as well as a pharmacist guiding them in the right direction, prescribing it appropriately so that we don't hurt them, we only help them. And I think that is going to be the future moving forward. More people are waking up.
And then on top of that, when I was preparing for this interview just a few minutes ago, can you walk us through what peptide therapy actually is? I hear that it's exploding right now, and why someone watching at home might want to have this conversation with their doctor. Peptide therapy, never heard of it.
The peptides is the biggest thing right now. It is the next big boom when it comes to medications out there. The greatest part about it is they're natural amino acids derived from the human body. I've gone over this on so many different interviews. Pharmaceutical companies cannot patent peptides. That's why nobody wants to push it through an FDA approval process. No company out there can make money on it, because if you spend $100 million going through an FDA approval process, everybody will have the ability to then sell it, not just one company. Like what Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk did, they patented those GLP drugs. They're the only ones that could sell it, and they put the price tag at like $1,200 a month, and they screwed the American people with that because they brought a drug to the market that works. They proved that it works. They had a lot of side effects that they didn't bring to the market, which is why they're probably getting sued right now. But they're forcing Americans to pay $1,200 a month, which is ridiculous. and their insurance companies are not wanting to touch it because how expensive it is. And so introducing these peptides to the market, that RFK Jr. is doing, is amazing because they're going to hit the market from a compounding perspective, from a pharmacy like us, and from our doctors. And we're going to offer it at very low pricing that's affordable to all Americans. It depends on where you go, but it's going to be very competitive come July or February. That's when the FDA will more likely than not release everything is come July or February.
And on top of that, another thing that we're seeing out there in some of the headlines is biohacking going mainstream. Now, when you hear the word biohacking or say the word biohacking, it doesn't sound very, I don't know, on the up and up, but it's okay. It looks like people have been using this, the elite athletes, Silicon Valley insiders. So what are the most exciting things coming out of compounding pharmacy right now that people simply can't get out of CVS or a Walgreens when it comes to biohacking?
Yeah, we've talked about it multiple times, NAD+, methylene blue, Simorlin, glutathione, the FDA-approved peptides that are out there, as well as some will even do non-FDA-approved peptides. Those we're hacking the body to remind itself of what it used to be capable of doing. All we're doing is we're telling the body in a signal to recreate this signal on how you used to do it. So growth hormones. We used to sleep like babies when we were young, right? When you're a teenager, early 20s, nothing would wake you up in the middle of the night. Now you wake up 3-4 times throughout the course of the night. When we do these growth hormones through peptides, they're natural signals that tell the pituitary gland to produce these growth hormones, and we go into a deep sleep like REM. And so that you fall asleep and you stay asleep. These are ways we can biohack our body to act like we're younger again, so we can get the sleep and our body can provide the hormones we need on a daily basis to continue our metabolism, our muscle growth, our muscle preservation, and even just absorbing just simple vitamins and minerals and supplements that we need daily to keep our immune system high.
What would you like to say to Floridians, America as a whole, when it comes to the fight for medical freedom right now? I mean, we see Big Pharma, the insurance companies, and federal regulators, they're putting that enormous pressure on compounding pharmacies and access to medications like ivermectin and certain peptides. So what's the president usually does a State of the Union address. What is the medical freedom address from your perspective as an owner of an independent American pharmacy, such as All Family Pharmacy?
Anytime you see one of these bills that are trying to get passed through, anything, whether it's on a state or federal level, we have to go against them. Big Pharma is trying to push, and they're starting with the GLP-1 and 2s. They're trying to take away the ability for a compounding pharmacy like ourselves to purchase the pure powder form of a drug so that we could recreate it and make it for the public, make it for the common American individual at a cheaper and lower price. And they're trying to take that away so that we are forced to go to Big Pharma and pay high pricing for those drugs. There are tons of bills out there being pushed, tons and tons of them. And it's getting ridiculous because it will destroy American pharmacies. If you take out the independent pharmacies, there's only going to be corporate chains left. What does that mean? Go to CVS and Walmart and Walgreens and Rite Aid and all the ones throughout the course of America and see what's going on at the corporate pharmacies. You stand in long lines. You have one pharmacist dealing with 800 patients a day. There, you can't even get a phone call in. You can't even get your prescription to go through from your doctor. It's just a constant battle. You take out private pharmacies, independent pharmacies like ourselves and all the ones out there, which is the backbone of the American healthcare system when it comes to the pharmaceuticals, you're going to destroy this. You're going to make people wait even longer for their drugs. They're going to have to pay more money for their drugs because there is no competition. And then you're going to be standing next to somebody who more likely than not has the flu or COVID or whatever next pandemic they have planned for us. And they're going to have to be, getting tested and vaccinated. And it's not going to be fun for you every month to go do that.
Well, that's perfectly said. I mean, that's exactly what we like about All Family Pharmacy is that there is a quick access, but you don't just get a drug by just requesting one. You have to fill out that short form, but also get it approved by a U.S. physician there and prescribed and then shipped to your door. So, Michael Kunzler, thanks for breaking that down for us. The owner of All Family Pharmacy. Thank you again for joining us here on Right Side.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, there you go. Good stuff right there. And have you ever gone to refill a prescription and suddenly it's delayed, out of stock, or more expensive than last time? Well, Here's something most people don't realize, that more than 400 of the most common prescriptions for blood pressure, cholesterol, thyroid, diabetes are actually available through All Family Pharmacy at great prices and shipped straight to your door. So you don't need to worry about your insurance, no pharmacy lines, no hassle. And we've been recommending All Family Pharmacy for a reason. They've built something simply different, an independent American pharmacy that actually works for the patient. They also carry medications like we were just talking about, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, methylene blue, and NAD+, that are hard to find anywhere else. The process is straightforward. If you already have a prescription, your doctor can send it directly. And if you don't have one, fill out a quick online form on their website. A licensed doctor reviews it, and if appropriate, they provide the prescription and your medication ships straight to your door. Simple and affordable. Don't wait until you need something. Be prepared. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that RSBN 10 promo code to get 10% off your order. A great sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, bringing you this live coverage here at our headquarters in Alabama. We're going to head all the way out to Phoenix, Arizona in just a minute, as President Trump will be speaking later today. Also some pre-programmed speakers, but you know what else is great? Hearing from we the people. So let's send it back to RSBN host Robert McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a bit.
Hug the fence for me, please. It's 2 lines. Pick a line. Right here for me, please. Thank you, guys. 2 lines. Hug the fence. Either side. Either side.
And we are looking outside of what's left of the VIP line. It's a packed house here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you to Matthew Alvarez in studio today in Auburn, Alabama. Yours truly, Robert McNeely, outside of Dream City, where they are graciously hosting, once again, the President of the United States. Moments from now, we'll go through that security line, get ourselves checked by the Secret Service, doing an amazing job, as well as state and local authorities always on hand. And again, I am really emphasizing this for the 2026 campaign. It is a gorgeous, usually dry day right here in Phoenix, Arizona. About getting into the 80s, but we did see someone moments ago off camera just have a moment where he needed paramedics. So make sure you are hydrating. Eat before you get to these events. It drains you in the best of ways. There's so much excitement, so much talking to countless different people. You'll probably make a friend or two when you're in line, and it's those relationships that will save this country. But be sure to protect yourself, because we see it at every event. Someone standing outside, and it could be young, it could be older, and succumbing to those issues. So be sure to stay hydrated and stay safe out there when you're on the campaign trail. Turning Point Action still registering people for not only check-in today, but also Turning Point Action chasing the vote and getting the ballot chasing. So crucial to making sure those Republican votes get in and counted and are not challenged by Democrat officials either in your respective states or even federally. We know the trial attorneys are in bed with the Democrat Party. There's no question about it, and they will challenge those custody or custody chain of ballot issues. So be sure to get out there, be a precinct committeeman, and get that done for you and your neighbors to make sure that the House and the Senate remain in the majority in Republican hands. So crucial, because we know that if Democrats win this election, they will impeach the president in the House. They will look to remove him through the Senate. And it's been an amazing thing to watch as we see a couple gentlemen coming on in, ready to build the red wall. What does that slogan mean for you, sir, as we gear up for the 2026 campaign?
Oh, I tell you, we need to have Trump continue doing what he's doing. What he's done in this first year and a few months has been amazing. And I'm so thankful he's keeping his promises to American people. Thankful that the border is secure. Thankful that he's got the economy back on track, and so thankful especially for religious freedom in this country, the stand that he's taken for that. And of course, the stand against Iran, supporting Israel, is very big for me.
And what would you see as the biggest issues in this 2026 midterm, especially here in State 48?
Well, I know for the country and for here, it's always going to be the economy. But for me, a lot of the social issues are a lot bigger for me. to have a Congress that's supporting pro-life issues, have a Congress that's supporting religious freedom. Those are big things for me, but I'm sure when it comes to election time, the economy is going to be front and center probably. And I think the economy is going to be doing great as long as it gets the coverage it deserves. It gets the proper reporting. It's people are going to know the economy is doing great. And here at tax time, people should see the difference in their tax returns and know just already what a difference Trump has made.
Especially for those blue-collar workers and those who have hourly wages or salaries or rely on those tips. We talked to someone who's in the restaurants, $12 an hour. I don't think people realize that's why, especially in America, at 20% tip, of course, if they don't do that good of a job, that's up to you. But if they've done a great job, maybe 20% or more because they're relying on those tips.
Oh, yes. And the response I hear back from people that depend on those tips for their income, they're extremely excited about it. I think maybe they're the happiest ones, but as a senior, I'm extremely happy with what's happened with the economy too.
Absolutely.
And I just finished doing my taxes and turned out really great. So
does it seem as if that President Trump is damned if he does, damned if he doesn't sometimes? I mean, with the far left and some in the media, sadly, will continue to, it's almost as if they're anti-American. You have to ask those appropriate questions, but my goodness, what we've seen with Operation Epic Fury, he continues to prove them wrong.
Well, when the news is 99% good, you know that the mainstream media is going to be reporting on the 1%. They're going to find that one crack, and that's going to be the lead story for the day. Yes. Usually it's Trump said something that sounds a little crazy, and Trump speaks to the media more than any president ever has. So they're going to find something to criticize. But in the meantime, he just keeps doing, and that's what I like, is that he's a doer, fulfilling his promises, keeping his word, and he's a man of action, so actions speak louder than words.
I like that you said that, because I feel like in this country right now, there's still right, left, and center this idea that, oh my goodness, he said that, or someone said that, but rather you look at someone's actions, and that's not challenged. And I don't know if that's the remnants of Barack Hussein Obama or the auto pen, but that still seems to be an issue here in America.
Yeah, I sometimes don't like some of the things that come out of his mouth. I say, you should have had one of your people check on that before you said it. But on the other hand, when have we ever had a president that's so accessible to the media?
Right.
He speaks his mind, talks about every issue without notes, without the teleprompter. He answers questions without hesitating. He just speaks his mind and speaks the truth. Says what he's going to do, and he does it.
And we've been the beneficiary here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So enjoy your time. Right. Have a wonderful day, sir. Absolutely. It'll be a blast. Senator Jay Feely, how are you, sir?
Congress. I'm running for Congress.
You're running for Congress.
Yes.
But tell us what it's like on the ground right now as you talk to voters, because November truly seems months, weeks away, but it's really around the corner.
Well, we all, I think Republicans and conservatives in general, know how important this election is going to be. We have to keep the House.
Right.
We know what will happen if we don't win the House. President Trump will get impeached again. They're going to delay. They won't let anything be codified. So it's so important because everything this administration has done has been long-term.
Right.
They didn't think short-term. They weren't trying to just fix something right now to win an election. They're trying to fix our country. So to be able to continue that and to be able to finish what they're doing, we have to win the House. We have to have another 2 years to implement this long-term program. Economically, energy-wise, security, all these major issues that will impact generations to come are truly dependent on us keeping the House.
Now, two big votes happening overnight, really yesterday. The FISA, Section 702, where do you stand on that? We have a 10-day extension. It looks as if the Senate's going to say no to it, but not getting ahead of them going into next week. Where does that land? In addition to that, you had 10 of your colleagues, or future colleagues, who voted for the TPUSA extension for Haitian illegal immigrants. Really came as a shock to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on that, and how does this caucus remain united as the Democrats are standing strong?
And that's the most important thing. And I think, if you've looked over the last year, I've been disappointed at conservatives and Republicans at not coming together, not coalescing together, fracturing. And ever since Charlie Kirk was murdered, we've seen the Republican Party separate. And when you look at the two parties, they've never been further apart ideologically. So keep the big picture in mind. Understand who we're fighting against, not ourselves. We're fighting against somebody who wants to fundamentally change our country. They want to institute democratic socialism. They've embraced Mondami and AOC and Bernie Sanders. That's who the face of the party is now. So we have to make sure we keep that. Certainly when you look at FISA and how important it is to be able to have that and to get an extension of that, we have to make sure that we get that done for the safety of our country. I mean, you look at all the things that are going on right now. President Trump is the only one who has put the safety of our country first and foremost. Democrats didn't do it. For 4 years, they left the border open, let tens of millions of illegals come in, and they put politics before the protection of the American people. Everything we do starts in government with protecting the American people.
That 11th commandment, so true what Ronald Reagan said, don't speak ill of a fellow Republican.
Yeah.
Although I apologize to the viewers, sometimes I do, but I have to critique those guys that might need to be primary. But Jay, you're a freedom fighter. We have many of that great example right here in Arizona. I mean, my goodness, Andy Biggs endorsed by the president. You have Turning Point Action as well, but David Schweikert running for governor as well. Also a Tea Party favorite, a MAGA favorite, great conservatism coming out of Goldwater State. Tell us about your district and how you can make a difference at the constituent level, because you, as a congressman, will be the closest connection to the federal government in Washington, D.C. for State 48.
So it is David Schweikert's district, CD1, that I'm running for, an R+1, a seat that in 2022 he only won by 2,000 votes. It's one of the 5 seats that Democrats have identified and said, hey, we can go and we can flip that seat. And if they flip 3 of those seats, they'll win the House. It's why the president asked me to run in this district and endorse me, and why the speaker asked me to run and endorse me, and the NRCC as well, because we know how important this seat is. Here in Arizona, if we win my seat and we win Juan Ciscomani's down in Tucson, that'll go a long way to making sure we keep the House. And so making sure that we win this seat, that we understand what these people want. I think more than anything, people want somebody who's going to go represent them. They don't want somebody getting into politics to enrich themselves. They want a civil servant. That's what politics is supposed to be about. You're supposed to go there. It's supposed to be sacrificial, and you're representing your constituents. I think that's why somebody like myself, who's already been successful, who walked away from a great job in broadcasting, that paid a lot of money, that I only had to work 5 months of the year and got 7 months off, walked away from that and said, no, it's my time to serve.
And that's a servant's heart that's needed in Washington. And God knows you put all those miles on from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Ronald Reagan International Airport in Washington, D.C. Do you feel as if Senator Gallego is numbered in his days? And we've seen such, let's say, dishonesty and betrayal by some members of Congress, Republican and Democrat, recently, especially on the Democrat side with Eric Swalwell and all his antics.
Well, it's certainly been incredibly disappointing, and I think the American people want transparency. They want to know what you believe. They want you to stand up for your beliefs, not shy away from them. And as a conservative and as a free market guy and somebody who faith is such a big part of who I am, who my wife is. That's what we try to do on a daily basis. We don't try to pretend we're perfect. We're sinners saved by grace, trying to walk for God on a daily basis. But we need people in office that are going to represent that. And that, I think Arizona in general, we're too blue right now. We got a Democrat governor. Hopefully Andy Biggs can fix that. We got 2 Democrat senators. We got a Democrat AG, a Democrat Secretary of State. We need to fix this because we are a center-right state, and we've been elected a lot of Democrats.
And it matters. Christians getting out to vote. We're at Dream City Church. The 3rd time President Trump is here. Jay, where can we find your campaign, follow you, and hopefully interview you again on the right side of history?
jfeelyforcongress.com. That's where you can go. Look us up. Come help. And, we have a tremendous amount of support. The community has been awesome. And I think people understand how important this election is going to be.
It really is. Get out there, get registered, get out and become a precinct captain. My goodness, it's fun. You get to meet your neighbors.
Right.
Jay, God bless you and your family. A pleasure to meet you today. Stay safe on the campaign trail.
Appreciate that. Absolutely.
And as we see the future congressman of the 1st District of Arizona going into Dream City Church, it seems as if pretty much everyone has. We still have some general attendance over there. The VIPs are in. It is a gorgeous day in the Valley. Make sure you have your sunscreen, your water, Gatorade perhaps, although we need to get some Maha ingredients in the Gatorade. I'm sure Secretary Kennedy is working on that as we speak. We have Secret Service working hard as well, state and local officials that are protecting the good people who are exercising their First Amendment rights. To hear from the 45th and 47th President of the United States. And we are looking forward to thanking our great sponsors here as we are at Dream City Church right here in Phoenix, Arizona. Mr. Producer, that sponsor once more for me. We like to thank Kalshi.com/RSBN, who will be in the political sphere the next President of the United States. My goodness, who will be that nominee in 2028? Will it be Vice President J.D. Vance, Senator Ted Cruz, perhaps, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, or even Governor Ron DeSantis of the free Sunshine State of Florida? Maybe it will be someone right here from State 48. Make your bets and trades. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Go ahead, scan that QR code. I know it's on that screen there. So you can have all of those questions too. Music, sports, politics, culture, and more to make those bets and trades at your most fun network to do so. Kalshi.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us on the right side of history. And we have a few people kind of coming on in at the moment as well, but most people are inside of the Dream City Church as we continue to thank our great sponsors here on the right side of history. Do you owe any back taxes or have those unfiled claims or returns? We know that tax day was just the other day. Or did you open a business that might have those back taxes that you did not expect? Are you a business owner and you have messy books, a balance you cannot afford? Well, do not let your heart be troubled. Maybe you pulled the money from the 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants the share of it, but however your tax issue started, you can fix it. Your balance not going down, penalties growing so much, and with that, you're about to owe again on this upcoming year with no plan in place. The IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and even property seizures. They can file for you without your consent. So give them a call today, as Tax Network USA, with over 15 years in business, has not been a tax case they have not seen nor resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers like our good viewers at home. Whether you owe tens of thousands, millions of dollars, whatever it might be for whatever issue, they can do the same for you, but you have to call now. 877-479-6503. That's 877-479-6503. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN. Click the link below and put that plan into place to roll back all of those owed monies without worrying quite too much about it. So it's an exciting time to be here on the right side of history. As we go into the security line real quick, if we could say hi to Mr. Jeremy Roenick here. Go Blackhawks, my friend. Oh my gosh.
We got to make the playoffs first before we can go Blackhawks.
I know, right?
Yeah, but I'm right with you, 100%.
It's exciting. But you love out here in State 48. It's a good time. I loved your videos from COVID too. You really rebelled against the Matrix.
Well, I think it was one of the worst things ever put on human history. One of the biggest scams of all time. So I'm just glad I never took the jab. I'm very proud of that, and you know, I love America, and you know, being out here in Arizona, it was tough. It was hot in the middle of the summer, and what Trump's been trying to do to make America great again, I'm all over. I'm a proud American. You know, gold medal hockey team. That's the best.
What a great year!
Amazing. It was a great year for America, and especially in sports. But for the hockey team and for the hockey world, we are on top for the first time in a long time.
And that's how we are really uniting America with sports. But how does a hockey legend like yourself prepare to open up for the President of the United States today?
It's pretty easy. I mean, literally the most powerful man in the entire world and the best president that's ever walked on United States soil for what he's trying to do. And for somebody who does not have to do that, what he goes through on a daily basis, on a yearly basis. I was just talking about have the strength to see the people that are against him and don't like him for unfactual reasons, right? And it's like, this guy just loves America. I've known him for 25 years. He wants what's best for the people here, and even the people that are against him. And I think that's a noble quality to have.
There's a gracefulness to it, and when you're done competing, battling in the playoffs and even the Stanley Cup, you got to shake hands, you know, and you're out there throwing fists. You're out there. It's perhaps the most aggressive game, especially on ice. And this president, he does it on a daily basis.
Well, listen, it's all about respect. And unfortunately, we've seen respect, we've seen common sense and a lot of other things disintegrate. in this country. And if you don't have respect, especially if you don't have respect for, the highest power in the office, that's one thing. But if you can't shake hands with somebody that you've literally gone to blows with, that you've battled against, and have the respect of what they're trying to do as well as what you're trying to do, it really breaks the foundation. It's one of the greatest things in hockey. At the end of a series, both teams line up after 7 games of excruciating pain and anger and hard work, and whether you win or lose, you shake hands graciously. And I think that's a trait that we have really lost in this country, is the ability to be respectful of each other, regardless of who you support. And imagine what kind of country we would have if we did have that respect and that common sense back.
And it's people like you making that happen, Mr. Jeremy Roenick. I'll let you go in there. Get ready for the speech today. God bless you. Go Hawks.
Yeah, God bless you too. God bless America.
And we'll take a quick commercial break here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stick with us here. We're outside of Dream City Church getting ready to see the President of the United States. Don't change that dial.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
So important. Let's be honest, the cost of living is just going up right now. It's high, it's exhausting. The survival tax, 20% or more, just complete nonsense. So why keep handing your hard-earned paycheck to the big banks when you could keep it for your family? My friends at American Financing doing that work for you, saving customers at least $800 a month. So that's nearly $10,000 a year in your back pocket. Not just a loan, takes 5 minutes or 10 minutes to find out what you could save. So call today, do not delay, 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299, AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN, and the sports legends coming out today for President Trump. I got Kurt Schilling. My goodness, how did you throw the heat like you did, sir? But President Trump and you fighting for America nonstop.
Well, I mean, I can't fathom his life. The guy sleeps like 5 minutes a day, and he's working the other 23 hours and 55 minutes on our behalf. And it's real telling when you come into this event, the misery on the outside and the joy on the inside. They're two contrasting countries. We all live in the same country, yet the disparate attitudes are widening, and the gulf is becoming unbroachable, and that worries me. I have 4 kids I'm raising, and my oldest son said to me the other day, I have to raise my child in a country where I don't trust anything. I can't trust the media. I can't trust what I'm being told, and it's something we've never had to do.
Right. How do you compare it to the grind that is baseball, that World Series ring? You were in the thick of it for countless years. And how do you translate that competition into the game of life and stopping socialism, stopping communism? Because, as you said, your son having to deal with it, raising his own kids.
You know what? I would never compare them because, I played a game and it was a business and I was, deadly serious and I was, focused and all the things you have to be to try and perform and excel. But this is life. This is the fact that so many people in this country are ignorant of what socialism actually is and what fashion, one of the things you have to look at our education system and the failure in teaching history. These kids have no concept. They're voting for and rioting for and protesting for systems that have killed hundreds of millions of people since their inception. And that just kind of is bypassed. And, one look at history will tell you everything you need to know about those systems and about this system. And we're straying so far from that path and we have the one person who in my lifetime can possibly mend it. I don't want to say fix it, but mend it.
Right, and we're going to hear from, we have that Andy Big Screw out there today, endorsed by President Trump, and Turning Point Action, of course, David Schweikert as well in the race, two conservative superstars, but we really seem to have the formula in Barry Goldwater's state to make State 48 great again, and so goes Arizona, so goes the nation.
Well, the thought that it would ever be a swing state, so to speak, was terrifying to me. I contemplated coming back and running for a seat in this state because of the immigration issues and the Native American issues that need to be addressed. And if you can't focus and make a difference in those issues, you have no business being an officer.
Absolutely. How would you encourage your neighbors, your friends, your family to get involved in the 2026 midterms?
Vote. Just vote. The fact that we're still seeing 60% turnouts nationally blows my mind. Right. And people talk about how good that is and how many more voters are at the polls now. It should be in the 90 percentile. If people really care as much as the extremes, then everybody votes. And if everybody votes, I'm pretty comfortable that we'll have a Republican government.
Imagine all the Christians here at Dream City, I'm sure they will, a great pastor, getting out and voting.
It's not, the people that are here are the people that need to spread the word. We're all voting. Right. We all vote, right? We take act, and we all vote. Most of us understand that true power in this country is at the local level. The city, municipalities, the local zoning boards, the school boards, all of those things. Those are the things that are affecting everyday voters' lives, their kids' lives, and their futures. And you need to be engaged.
Kurt Schilling, thank you for stopping by and talking to us. God bless you. Enjoy today.
God bless.
It'll be a lot of fun. And we'll toss it back to Auburn, Alabama, as we are in Phoenix, Arizona, outside of Dream City Church, getting ready to see the president and a few fans right beforehand. But back to Matthew Alvarez in Auburn, Alabama. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
RSBN host Robert McNeely. If you're watching right now and you think that you're going to get a lot of political news or the 24/7 news cycle, well, you are. And you're also going to hear from RSBN Sports, a little cameo there from the sports department, because guess what? We just saw Kurt Schilling, a Major League Baseball player that won a World Series, and of course Jeremy Roenick, the NHL hockey great in Chicago. So pretty awesome back-to-back sports interviews right there with RSBN host Robert McNeely. I believe both of those people, Kurt and Jeremy, will be speaking in that pre-show event prior to the most famous person on earth, President Donald J. Trump. So all of that to come here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This, as Robert McNeely and the crew head inside the venue at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. We are here in Auburn, Alabama, holding down the fort. In the meantime, let's go now live to California. VetCom CEO Kate Monroe joining us from the Golden State. Kate, thanks again for joining us on Right Side.
Glad to be here.
We are 50 days away from the June 2nd California primary. We know we have this gubernatorial race happening. We have the Riverside County Sheriff, as you know, Chad Bianco. We have Steve Hilton, Trump-endorsed Steve Hilton, running for that position. Where do you stand on all of this? As we just interviewed Chad, and we'll be interviewing Steve a bit later. Your thoughts?
Well, I've been pretty clear to say that I'm supporting Chad. I think that we're in a season of lawlessness here in California. Included in that is homeless, drugs, lawlessness, fraud, theft, grift, all of that type of stuff. So for me, I would like to see a law and order candidate get in and run our state. So for me, he's the clear winner. It is interesting to note that while President Trump did endorse Steve Hilton, I don't know that that's going to help as much here in the state of California. I actually have some thoughts that might have been purposeful purposeful. I don't really know. But here in San Diego, they had a vote, and all the delegates, they voted for Chad in greater number, even though Trump endorsed. So I don't know, maybe the most important endorsement here in California is from Californians.
So we'll see what happens there. And to your point, and to the viewers, transparency, because that's what our job is here in the media. If you are fair and honest, and so I have to be obviously fair and honest and say that Kira Davis, who we had on the broadcast last week, is supporting Steve Hilton, saying the polls are much higher in his favor, but it depends on which polls you look at. And Kira shared with us a number of reasons why she thinks Steve Hilton's the right guy. So this is what we'll do. I'll air both interviews, both from Chad Bianco, Steve Hilton. I'll air your interview again, Kate, next week, and Kira Davis, and just let the people decide. Because at the end of the day, Kate, a Republican as the governor of California, it could happen again. How much momentum do you see happening there for that actually to be the outcome?
Well, I mean, the interesting part is that the story started here much earlier. If Gavin Newsom didn't do such a piss poor job and absolutely ruin our state, they probably wouldn't have a chance, just given the nature of California, the people that live here, the ideology here. But because he did such a poor job, people said, okay, I don't know if we can handle financially any more of this. So everybody, not just the right, started looking for something else. That's why you're seeing, Steve Hilton and Chad polling so high. So I think it's amazing. It's a breath of fresh air. And, even in the last presidential run, you saw the right side of California really sweeping a red wave across the state. And I'd love it to make it to the shoreline.
On top of that, have you heard of the Stop Nick Shirley bill? My wife actually spoke to me about it earlier today. She's like, I heard it on a podcast. I said, you have to, I asked her, I said, send me a link. I need sources. Is this true? There's a Stop Nick Shirley bill that has been introduced by some leftist lunatic out there on the West Coast. Stop Nick Shirley. What are you talking about? Do you know about this?
Oh, I know all about it because I follow California politics pretty closely. It's interesting to note that it's actually the wife of our AG is the one that put up the Stop Nick Shirley Act. I mean, if that's not enough reason to go, I wonder if there is so much fraud and grift here that the two of you are trying to do your very best to keep it hidden. He went after Chad for, going after these votes. She's now trying to stop us even being able to do investigative journalism. If that's not the most anti-American thing I have ever heard, but it's the Wild West out here in California. You never know. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're getting.
Exactly. And that's unfortunately because really the people, all of us, the majority of the country are common sense, God, family, country type of people. And that's the way it should be. That's the majority of our nation. That's what we were founded on. You have that beautiful American flag right there as we're getting ready to celebrate 250 years young in this nation. And isn't that the way it is? Do you see a lot of people in California that are just saying, you know what? Yeah, we are fed up with the whole Gavin Newsom thing. And there are a lot of great patriots just in that state alone.
Well, I mean, I've told you several times, I'm married to a liberal Democrat, atheist, Turkish immigrant, and even he's tired of this stuff with Newsom. I mean, he and I were joking about the train to nowhere, just all the money. He goes, I think we could have spent it on any other thing. I mean, like maybe solve any problem in California instead of building a fake train. So I think not only are people just, even on both sides, tired of it, what you're seeing is a big sweep of patriotism. I don't know if you've been covering recruiting. Patriotism has taken a big uptick across the nation and certainly here in California. And I absolutely just love that for us. I love to see all the trucks with the flags waving, driving around San Diego.
Yeah, same here. I love it too. Every time I see it wherever I am in the country, whether it was on the campaign trail with the president over the years or just in general, whenever you see the red, white, and blue, whenever you see a pickup truck, whenever you see any kind of truck or vehicle, people just supporting our country, it really does bring that patriotic pride. And that's something I think that the mainstream media and the leftists, they just don't want to see that. They almost want to make the American flag a terrible symbol for our country when it is actually Old Glory and the greatest symbol across the world, no?
Oh, every time I see a flag waving and I hear it crack in the wind, I expect to see an eagle fly over and fireworks. My grandma's birthday actually was 4th of July. She used to tell me they put on that whole show for her. But, growing up and then becoming a Marine, patriotism is a really big deal to me. In fact, I'm trying to make a foray into movies, in the movie industry. And I heard a bunch of people in LA say, well, maybe we can't go to Kate's premiere because she's too political. So let me get this straight. You can be political and you can beat the drum of whatever you believe. But me, who fought for our country, I would have laid my life down for you. I can't say how I feel. That is an issue. And I think that squashing that will bring us all closer.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're seeing here with people like yourself and others out there that are speaking truth and speaking, representing light in darkness. So let's talk about the Save America Act. I can't stop beating that drum because you know what? At the end of the day, we need, obviously, to save America. But 51 votes, it takes 51 votes to say, let's end this filibuster. 51 votes, the simple majority, to then have it passed in the Senate. President Trump signs it into law. 51 people. There's 347 million people across our country, Kate.
I love that 51 people control it for all the rest of us. But you got to question yourself. Why would you not want to sign it? It's because you're worried about not getting elected again. You're worried that if these people aren't on the voter rolls, that you're not going to get elected. You're more worried about losing your own power, that you're not willing to do what's right for your country. You have no business being in office. And I will say this, they're going to pass it. It always happens. So all this grandstanding and gaslighting is all for show. It's political theater. And you're doing massive harm to regular, everyday Americans that have these jobs that can't even go to work.
Last topic. It's a topic I don't want to talk about. It's back to the gubernatorial race. I really don't want to say the next thing. I don't. But it might happen this way. It really might. So 2028, 2029 rolls around. Hopefully we have somebody on the right side of history at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, a Republican, right? Outside of that, what if Gavin Newsom somehow gets in there? But then in California, we have a Republican in the largest state in the union, the roles reversed. I don't want this to happen for the White House, but that may be what happens, no?
I mean, we've really lost our way if people are that easily beguiled and lack that much discernment that you could end up with Gavin Newsom as president. I mean, you know me, I'm going to lean all the way into ensuring he doesn't become president. I will put all of my weight there. I will be doing all the political stuff necessary to keep him out. But it's a sad state of affairs when an almost literal snake, very Satan-like, can be so easily beguiling that you look at his white teeth and his slick hair, and that's enough. They don't have to do anything. They can just be an oligarch forever and be horrible for the nation, and people will still vote for him because he's attractive. I've never found a man attractive that folds their legs all the way across their knees that way. That's not really the kind of man that this patriot lady's looking for, but it would be a sad state of affairs. Either way, I hope we end up with a Republican here in the state. And I just want to, wrap this thought up to, if it's not Chad, just because I'm supporting Chad on the front side of this, and I'm doing that because nobody stood up for me when I was running for Congress. People are like, oh, we're gonna abstain. We're gonna wait it out. I don't want to wait it out. If that's what I believe, I want people to understand why Kate believes that. If it ends up being Hilton, I'm going to throw my weight behind him as well. I want to make sure that somebody right-leaning gets in. I will do everything. I will arrive on their field violently on their behalf and ensure that they get in, no matter which one it is.
Of course, figuratively speaking there, specifically when we talk about Gavin again.
Kind of figurative.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we don't pass the Save America Act, then, I mean, we have to
he has a better chance.
Exactly. So when we look at the photo ID and when we look at the proof of citizenship, right, two main points, there's the sleeper. The other main point is the mail-in ballots. That whole crap stops except for medical, military, that kind of thing. That's a huge one there with the Save America Act. And if we don't pass it, what will 2028 look like? What will the midterms look like? I mean, we're seeing a lot of good wins, and we want more, of course, but it's kind of a tough time indirectly right now as you look ahead. Like right now in this day at 2:02 Eastern, Friday, April 17th, a bunch of us just got a refunds from the taxes thanks to President Trump's working families tax cuts. And I'm so glad to have a president in office that tells it like it is, but also isn't Kamala Harris. But looking in the future, really, the Save America Act and a few other things need to really get taken care of for us to win and for us to have a country that is free. Am I wrong?
Well, I think that one of the number one reasons it needs to pass is because people already have such a low belief in the fact that these voting systems are fair at all. It's very easy to believe with all the fraud, waste, and abuse and all the other grift and just outright lies, like what's going on, you know, Chad trying to count these votes, 45,000 extras cast in just one small area, extrapolate that across the nation. You need to pass it so that people on both sides understand who really won. They really did win. You can lay it to rest that night. And even if you don't like that person and want to say they're not your president, you realize they in fact are. And you don't have to wonder if it was real or not. And that's one of the biggest things that we need to restore in this country is to give that power back to the people. They understand my vote does count. And we did win.
Free and fair elections is the name of the game. Kate Monroe, VetCom CEO, and also military veteran. Thank you again for your service. Thanks for what you're doing out there for the right side of history.
Thank you.
Kate Monroe joining us live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 2:03 Friday, April 17th. We're going to be heading to Phoenix, Arizona in just a little bit. We may have that Chad Bianco interview ready to roll, so we may air that. And also a bit later today, interviewing Steve Hilton, of course, both running for governor, Republicans in the Golden State. In the meantime, Tax Network USA, as you guys know, it's tax season. And just a few questions for you. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? How about, are you a business owner with messy books and a balance that you can't afford? Or maybe you pulled money from your 401k or IRA early and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome, unfortunately, is the same. Your balance not going down, your penalties growing, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year. There are many that are getting the refunds as well, thanks to President Trump. But you can stop what you're doing right now. Just give them a call, 877-479-6503, because the IRS isn't waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. They have more than 15 years in the business. There hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. I mean, this year, hey, a lot of good things happening when it comes to taxes, but what if you missed your taxes in 2018? You know what I mean? Tax Network USA will help you out. And whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They are offering a free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. And this is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. Don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Give them a call, 877-479-6503. Again, 877-479-6503, or visit tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can click the link below. Meantime, let's go to one more sponsor here on Right Side on this live moment here at 2:06. Attention parents, it's no secret that our kids are being fed lies in school about President Trump and his incredible accomplishments since his re-election. With the critical 2026 midterms coming up to build the red wall and keep America strong, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed patriotic voters who love this country, and that includes making sure our kids have an understanding of the truth about the president. Our friends at The Kids Guide have put together a fantastic guide on President Trump, giving kids the truth about what makes President Trump one of our strongest presidents ever. And they're giving it away for free. You can get this at freetrumpbook.com. Plus, when you order, they're going to give you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to the Courage of the President, a must-read for every child. So head on over to freetrumpbook.com right now to get these free guides for your family. freetrumpbook.com. It's 2:07 Eastern Time. This is RSBN Live with Matthew Alvarez. We're going to head back out to Phoenix, Arizona. Before we do, let's open up some more West Coast coverage, shall we? Just north of the Grand Canyon State is the Golden State. I interviewed Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco moments ago. We're going to go to that interview. On top of that, just a little bit of transparency here. We're also interviewing Steve Hilton a little bit later. That interview will be aired whether live in this broadcast or as soon as we can. But here's Chad Bianco. And joining us now is Riverside County Sheriff and California gubernatorial candidate Chad Bianco. Thank you, sir, for joining us here on Right Side.
You're welcome. Happy to be here.
Definitely. So we're about that 50-day mark from the June 2nd California primary. The question is simple. Why are you running for governor of the largest state in the union?
Yeah, because our state is broken. And our state is not broken because we're California. It's not broken because of our businesses and our residents and our beautiful beaches and our perfect weather. It's broken because of an absolute failed political agenda, one-party rule in Sacramento, over-regulation. It's killing our beautiful state. Californians are starving for someone that they can trust, someone that they can believe when that person talks. And just as importantly, if not more importantly, leadership. They're looking for leadership to lead our state into a better place where Californians are not being punished just for living in California anymore. And I watched as the people signed up for this campaign that I knew that it was either going to stay the same or get worse. And it got to that point where, well, who better than me to step in and make sure that we save our state?
So there's three things that I think we the people really love: freedom, a good economy, and safety and security. How can you, as the governor of California, help with freedom, the economy, and security?
Well, it's because the people of California are going to elect a sheriff that they've already trusted for all of those things to just run our state. So public safety goes without saying. I'm the expert in this arena on this ballot. Everyone else has to ask someone, hire someone, read a paper, do something. I've been living it for 33 years. We just have to you can't have a society, a free society, without an adherence to laws. You have to hold people accountable for victimizing us, for breaking our laws, and people are looking for that. They're looking for safety. We can enjoy the benefits of freedom. In order to be free, you have to be free from crime. And so we're going to make sure that happens in California. We're going to hold people accountable. And then really our business environment is our cost of living here, the amount that it takes to live in California is artificially inflated, purposely inflated by excessive regulations in this state. And as the governor, I'm going to remove all of them. We will abide by the same rules that everyone else abides by in the rest of the country, not be punished just for living in California.
Let's talk about the fraud. We know in Minnesota with Nick Shirley doing great work there. A lot of fraud, it looks like, in California. So you're going to be tackling that as well if you become the governor, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, we're learning that California government came out with a report that said California government is the most corrupt government in the entire country. The waste, fraud, and abuse here, they have already said, our own government, our own finance department said that we have the most waste, fraud, and abuse of any government in the entire country. And we see it. Nick Shirley came into this state in one weekend and found hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud, that now there's a bill in our legislature to punish the Nick Shirleys of the world for exposing that fraud. It's crazy what we're doing here, and we absolutely have to take care of it. Crime and corruption rules the day in California. Who better to send to Sacramento than the guy with the gun, the badge, and the handcuffs to clean all of it up?
Let's talk about freedom of speech, freedom of the press. To your point, I did look at some of that proposed bill in the California legislature. Actually, Nick Shirley's name's in the bill, I think.
Yeah.
Stop Nick Shirley bill. So the point is, though, I looked at it, and of course, if there's anything to do with inciting violence or violent threats, no, that's against the law. You can't do these things. But then they're talking about if you're really basically going up to people and asking questions, and they're trying to call that harassment or something. Well, really, if you're asking a question as a journalist, whether you're known or not known, that is your freedom of speech. They're trying to mess with the Constitution. Hands off the Constitution, right, sir?
That is exactly right. And that is why, another reason why California is going to vote for the sheriff. The sheriff is actually one of the only constitutionally elected positions in this state. And I have sworn that oath to defend our Constitution, not only from foreign invaders and foreign interests, but also domestic. And we are finding now, especially in California, that our legislature absolutely despises our Constitution, whether it's our First Amendment rights, whether it's our Second Amendment rights. All of them are despised by the supermajority that we have in California, in our legislature and in our governor's office. And we absolutely, if we're in the 250th year of this beautiful country, we have to stand up for that Constitution that made it that way.
Final question, sir. Thank you again for joining us, by the way. Can you talk to us about the fact that there may be a Republican as the governor of California? I know that Arnold Schwarzenegger was the last time there was a Republican, but I think a lot of people are saying we want this to happen this time around again.
Yeah, we are. And the reality of California that most people don't realize is it's so bad because of Democrat rule since the 50s in California that every 20 years we elect a Republican governor. And we are now at that 20-year mark. It's been 20 years since Governor Schwarzenegger was elected. And things are far worse than when he was elected. And people are looking for that Republican governor to come back in and right some of the wrongs that have been, orchestrated against us in the last 20 years.
Riverside County Sheriff and California gubernatorial candidate Chad Bianco, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so the Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, just moments ago here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, will be speaking with the other Republican candidate. Of course, President Trump endorsed California's Steve Hilton. We'll be interviewing Steve a bit later in the broadcast today. This as it's rally day in America as we get ready to see some great speakers, including the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Let's go to a few of our sponsors in the meantime as we get ready to go back to Phoenix. Kalshi.com/RSBN. A lot of different topics to choose from there, whether it's politics, science, sports, faith, weather, all sorts of stuff. Betting, trading, checking out polls. You can do the same. One of the top political trending questions that's still on there is when will the DHS shutdown end? There's still that partial government shutdown that has entered day about 62 or 63 at this point. So a lot of people on there talking various topics. You can do the same. 3 ways to get to Kalshi, Kalshi.com/RSBN, the Kalshi app, or the QR code right there. So Kalshi.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here on Right Side. Same thing with American Financing. American Financing specifically, let's be honest, the cost of living isn't just high, it's exhausting. If you've been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover the basics like groceries, gas, and utility bills, you're essentially paying a survival tax of 20% interest or more. So why keep, handing your hard-earned paycheck to the big banks when you could keep it for yourself and your family? My friends at American Financing have a better way. They're helping homeowners tap into their equity to pay off high-interest debt with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. On average, American Financing is saving their customers $800 per month. That's nearly $10,000 a year back in your pocket. And it's not just a loan, it's a total financial reset. It takes just 10 minutes to find out what you could save. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. You start today and you can even delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, America's home for home loans. 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.com. Actually, .net there /RSBN. American Financing, great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, you see at the bottom of your screen, saving an average of $854 per month. Here are a few other stories we're tracking before we go back to Phoenix, Arizona. We know that Robert McNeely and the crew are accessing the venue, of course, the Dream City Church in Phoenix. But within the 24/7 news cycle, we have entered a day 63 of the partial government shutdown affecting the Department of Homeland Security. This as the Senate continues to debate the Save America Act. As for the latest in the Middle East, President Trump had this to say on Truth Social earlier this morning, quote, "The Strait of Hormuz is completely open and ready for business and full passage, but the naval blockade will remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran, only until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete. This process should go very quickly in that most of the points are already negotiated. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump." End quote. Meantime, in case you missed it, in case you just joined us, there were some great interviews out there with RSBN host Robert McNeely interviewing a number of great patriots, including some of the pre-programmed speakers. And if you like sports, you came to the right place, because the retired Major League Baseball champion pitcher Kurt Schilling and NHL All-Star Jeremy Roenick were in line. And Robert McNeely was right there at the right place at the right time. Let's take a quick look in case you missed it.
But you love out here in State 48. It's a good time. I love your videos from COVID too. You really rebelled against the Matrix.
Well, I think it was one of the worst things ever put on human history. One of the biggest scams of all time. So I'm just glad I never took the jab. I'm very proud of that. And you know, I love America. And you know, being out here in Arizona, it was tough. It was hot in the middle of the summer, and what Trump's been trying to do to make America great again, I'm all over. I'm a proud American. You know, gold medal hockey team. It's the best.
What a great year.
Amazing. It was a great year for America, and especially in sports. But for the hockey team and for the hockey world, we are on top for the first time in a long time.
And that's how we are really uniting America with sports. But how does a hockey legend like yourself prepare to open up for the President of the United States today?
It's pretty easy. I mean, literally the most powerful man in the entire world, and the best president that's ever walked on United States soil, for what he's trying to do. And for somebody who does not have to do that, what he goes through on a daily basis, on a yearly basis. I was just talking about have the strength to see the people that are against him and don't like him for unfactual reasons, right? And it's like, this guy just loves America. I've known him for 25 years. He wants what's best for the people here, and even the people that are against him. And I think that's a noble quality to have.
There's a gracefulness to it, and when you're done competing, battling in the playoffs and even the Stanley Cup, you got to shake hands, you know, and you're out there throwing fists. You're out there. It's perhaps the most aggressive game, especially on ice. And this president, he does it on a daily basis.
Well, listen, it's all about respect. And unfortunately, we've seen respect, we've seen common sense, and a lot of other things disintegrate in this country. And if you don't have respect, especially if you don't have respect for, you know, the highest power in the office, that's one thing. But if you can't shake hands with somebody that you've literally gone to blows with, that you've battled against, and have the respect of what they're trying to do as well as what you're trying to do, it really breaks the foundation. It's one of the greatest things in hockey. At the end of a series, both teams line up after 7 games of excruciating pain and anger and hard work, and whether you win or lose, you shake hands graciously. And I think that's a trait that we have really lost in this country, is the ability to be respectful of each other, regardless of who you support. And imagine what kind of country we would have if we did have that respect and that common sense back.
And it's people like you making that happen, Mr. Jeremy Roenick. I'll let you go in there, get ready for the speech today. God bless you. Go Hawks.
Yeah, God bless you too. God bless America.
I got Kurt Schilling. My goodness, how did you throw the heat like you did, sir? But President Trump and you fighting for America nonstop.
Well, I mean, I can't fathom his life. You know, the guy sleeps like 5 minutes a day, and he's working the other 23 hours and 55 minutes on our behalf. And it's real telling when you come into this event, the misery on the outside and the joy on the inside. They're two contrasting countries. We all live in the same country, yet the disparate attitudes are widening, and the gulf is becoming unbroachable, and that worries me. I have 4 kids I'm raising, and my oldest son said to me the other day, I have to raise my child in a country where I don't trust anything. I can't trust the media. I can't trust what I'm being told, and it's something we've never had to do.
Right. How do you compare it to the grind that is baseball, that World Series ring? You were in the thick of it for countless years. And how do you translate that competition into the game of life and stopping socialism, stopping communism? Because, as you said, your son having to deal with it, raising his own kids.
You know what? I would never compare them, because I played a game, and it was a business, and I was deadly serious, and I was focused, and all the things you have to be to try and perform and excel. But this is life. This is these the fact that so many people in this country are ignorant of what socialism actually is and what fashion, one of the things you have to look at our education system and the failure in teaching history. These kids have no concept. They're voting for and rioting for and protesting for systems that have killed hundreds of millions of people since their inception. And that just kind of is bypassed. And, one look at history will tell you everything you need to know about those systems and about this system. And we're straying so far from that path and we have the one person who in my lifetime can possibly mend it. I don't want to say fix it, but mend it.
Right, and we're going to hear we have that Andy Big Screw out there today, endorsed by President Trump, and Turning Point Action, of course, David Schweikert as well in the race, two conservative superstars. But we really seem to have the formula in Barry Goldwater's state to make State 48 great again, and so goes Arizona, so goes the nation.
Well, the thought that it would ever be a swing state, so to speak, was terrifying to me. I contemplated coming back and running for a seat in the state because of the immigration issues and the Native American issues that need to be addressed. And if you can't focus and make a difference in those issues, you have no business being an officer.
Absolutely. How would you encourage your neighbors, your friends, your family to get involved in the 2026 midterms?
Vote. Just vote. The fact that we're still seeing 60% turnouts nationally blows my mind. Right. And people talk about how good that is and how many more voters are at the polls now. It should be in the 90 percentile. If people really care as much as the extremes, then everybody votes. And if everybody votes, I'm pretty comfortable that we'll have a Republican government.
Imagine all the Christians here at Dream City, I'm sure they will, a great pastor, getting out and voting.
It's not, the people that are here are the people that need to spread the word. We're all voting. Right. We all vote, right? We take act, and we all vote. Most of us understand that true power in this country is at the local level. The city, municipalities, the local zoning boards, the school boards, all of those things. Those are the things that are affecting everyday voters' lives, their kids' lives, and their futures. And you need to be engaged.
Kurt Schilling, thank you for stopping by and talking to us. God bless you. Enjoy today.
God bless.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Great interview there with RSBN host Robert McNeely, Kurt Schilling, the Major League Baseball champion pitcher, and also Jeremy Roenick of the Chicago Blackhawks. If you like sports like I do, that's pretty cool stuff right there in Arizona. Those are two speakers in the pre-show that we're going to see here live on Right Side, including, of course, the Commander-in-Chief himself, President Donald J. Trump, will be speaking in Phoenix at the Dream City Church there. So as soon as we see all of that start, we'll be sending it there. But prior to that, we'll be sending it to Robert McNeely, who's inside the venue. They're getting ready to go, and we'll go back there in just a minute. Let's go to a couple sponsors in the meantime. Birch Gold Group, obviously one of our great sponsors here at Right Side. When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended back in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. And if you fast forward to today, the U.S. dollar has lost more than 85% of its purchasing power. Gold, on the other hand, has increased, get this, by more than 12,000% since 1971. So that's why central banks are buying gold at record levels. At RSBN, we encourage you to consider diversifying your savings with physical gold from Birch Gold Group. This all starts with education, though. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. And you can sign up to get free silver on your next purchase. Get even the larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But you must act now, as this special event runs until only April 30th. The dollar lost its anchor in 1971. You don't have to lose yours. Text the word Trump to the number you see there on your screen, 989898. You'll get a free info kit on gold. Also, you'll be joining Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Trump to 989898 today. Also, All Family Pharmacy, with a lot going on out there. Have you ever gone to refill a prescription and suddenly it's delayed or it's out of stock or more expensive than last time? Well, here's something most people don't realize. More than 400 of the most common prescriptions for blood pressure, cholesterol, thyroid, diabetes are available through All Family Pharmacy at great prices and shipped straight to your door. So you don't need to worry about your insurance, no pharmacy lines, no hassle. And we've been recommending All Family Pharmacy for a reason. They actually built something different, an independent American pharmacy that actually works for the patient. They also carry medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, mebendazole, methylene blue, and NAD+, that are hard to find anywhere else. So the process is simple and straightforward. If you already have a prescription, your doctor can send it to All Family Pharmacy directly. If you don't have one, you just fill out a quick online form on their website. A licensed doctor reviews it, and if appropriate, they provide the prescription and your medication ships to your door. It's simple and affordable. Don't wait until you need something. Be prepared. Just go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You'll save 10% off your order. Always good to do that. And you know what? To be honest, I need to get some ivermectin back in the house because I think it's a great prescription to use. That's just my opinion. I'm not a doctor. But allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. This, as I have a little bit of a cold, but it is what it is. This is all about the country. I love talking about the simple things of our nation. Land of the free, home of the brave, right? All right, let's go to the White House because they just released 2 videos all about tax season. And then we may have time to visit Arizona from a recent interview with the great election expert Seth Keshel. Before we go to Seth, let's go to the White House for the video.
Our country was built on grit, on sweat, on long nights, and sacrifice. President Trump promised to reward the American hustle that makes our country great. And he followed through with his working family's tax cuts by no longer taxing your overtime. It's a new day for the American worker because he's rewarding the grind. No tax on overtime. He promised and he delivered. You did the time. Now keep every dime.
Every hour past 40 is an hour away from them. You're the first one up in the morning and the last one home. It's a sacrifice. And for too long, the government punished that sacrifice by taking a massive cut of your hardest work. Not this year, thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. The government is no longer taxing your overtime, so you can save up for that college fund, car, or new house. No tax on overtime. He promised and he delivered. The time you spend working should pay for the time you spend living.
Those are the 2 newest videos from the White House right there. Obviously, a lot of different content that we share with you here on the network, including from various X accounts, Truth Social accounts. And I just saw one from Pete Hegseth, specifically from Central Command, CENTCOM, in regards to the Strait of Hormuz and some of the blockade latest there, at least the audio aspect of that whole situation. We do see a number of posts from President Trump that are also updating us on the latest there as well. Now, as we are still on standby, we'll be going back to Phoenix, Arizona as soon as the crew is ready to go through security and all of that in the Grand Canyon State. Speaking of the Grand Canyon State, Seth Keshel, election expert, author, retired military, recently caught up with him. He's a great person when it comes to knowing all these facts and figures and numbers about our elections. Let's go to Seth Keshel right now. Let's go to Seth Keshel joining us live right now to speak to us about all things elections. Seth, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Well, good afternoon, Matt. Good morning here in Arizona. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, same to you. Can you talk to us about that post? When you saw that post, what ran through your mind? And then also, can you break down the numbers that are within that post that has been seen by a lot of people?
Sure. Well, I was in Oxford, Mississippi, watching Ole Miss play LSU in baseball. It was the 20-year anniversary of the Ole Miss baseball SEC tournament champions. And I was hanging out with some of my old teammates, and Rachel came up to me with the True Social post with President Trump talking about me again. And he was referencing the context of that. He's just referencing voter registration trends in North Carolina specifically. So for the first time in history, Republicans lead voter registration there in North Carolina. Now, he may have been watching an outdated clip because the registration advantage for the GOP is now over 10,000. So that appears to be a couple months old. But either way, the president's taking note that North Carolina and most states that are receiving transplants from the Northeast or from the failed states out on the West Coast are overwhelmingly Republican leaning.
which is obviously a great thing coming into the midterms, but also within the framework of the Save America Act. What's your take right now? What are the things that you're focusing on, Seth? Because as the president said, as Newt Gingrich said, you are an election expert now, becoming more on that national scale. So can you just walk us through some of the things that you're looking at, whether it's from state to state or nationally?
I'm focused on long-term success, identifying pathways in which Republicans can take over everything from the county level all the way up to the federal government. And I think that we have plenty of opportunities for growth. We've been watching the deliberations in the Senate with the Save America Act, which is a complete catastrophe. But I'm focused on helping people understand the states that they live in, the political problems they're in, understanding what types of election laws are on the books that limit certain types of candidates from being successful. So being able to keep tabs on all of this requires a great degree of study and understanding and be able to document that in a way that people can understand. Of course, I have the book, The American War on Election Corruption, that we talked about last month here on the show, and that's done really well. More than 7,000 units sold nationally since it released on March the 5th, and that would be in print, audio, and ebook.
Awesome to see that. Awesome to see those numbers. Now, when we look at a state, your home state right now in Arizona, tell us the latest there. We know President Trump will be there on Friday. Maybe you'll be at that event, but what does it look like in Maricopa County and all of that moving forward?
Well, Maricopa County is extremely important on a national scale. For those of us who are election integrity folks, we consider Maricopa County the ground zero of the election integrity crisis, thanks to its instrumental role on November 3rd, 2020, being called with very little of the vote counted. And of course, that was the signal to stop counts in the Rust Belt Midwest. Maricopa County's 3/5 of the vote in Arizona, combined with Pima County, we're looking at 3/4 of the vote from just 2 counties. Extremely important to understand how elections are manipulated in the mail. But Maricopa County and Pima both have a slight dim lean here in the last couple months because they're really amping up their voter registration efforts ahead of the primaries. I'm not sure that it's going to be sustained based on the nationwide trend since November of 2024, but both parties are busy registering voters. Candidates are busy getting ready for primaries.
There were some recent cases being brought up at the Supreme Court. I believe it was 14 states talking about, mail-in ballots and that kind of thing. Did you monitor that? What's your take from what happened there at the Supreme Court in D.C. just about 2 weeks ago?
Well, you have Watson versus Republican National Committee. Watson being the Secretary of State of Mississippi, trying to defend the state's laws that allow for counting of late arriving mail-in ballots. The good news is all 6 Republican appointed Supreme Court justices seem to be pretty upset about the concept of election day not really meaning anything anymore. So I think they're signaling that there is going to be some relief about the late arriving mail-in ballots, which will really kneecap some states like California. If you remember, they declared 2 House seats flipped away from Republicans in December of 2024, almost to Christmas. So anyway, we have a lot of progress that is yet to be found, but I think that we might have some signal coming our way through the Supreme Court.
And then let's talk about California a little bit more. The Republican, the gubernatorial race there, of course, Steve Hilton, Chad Bianco, and others. Have you kind of looked at that as well, or are you just focused really in on numbers and registration for Republicans and that kind of thing?
Well, I focus on voter registration trends, but I've never thought at any one time that you would have 2 Republicans duking it out to be governor of California. That was a bunch of junk food that people were unfortunately consuming, not realizing there would soon be an effort to get Democrats to drop out. And as we saw, the big effort was Nancy Pelosi making sure that Eric Swalwell had to find his way out of the race, and that will further help the Democrats at least nominate one guy.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens there in the state of California. And then finally, just moving forward to the midterm election, we heard that there's going to be an RNC midterm convention. Obviously, that usually happens in presidential cycles. Your thoughts about something like that, just to rally the base? What do you think really needs to happen to get us over the finish line to win the midterms?
Well, look, winning the midterms is always hard for the president's party. This is a case of unrealistic expectations that we see online, thinking there's going to be any sort of a red wave. The best case scenario is a successful defense of the majorities, and that is a very difficult task given how small that GOP majority was to begin with, 220 to 215 as elected. There's a good reason it's small, and the gerrymandering, of course, is one reason. The blue states have more effectively gerrymandered their states than the red states have, which, of course, both sides have done this. But the average loss in House seats for the president's party since 1934 is 27. And 20 out of 23 midterms since 1934, the president's party loses seats. So what really needs to be done, you have to have reasons to come vote for people. The House is not to blame for where the SAVE Act is today. That's a credit to Speaker Johnson for getting that through with a small majority. But the Senate is now exposing itself to be potentially trimmed as a majority. I don't see how they're going to lose the Senate right now based on the races that are up. But you have to have the voters motivated to come out and vote for one, or you're going to get a depressed turnout. And number two, the finite resources that are available need to be channeled into the seats that can actually be won in a 2026 midterm cycle. So we shouldn't be targeting safe Democrat seats in a 2026 cycle. The seats that normally flip in the House are seats that have vacancies, whether you've got deaths or retirements, or you can really spot them based on the previous election's results. Like in Arizona, we have 2 seats that I think are playable, and both of them are Republican defenses. Whereas in Florida or Texas, the Republicans are on offense trying to pick up seats. So having a clear picture of what the map looks like is the first starting point, and I'm not really so sure that everyone has that.
Where can people follow you? Where can people find your book?
Well, people can find the book on Amazon, The American War on Election Corruption, with foreword by Newt Gingrich. It's available in print, audio, and ebook. Online, I'm on Telegram, True Social, Twitter. Most commonly used handle is @RealSKeshel. And my Substack is Captain K's Corner, a national bestseller, actually a worldwide bestseller, and that's CaptainK.us.
Awesome. Seth Keshel, election expert, author, and military as well. So thank you again for your service.
No, thank you.
Always great to speak with election expert, author, and retired military Seth Keshel there in Arizona. Speaking of the Grand Canyon State, gorgeous state, by the way, as you may know. If you haven't been there, definitely a trip worth having. Let's go to a few of our sponsors. We are still on standby. As soon as we see our crew ready to go there, we will take you there live. But in the meantime, Tax Network USA is one of our great sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Specifically, obviously, you know, it's tax season. So let's go over that. When it comes to a few questions that Tax Network USA is asking of you, I'll ask them for them right now. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or how about this? Are you a business owner with some messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money from your 401k or IRA early, and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance just not going down. Penalties grow. Interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. You can stop what you're doing. Check out 877-479-6503. Call Tax Network USA. The IRS, they're not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They actually specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call now. They're offering this free investigation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. So you don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Just call them 877-479-6503. 877-479-6503 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can click the link below wherever you're watching right now. Let's also go to our next sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, the Free Trump Book, freetrumpbook.com. Attention parents, it's no secret that our kids are being fed lies in school about President Trump and his incredible accomplishments since his re-election. With the critical 2026 midterms coming up to build the red wall and keep America strong, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed, patriotic voters who love this country. And that includes making sure our kids have an understanding of the truth about President Trump. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a fantastic guide on President Trump, giving kids the truth about what makes President Trump one of our strongest presidents ever. And they're giving it away for free at freetrumpbook.com. Plus, when you order, they're going to give you a second free guide called The Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. It's a must-read for every child. So head on over to freetrumpbook.com right now to get these free guides for your family. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, freetrumpbook.com. 2:42. It is Friday, April 17th. All right, let's do this. We're going to go directly to Phoenix, Arizona. Let's go to Robert McNeely live at the Dream City Church.
Arizona, welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. In case you're just tuning in, having a great pre-show outside and seeing the likes of people, Jeremy Roenick, Chicago Blackhawks legend for the hockey fans, Kurt Schilling and Mark Grace, the baseball legends at first base, and of course on the pitching mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Red Sox, and of course my Chicago Cubs. And I'm wearing Chicago Cubs red, white, and blue today. I am wearing Chicago Cubs socks as well. So great to see Mark and Laura Grace here in State 48. President Trump in Nevada just yesterday before coming to this stage right here behind me, and the White House sharing how President Trump celebrates the no tax on tips achievement, delivering real relief as tax day was on April 15th. So working Americans across this country. Now, President Donald Trump returned yesterday to the birthplace of his signature no tax on tips policy to highlight its massive success and transformative impact of the largest tax cuts in American history. If you recall, we were on the campaign trail back in 2024 when this was announced in Tucson, Arizona, and then President Trump the next night making that showcase unrevealed or revealed to the American people regarding the no tax on tips plan. Standing with workers in Las Vegas, Nevada, President Trump showcased how his groundbreaking reforms are putting more money directly into the pockets of the American worker. Relief every single Democrat in Congress voted against. Over 53 million Americans are and have claimed at least one of President Trump's tax credits in this last cycle. Now, these new tax cuts, including 6 million filers who claim the no tax on tips for an average deduction of over $7,100, and over 25 million filers who ended up with claims of an average deduction of $3,100 on their overtime. Real money back into the wallets of the American worker. Now, Las Vegas workers feeling the impact firsthand. One stating, I received my very first large return, tax return, in the mail in my life this year, all because my tips were not being taxed any longer. This is something that should have been normal years ago. Another waitress stating that it helps tremendously. Honestly, I'm super grateful for it. It's been amazing, said a bartender. Gives me a little more breathing room when it comes to rent, gas, and food. Just going to the grocery store, it's a benefit, saying another local waitress in Las Vegas. Also, instead of having 75 cents, having $1, it goes a long way, stating a local restaurant worker and restaurant owner. And we know that the price of even owning one of those wonderful establishments can be quite the competition. So God bless our food industry people who help keep us nice and fed after big rallies like today's here in Phoenix, Arizona, right in the heart of the valley. From no tax on tips and no tax on overtime to the full slate of historic tax cuts, President Trump and Republicans are putting American workers first, boosting take-home pay, delivering bigger refunds, and reversing the Biden inflation that crushed families in states like Nevada. Now, Americans deserve to keep more of what they earn, and under President Trump, they finally are with the no tax on tips. Now, speaking of tax day, which was on April 15th, the White House also releasing information on why Americans are now getting the opportunity to actually keep more as a result of this groundbreaking legislation. thanks to President Trump's signature Working Families Tax Cuts Act, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against. Millions of hardworking Americans are seeing bigger refunds and lower tax bills this tax day. ABC News repeating that an average tax refund is $3,400, an increase, 11% increase from last year. News Nation saying that tax day is here. And the IRS is issuing bigger refunds to more people. Also CNBC reporting that the average tax refund, 11% back to the American worker. That's the latest IRS filing, as data shows that in the Washington Post. Tax refunds shoot up as Americans take advantage of new deductions. Now, here's how the Working Family Tax Cuts Act is going into effect, delivering those real results for the American people. Bigger refunds, as I mentioned earlier, and by many other outlets accounting to this fact. The average refund this filing season over $3,400, 11% higher than last year and 19% higher than the average return in the prior 4 years. Broad-based relief, those landmark legislation putting more money back into Americans' pockets and providing real relief. And we've seen an overwhelming adoption of the president's key tax priorities, with 53 million Americans that are 45% of all filers across the country benefiting from at least one aspect of the Working Family Tax Cuts Act and President Trump's signature new tax reform. Now, no tax on tips. More than 6 million Americans have claimed no tax on tips, with an average deduction of over $7,100, providing meaningful relief to service workers who rely on gratuities. No tax on overtime. This is special to me as well, someone who came from that working industry, especially working those late nights in order to help support my dream and make my dream come true. And that's right here with you good people watching Right Side Broadcasting Network as we bring you this unbridled access to your 45th and 47th President of the United States, the 50th Vice President, and the 119th Congress. With this no tax on overtime, over 25 million Americans have benefited from no tax on overtime, with an average deduction of $3,100. Even the legacy media outlets showcasing this in that very factual data, which you really cannot deny. They admit the tax provision is widely popular, including among registered Democrats. Something else that's popular with American Democrats outside of the Beltway, voting with an ID. Over 83% of Americans agree on this, Republicans and Democrats alike, and to stop the transgender mutilation of children, of minors. It's common sense. So pass the Save America Act. Majority Leader John Thune, get on this. Finish the job. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, I know how you want to blockade the Senate, just as President Trump blockaded Iran. But our Navy's successful, our president's successful. You will not be successful holding the United States Senate hostage. So get on it and let's make this happen for the American people. We all want free and fair elections. Goodness gracious, how many times do you use our ID on a daily basis for just about everything? We are grateful for our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, your go-to live desk, your number one source for political events in America and abroad, as we talk to our wonderful Swedish friend, Adi, who came in yesterday from that great country to fight for Western civilization. But these sponsors help us get on air to talk about what is the truth. And at American Finance, let's be honest, cost of living is high. It's excruciating at times. It's exhausting. The average first-time homeowner at 40 years of age here in America. So have you been leaning on credit cards lately, going into debt, and just to cover the basics like grocery to gas to utility bills? You're essentially paying a survival tax of 20% interest or more. And we know all of those invisible taxes with inflation and the rate we saw, especially under the prior administration. Why keep handing your hard-earned paycheck to the big banks when you could keep it for your family, for yourself? My friends at American Financing have a better way of approaching this. They're helping homeowners tap into that equity to pay off high interest debt in real time. Getting mortgage rates cut currently in the 5s to help bring that homeowner relief. So on average, American Financing saving their customers $800 a month, and that's nearly $10,000 a year back into your wallet. Now, it's not just a loan, it's a total financial reset. It takes 10 minutes to find out what you could save. No upfront fees and no obligation to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. These are experts in the business, folks. You can trust these great patriots at American Financing. But here's the kicker. If you start today, you could even delay 2 mortgage payments. So it's actually a savings of $1,600. I'm whispering because it's such a savings. Now, call today. Do not delay. 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Let's talk more about saving money on the right side of history. No tax on Social Security. The White House talking about this topic as we really revamp the 2026 midterms. President Trump, he's going to be there in a couple of hours right behind us. And let me tell you, this preview video is out of this world. Watch out, Artemis 2. We have Artemis 2.5 happening moments from now. No tax on Social Security. A new deduction made possible by the Working Families Tax Cuts ensures an overwhelming majority of seniors will pay no tax on their Social Security income as a result of deductions exceeding taxable Social Security income. Now, over 30 million seniors specifically have claimed this deduction, and the average deduction of over $7,500. We are all living longer, folks, and we have to be good to our senior citizens, and this provides that. Simpler filings. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently double standard deduction simplifying tax, filing for millions across America. Small business relief, nearly 12 million. Small business owners are seeing an average tax reduction of nearly $7,000, while at that, the permanent extension of the 20% qualified business income deduction is delivering $4,600 in average relief to 8 million entrepreneurs. Now, investing in the next generation. So big with the Trump accounts, trumpaccounts.gov, don't miss that. I tell all my friends, if you just had a baby or two, let's take advantage of those trumpaccounts.gov, where you can actually invest in your child's future, where your company can partner with you at that, where the government and public and private partnerships can come together for the youngest of Americans as this golden era continues to come about. Before we get to that small business relief, if you like what you see here at the network, we are your go-to live action political source right here in America. A live desk, also a rally network. We want to give you the full speeches, the full press conferences, the entirety of everything that President Trump does, the Vice President of the United States, the 119th Congress, and of course, our illustrious, our glorious, our smart, our brave First Lady and Second Lady as well. 2 women who are greatly serving in their capacities in Washington, D.C. We bring you the moments that matter. Presidential events, Turning Point USA action events, as we see today here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona, to rallies across the country, small towns to big cities, Madison Square Garden to Butler, Pennsylvania, and just about everywhere in between. Coachella, you remember that event? Dennis Quaid was there, a gentleman who played the 40th president of the United States. And after 10 years, we're just getting started. We hope you join us this 2026 midterm season. It's going to be one for the history books, as RSBN is live every Monday through Friday, sometimes on the weekends, for unfiltered, unapologetic news and daily analysis of everything happening inside and outside of the Beltway. We're going to be here all year long for you, covering those rallies, as America's 250th birthday celebration is right around the corner. Exclusive updates from the White House. If you believe in what we're doing, like and share this broadcast, and you can do that at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Subscribe, hit the notification, that bell, so you never miss a minute of the action when we do go live. Follow us on social media by searching RSBN. Type in Robert McNeely or my great correspondent in studio today, Matthew Alvarez. We'll all pop up and you can showcase and see what we've been up to over the course of 2024 and beyond into this midterm cycle. Sign up for exclusive newsletters again at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can also stay connected by texting RSBN to 801-801, and you can donate. We are viewer subscribed, we are viewer supported. Thank you for your generous dollars to give you a new perspective, the new media, to again let you see everything. We don't cut speeches, we don't cut press conferences, we don't cut the hearings so you know what your government is doing. It's all about transparency with the most transparent president in American history. rsbnetwork.com/donate or send a check or money order to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village on the plains. Auburn, Alabama, 36830. 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. Auburn, Alabama, 36830. You can count on us as we're committed to bringing you coverage all year round as we get into such a crucial midterm season. And with that said, too, Andy Biggs in the House, the congressman running for Congress or running for governor. Also, Mr. David Schweikert running for governor as well. But Mr. Biggs, endorsed by President Trump and Turning Point Action, as we support another great man running for governor of Minnesota. You might know him as Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow.com/RSBN, where you can choose from 2,000 products, including the Giza Dream Sheets, brought over here from the Mediterranean, but made in the US of A. Also, the My Slippers to the My Pillow 1.0, the 2.0, and again, 2,000 different options. My Coffee Delicious, free and fair trade options that you will love to start off your morning just a bit brighter. But for those better night's rest and also an earlier, brighter morning, turn to no other than Mike Lindell, MyPillow.com/RSBN, a dear friend of the network. Thank you, Mike, for everything you do for freedom of speech, for election integrity, and for the future of the great state of Minnesota. They deserve real leadership and a change in personnel in the governor's office and the attorney general's office as small business relief. Nearly 12 million small business owners are seeing an average tax reduction of nearly $7,000, while the permanent extension of the 20% qualified business income deduction is delivering $4,600 in average relief to 8 million entrepreneurs. Now, investing in the next generation. As I mentioned earlier, the TrumpAccounts.gov. If you have a small child at home, do not miss this opportunity. Parents of nearly 5 million children have claimed Trump accounts on their returns. Tax advantage savings that give the next generation a jumpstart on saving and achieving the American dream. Enhanced child tax credits. Over 34 million families have claimed the enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. Now, Made in America tax benefits as well. More than 1 million Americans have claimed no tax on car loan interest, with an average deduction of over $1,800. This deduction helping families afford reliable transportation while boosting United States auto jobs. Now, ensuring tax dollars benefit Americans, not illegal aliens, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act ensures that American taxpayers are no longer funding benefits for those illegal aliens. Fueling business investment. The restoration of immediate deductibility for research and development expenses applied retroactively is freezing up $100 billion in prior year deductions for tens of thousands of businesses, while full expensing allows companies to write off investments immediately, improving cash flow and fueling expansion right here at home. supporting family farms. This is so important not only for our national security, our food source, making sure that the Chinese Communist Party does not buy up farmland right here in America and in the Yellowhammer state of Alabama specifically. By raising the death tax exemption, increasing the amount family farms can inherit without paying those taxes, 2 million family farms are being protected from excessive taxation. Now, incentivizing adoption. This administration is very pro-family. We saw it in the first term with Ivanka Trump and her work to build on pro-family policies and having paid family time leave, from paternity leave to maternity leave, and increasing that for the American people, but also adoption, how clear that is to make America's families great again. Now, the Working Families Tax Cut significantly boosted tax incentives for families adopting from foster care, making up to $5,000 of the adoption tax credit refundable. Also improved housing affordability. The expanded low-income housing tax credit is incentivizing the construction of American family homes. Now, while every Democrat voted to raise your taxes, President Trump cut them. Whether you're a server who depends on tips, a factory worker who is earning overtime and working back-breaking, laborious jobs, or a senior on fixed income, the Working Families tax cuts are putting more money back in your pocket where it belongs. President Trump rewarding hard work, not punishing it. It's common sense approach from the MAGA movement, which is growing exponentially. And to big names like we met earlier, interviewing Kirk and also the great Jeremy Roenick. Let's go Hawks, for all the Blackhawks fans back in Chicago. I even got a moment to speak to Gracie, the most wonderful first baseman, who kicked off those 2001 World Series against the Yankees, if you remember that, leading to a 3-2 victory in Game 7 of that matchup. Luis Gonzalez filling that one off. I was telling him the story. I was back in middle school watching all of that. And I said, "You're the greatest first baseman of all time." I'm wearing my Chicago Cubs socks, and my grandmother, if she was around to see this today, would be tickled pink that I got to meet Gracie. And he said, "Well, you have a very poor taste in first baseman." I thought that was rather funny. A very humble man. Kurt Schilling, in case you missed that interview, talking about, yeah, it was a business, but I played a game. President Trump is actually in the business of saving American lives, fighting for the American worker, fighting for that tax relief, fighting to keep the world safe from threats that killed Americans, whether it be our Marines in Benghazi, Libya, and to Beirut, and throughout the Middle East with their terror proxies, literally a baker's dozen, and the most household names from Hamas to Hezbollah now being decimated, and the ISIS caliphate truly destroyed under this president in the first term. That's why he sent General Dan Raisin Kane to the ranks of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Because this president, the real generals, get it done. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth standing up to those critics, rightfully so, to make America safe again. And now Operation Epic Fury seems to be potentially winding down, with the United States controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Big breaking news earlier this morning, a day to celebrate on this Friday, April 17th, 2025. We'll hear all of it moments from now from that stage right behind me. The American flag up, the Arizona flag up. Can you tell me, for a little bit of feedback on the riddle or history of the day here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, what consists of the colors and the makeup of State 48's gorgeous flag? If you could tell us at feedback at rsbn.tv, we'll read some of those back and see if you get it right. One of the most gorgeous flags in state history. 1912, its founding. It's fun to come out west, to the wild, wild west, and see how American pioneers helped settle this area of the country. If you exclude what I call the left coast of California to Oregon and Washington, beautiful in their own right, simply run by maniacs, and God willing, in this midterm we can have someone like a Steve Hilton take over the California gubernatorial office from Governor Gavin Newsom, to be determined, as Mr. Hilton hitting that campaign trail really hard and fiercely. Just go east of that from the west border, western border of Arizona, up through the mountain states, all the way till you get to Texas. Only 9% of Americans make up the free Mountain West. So exciting to see how this really live free or die area, I know I'm borrowing that from New Hampshire, truly has that mentality with cowboy culture out here and smiling faces and the hospitality of State 48, almost like no other place in the entire country. So we're very happy to be here with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. In case you don't tune into us regularly, come see us Monday through Friday as your go-to rally, live desk, and network that is truly your number one source for political events right here in America, whether it's the Beltway or your neck of the woods, where we cover the president, the vice president, the 119th Congress, and the legislation that affects you, especially when it's in the middle of the night. The FISA extension for 10 days, the House trying to get through several drafts of that. It's been extended as 20 Republicans joining Democrats to block the larger extension, now going to the Senate, where the Senate has claimed dead on arrival. We'll watch what they do with that. But that FISA Section 702 provision extended through April 30th as it stands right now. President Trump may talk on that today. As he mentioned, he wants a clean reenacting of that FISA. Also TPS, watching that closely as 10 Republicans voting with Democrats to have that go. We'll let you see some of what's happening here.
Pastor of this church. Now, Luke, my son, could not be here as he's speaking in Cincinnati tonight. So you don't get the knockoff, you get the original, the real thing here today. Okay? I just thought I'd clear that up. When I walked in, somebody said, wow. And they pointed to me and said, I did not know that Jerry Jones was a Republican. I mean, I get that all the time, wherever I go. But it was even worse not too long ago. I was paying my meal at breakfast at a place, and there's a little lady standing there, and she looked at me and said, sir, did anybody ever tell you that you look like, and I said, yes, Brad Pitt. Amen. She laughed, I laughed, and she said, no, you remind me of President Biden. And I said, come on, man, come on. You can kind of take that thing too far. But we're certainly glad you're all here. We're honored beyond words to have you in the house of God. And I think this is completely appropriate to meet in God's house for such a godly adventure. So will you stand to your feet now? It's my privilege to be able to open this program by asking God to grace us with his presence. Dear precious Heavenly Father, we want to thank you, God, for every good and perfect gift. You said it comes from above. We thank you, dear God, for this great country that you've given us that we call the United States of America. We thank you for our forefathers, God, that built this nation upon Judaic and Christian principles. We realize, God, that the first building that was ever built in America was a church. The first public meeting was a worship service. We thank you, God, for our first president of the United States who stood up, God, on your inauguration day and acknowledged God with all of his heart. We thank you for George Washington as he stood before the audience that day and gave an oath that he would support the Constitution. And he said, so help me, God. And today, God, that's what our prayer is. We ask you, God, to bless our nation. If we've ever needed your blessing, God, we need it now. We pray, God, for the young men and young women that are fighting the battle for this great nation. And while we're a nation And we're commanded by you to pray for the peace of Israel and to pray for peace that you might live in tranquility. You also taught us in your word that sometime you got to fight to keep the faith and to keep the peace. And I pray that you will bless for our fighters that are there today. We pray, dear God, for the inner enemies of America, that we would stand strong against them. You told us to pray for the Congress, for the Senate. We pray for them, God. We pray for the Supreme Court, that you, God, would intervene in the major decisions that will be made in this nation. And then, Lord, you instructed us to pray for the president of the land. We pray for our courageous president that is willing to stand up for what he believes and what we believe is right, because it's always right to be right. I pray, God, that our people will put you and what you would do ahead of how it might turn out politically. And God, last but not least, 6 months ago, on this very platform, only a few feet from the middle of this auditorium, a young man stood to speak. He'd been speaking once a month for 4 years at this church that we call Freedom Night. And that night, thousands of people would gather in this building and across the nation online to hear a man of God stand up in a church, encouraging pastors, stand strong, take a stand for freedom, encouraging the people of America, pray for this nation, build strong families, keep the faith, turn to God. I introduced him that night. I hugged him and told him I loved him. 3 days later, I got off the plane in Chicago. And dear God, you remember as I looked at my phone, assassin's bullet had taken his life out. But God, although his life ended, his spirit is still alive in this place today. The spirit that drove him to encourage us to build this nation strong for what it stands for is alive. And all they took out the great leader who died in his 30s as our Savior also died. The length of a man's life does not determine how great it was, but what he did in the length of those lives. And although they took out this individual, there are thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of little Charlie Kirks that are proclaiming the message that he taught. I pray, dear God, for the turning point today as we're trying to build that wall of freedom that will keep this nation strong. I pray for Erika and her children, God. Protect them, keep them safe. Bless her as she takes and continues the mantle that she co-chaired with her husband for years. And Lord, most of all, help us to realize that our trust and our hope is not in bombs, in weapons, in armies that we appreciated, but our hope and our trust is in an Almighty God. And today we invite you into this place, and that great move of God that came through Turning Point, through Charlie Kirk. I pray, dear God, that it will continue in many places in America right now, in universities. Revival is breaking out. That was started right here in this movement. And I pray, God, that you will send a sweeping revival to America, because that's what will save this country. And I ask it all in the glorious, wonderful, powerful, omnipotent name of God's Son, God's only Son, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God. And everybody said it good. Amen. God bless you all.
look at you guys. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to the wonderful staff at Turning Point USA. Thank you, Tyler, for the opportunity. This is truly amazing. It's going to be an amazing day. Now, the border, you've heard, is secure, and that is with the great help of the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. We are building that wall, and with your help, we're going to build the big red wall in the state of Arizona. If you will now join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance of the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. God bless every single one of you, and God bless the great state of Arizona.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That your truth leads to your calling, and your calling leads to the energy that gets brought up within you so that you can go ahead and make an impact. And then that impact that you make becomes your legacy.
Shame on everybody for not celebrating this. Sports is not supposed to be political. It's supposed to unite the country. The politicization of the sport, and it's just not right. The hypocrites are coming out in droves, and it's unfortunate that we can't take one of the greatest moments in sports and all celebrate it. It's real shame.
Please welcome Danica Patrick and Jeremy Roenick.
What's up, Arizona? Are you guys excited as we are? We're about ready to embark in one of the biggest elections in our lifetimes. I hope you guys understand that. We can't let the liars win. We can't let the hate win. We can't let the corruption win. Right? We can't let it happen. We're all patriots in this room, and we love America. And if you love America, you're going to get out in November, and you're going to bring the people into office. You're going to come vote for the people who are going to give Donald J. Trump the last 2 years of the most important presidency of our lifetime to finish off a job that he has done for all of us. So God bless Donald J. Trump, and God bless America.
Made Jeremy come out and do all the really heavy lifting with the excitement. I knew he'd do a much better job of that. I'll get down to the nuts and bolts of who we're going to introduce here. First off, it's good to be back at a Turning Point event. You guys always do such a spectacular job. It's so good to see all of you, see all the hats out there. In fact, Turning Point AmFest 2023 was the first political event I ever went to, and I haven't stopped since. And that's right. And I've never been paid $1. Unlike those protesters out there, probably. There's 3 things that come across with Jay Feely, who's coming out next. He has, he kicks, that's for sure. He has incredible dedication. As an athlete, we know that is the name of the game. It's a narrow focus. It's do whatever it takes. He has that. He has integrity. He's a good human being, a good family man. The nuclear family is something that we need to encourage to bring back everywhere. He's a good human being. And he has faith. Appropriate to be here in a church today to say that, but he does. And he prayed about doing this very job that he's embarking on. So I'm honored to be up here with you. Look, I think that he also, a lot of those traits are very reminiscent of the late Charlie Kirk, who we all miss so much. So it's time to vote. It's coming up. We're back again. We might not be able to convert people, but I bet we know somebody that hasn't voted before, and that's the person you got to go grab, and there might be more than one of those. So please welcome the great Jay Feely.
I got to get the right podium first. Thank you, JR and Danica, for being here. I want to give it up to all. We got a bunch of athletes that came out here, Arizona athletes. Kurt Schilling flew down for this. Tom Chambers is down here. Jay Bell is there. Christy Kerr is down here. It takes a lot of courage for these athletes to come. They don't gain anything. They lose things. They lose endorsements, but some things are worth more than money, worth more than promotions. You know, I saw that when I was in broadcasting as well. You know, when you stand up for the conservative beliefs that you believe in, it costs you something. It cost you guys something to come here and to stand up for what we believe in and to stand up for this president. That's why I decided to run for office, because we have to have people that are willing to get in the fight, to get off the sidelines and to get in the game and fight for the things that you believe in. You know, Rebecca and I, my wife who's down here, we prayed about it. We thought about it. The easy way for us was to continue. We were going to be empty nesters this year. We could have retired and not worried about anything and just truly enjoyed our life. But we felt a calling from God to step in and do what Charlie Kirk asked us to do, to stand up for your faith, to stand up for your foundations of what you believe in this country. You know, President Trump reached out and asked me to run for office a couple of times. You know, we've been friends for a number of years, going back to before he was in office, you know, and I wasn't ready to run a few years ago, but I was ready this year. And when he was shot, that was a big moment for me. And I think a lot of you probably asked yourself the same thing. Like, if our president is willing to take a bullet for us, he's willing to fight for us, what am I willing to do? Am I willing to stand up and fight? Am I willing to take on the left? Am I willing to take on all the criticism that's going to come? Yes, I am. And that's why I'm standing here today. And that's why our president keeps doing it. He didn't have to run for office again, but he wanted to get back in to change this country, to fundamentally change it, to do what's best for Americans. That's what he's doing. Think about what he ran on and what he's done so far in this first, not even year and a half. You know, he wanted to close the border. Did he do it? Absolutely. The first thing he did in a month, the Democrats said for 4 years they couldn't close the border. They needed a bill passed. He did it in a month. He put the protection of American people at the forefront of his mind. He does it all the time. Manufacturing. We lost 7.5 million manufacturing jobs, over 90,000 manufacturing plants. For 20 years, neither party did anything about it. President Trump said, no, I'm going to bring those jobs back. I'm going to leverage the countries around the world. I'm going to reset trade parameters. I'm going to force them to invest back into this country. We got to the point we had over minus 20 trillion in investment into this country. Thankfully, the president has brought us back where we have about 10 trillion of investment coming back into this country. That's jobs for Americans. That's a future for our children. He wanted to get rid of men playing in women's sports, men in women's locker rooms. I coached my daughter's high school soccer team here in Arizona, loved doing it. It was one of the greatest joys I've had. I would never have let my girls go out there and compete against a man and put them in a situation where they could get hurt. You know, it's not fair that we've had so many Olympic medals taken away from women. That's the core of what we talk about when we talk about equal rights and giving women opportunity. Democrats want to take that away. They continually put the politics before the protection of Americans. And we have to stand up against that. We're the party of rational. They're the party of the absurd. We are the party of realism, getting things accomplished. They're the party of idealism. They like to talk about what they think they're going to do. Just look at Mondami. He announced yesterday that he was going to open his new grocery store, right? It only costs $30 million, and it's going to be done in 2029. That's socialism at its core. It wastes money, it gets people dependent on the government, and it doesn't accomplish things. So many things right now with the president. You know, they let it in 20. Think about this, too. Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia, she ran as a moderate. You're going to hear this a lot coming up in this election. She ran as a moderate. Now she's governing as an absolute liberal. They just passed a law that they're going to take the electoral votes in Virginia, not give them to the people of Virginia voted for. They're going to give them to whoever the popular vote is. So what's the Democrats' plan? Well, they let in 10 to 20 million illegals. You know, they want to try to win the presidency, the House and the Senate back. Then they are going to get rid of the filibuster. They're going to stack the Supreme Court. These are all things they've said they're going to do. And then they're going to give amnesty to those 10 to 20 million, and then they're going to have a voter bloc that can never be defeated. We have to stand up against that. We cannot allow that to happen. This election, the whole reason I'm running in this race, and the president asked me to run in CD1, and the reason he endorsed me is because this seat is so important. We have to keep this seat. There's 3 to 5 seats in the country that Democrats know we can go, we can try to flip, and if we flip those, then they're going to win the House. This seat is one of those. Juan Ciscomani's seat in Tucson is one of those. We have to make sure that we're supporting Juan and keep him in office. We have to make sure that we get Katie Hobbs out of the governor's house and put Andy Biggs in. We are a center-right state, and we need to get back to where we belong. It starts with us, though. We have to have the right people running, people that truly want to be the representative of their constituents, that want to go there to serve the people. That's why I wanted to get in office, not to enrich myself like so many people in Congress, but to serve the people of this state. You know, when I think about Charlie Kirk, and I think about his legacy, Rebecca and I were in the White House walking out as we found out about Charlie Kirk. And we were both gutted, like all of you were. She burst into tears, and we laid in bed that night. And she looked at me, she said, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And I said, "I have more resolve now than I ever have. I know God has put me at this place, at this time, for this reason." We need fighters. Our president is a fighter. When he stood up, when he took a bullet, and he stood up and he yelled, "Fight," that's the gutsiest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Every one of you needs to stand up and fight. I need to stand up and fight. I'm going to fight for you, and that's why we're going to win this seat. Thank you so much.
From Jay Feely. If you're catching any of our earlier broadcasts, we had the opportunity to interview him as well outside with his lovely family. Rebecca, a wonderful wife, and Olivia, daughter, actually, celebrating her own graduation very soon. So this is a family affair when people get involved in American politics, and we have to pray on a regular basis for those who will put themselves into the arena truly as public servants, willing to lay down their lives for their friends or to deal with the swamp that is Washington, D.C. And sadly, we've seen terrible examples of it this past week, whether it was Gonzales in Texas, Swalwell in California. It happens to both Republican and Democrat members who choose to put their own interests over that of the American people. Be sure to grab that popcorn this afternoon on Friday, April 17th, because we have quite a lineup before President Trump and the main speaker, of course, here at Turning Point Action's Build the Red Wall event here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona. Live from the Valley.
Yes! Thank you. I love seeing all of you here today. Can I get everybody to just put their hands together for the good men and women of law enforcement, especially Phoenix PD? I don't know if you guys saw what they're having to deal with outside, but these men and women show up, put that badge on every day, and they protect you and I. They deserve all the thanks we can give them. I want to recognize somebody else who's been a legend in law enforcement, Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Where are you at, Sheriff? There he is up front there. Sheriff Joe might be the guy that gets the most applause in this place, I think. Folks, 10 years ago to this year, 10 years ago in 2016, we had a businessman come down the escalator. A man who wasn't a politician, a man who represented what the average American was thinking, who said the things what a lot of Americans were thinking, and he jumped into that political race, took all the political arrows. And what was the slogan that he used that really mobilized Americans across this country? Make America great. And also build the what? Build the wall. That man went into office, and immediately we saw the benefit of having a president who believed in border security and in building the wall. He got to work. He built that wall. And for 4 years, we had the best years in law enforcement that we had had as it relates to border security, drug trafficking, human trafficking. Unfortunately, that story changed in 2020. Boo is right. Boo is right. The Joe Biden administration came in, and immediately, overnight, we started seeing hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands, many thousand coming in a day, sometime exceeding 10,000 people a day. The majority of these men were military-age men from all over the world coming into this country. Many of them didn't love America. And we stood by as our government gave, not only allowed them to come in, but rolled out the red carpet for people that broke our law and came into this country illegally. They stopped building the wall, like President Trump had said, what was working. They immediately just gave up and started letting people in. Now what do we have? Crime against Americans. We have fraud from people that probably shouldn't be in this country. We have abuse of our welfare systems. The list goes on and on and on of the problems that precipitated by opening the border and by not finishing building the wall. We're not any different today, although we have a different proverbial wall. We have got to build a red wall in this state and in this country. I think all of us are sick of crime, and President Trump's administration has reduced a lot of crime.
but every day we see more and more crime perpetrated by people that are in this country that should have never have been in this country. Now, the previous administration, folks, they let the wolves inside the house. And now we've got to do the best we can to get these wolves out of the house and build a wall so that this never happens again to America and the American people. As you know, I like history. So I was looking, what hit story could I tell from history talking about building a wall? And I found the story of Ticonderoga, which is a fort way back then. The English used it, conquered it against the French. And in 1775, two men, along with a lot of extra soldiers, Ethan Allen, not the furniture guy, and another guy who was a revered war hero at that time, Benedict Arnold. Right? We know him as the traitor. But before that, he was a revered war hero. They took Ticonderoga back and held that fort for 2 years. But eventually, we got weakened. We got weakened along there. We couldn't staff it. We didn't have enough watchmen on the tower of that fort. And in 1777, we lost that fort. It became inconsequential throughout the rest of the war. But that was how important having those walls and fortresses were. And eventually, we ended up losing it because we couldn't stand together. They didn't have enough people to stand together. We need now more than ever to build a red wall in this country, in this state. And that wall, the foundation of that wall, should be God and the Constitution. That is the foundation. And every one of you in here tonight, you'll see some of us up on the stage, but every one of you in here needs to be a piece in that wall, a brick in that wall, a patriot. I would love to be a watchman on the tower for you in Washington, D.C. The sheriff can attest to this. People would say to me, I would critique the government, and people would say, well, Sheriff, you're the government. And I'd say, no, I am your county sheriff. My job is to protect you from the bad guys and from government overreach. I will take that same mentality to Washington, D.C. to protect you, the American people, from increasing government overreach. For those of you who know me, you know my wife is much better than me. I tried to convince her to run for Congress. But I was getting ready today, and my wife and I were talking about things, and she brought up a quote, and I love it, and I want to share with you today. She said, if not now, when? And if not you, who? And everybody that's going to walk up on this stage understands that now is the time. And you have to be part of it. I'm going to tell you a story of patriotism, because not only will you be the bricks in the wall, but this country was built on men and women who had a desire, an insatiable love and desire for freedom. So much so that they all got together and they penned their name on the Declaration of Independence, knowing that if they failed, that would be a certain death warrant for those men who signed that declaration. But with courage and with a belief in God that they could achieve freedom, they put their names and their signatures on that letter and sent it to the most powerful country in the world. One of those men who signed that Declaration of Independence was a man named Abraham Clark. He was from New Jersey. He had while he was a lawyer and had done some other things, he was very a common man. He was known. He didn't wear the wigs. He didn't wear all the suits. He was a very common man and stood up for the common people. He eventually, at a late notice, was sent to Philadelphia to be one of the signers to finalize the Declaration of Independence. He signed his name on the Declaration of Independence. We went to war. Abraham Clark had two sons, many kids, but two of his sons were actually were actually taken hostage prisoner by the English. They held those two men, and the only food that they would get was the food that they could squeeze through the hole of the keyhole of the bars that they were in. At one point, the English came to Abraham Clark, and they said to him, if you will recant your signature on the Declaration of Independence, we will give you safe passage to the Tories, and we will give you your two sons back. Any father, any mother in here knows what a difficult decision this must be, to choose between your children or an idea of freedom. Without hesitation, Abraham Clark said, no, I will not recant my signature on the Declaration of Independence. We eventually won the war. He fortunately got his two sons back, but unfortunately one of them died shortly after from the damage he had sustained while being a prisoner of war. I want you to think about that when you think about the sacrifices that were made to bring you the freedom that we all enjoy, that for generations have enjoyed. But right now, we're not dealing with the typical type of enemy anymore. The enemy is within. Clarence Thomas just put out an article today about the dangers of progressivism in this country. We are no longer dealing with the Democrat Party. We are dealing with socialists and communists. And if you think that's too harsh, I'm sorry. But look no further than Mondami, who they celebrate. Katie Wilson in Seattle, never had a job, now running, Spanberger, who fooled everybody in Virginia. Katie Hobbs. I'm going to tell you right now, I am blessed to follow in and behind such an honorable and good man as Andy Biggs is, and I would hope and when we talk about building this red wall, folks, we have to stand together. I can't put a brick in the wall and have another Republican come and take it out as soon as you put it in. If we're going to build a red wall that will withstand the pressures of progressivism and socialism in this country, and even more so in this state, we must stand together as Republicans. And even more important than that party is we must stand together as God-loving conservatives and constitutionally minded conservatives. I talk about the Declaration of Independence and what it took, the courage that it took to sign their name on the bottom of the Declaration of Independence. We oftentimes quote different parts of the Declaration of Independence, but for me, the most impactful line is the last line of the Declaration of Independence, right before they signed their names. And what they said, under the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other, our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Unfortunately, Charlie lived that first piece of it. Many of us, we can do what we can to help candidates. We can give money. Some of you should run for office. Some of you should not. Some of you should go out and pass out flyers. There is something that every single one of you can do. And what can I do? I can do something, and I'm running for CD5 Congress. And one more message. You tell them I'm coming.
Hello, everyone. This is a great crowd. It's an honor to be with all of you here. All these patriots gathered in one place to celebrate what we stand for. So give yourselves a big round of applause for being here today. I want to start off by thanking President Trump, Tyler Boyer, and the entire Turning Point family for their invitation here today. Thank you for putting on another great event. Of course, to Erika, Kirk, thank you for carrying on Charlie's vision and drive to spread the conservative movement. You continue to touch and inspire so many young people, including my own kids. I have 6, so that's a lot of inspiration and help that my wife and I need at home. We all miss Charlie and everything he brought to this world, and we're grateful, Erika, for your strength to carry on. One of the things that Charlie taught us is that it's not about being someone, it's about actually doing something. And that's a lesson that I think so many of us here, young or old, can carry on. And Erika, you continue to be an example of that. Now to all of you, I'm kicking off the Arizona delegation remarks right after you heard from 2 amazing candidates, Jay Feely running for CD1 and Mark Lamb running for CD5. We have to elect both of these gentlemen to the United States House of Representatives, and we can go out there and fight together. Now, I'm kicking off the delegation speeches here, so I get to be the first one to thank all of you for all the work that you've put in to help elect conservative Republicans all through the state, my race included. Your work matters. Your work is absolutely noticed, and it continues to make a tremendous difference and impact in every race across this state. So please keep it up, keep grinding, and keep working at that. And now, I have the honor and the distinct honor of serving as the United States representative of the 6th District in Congress, working with my Arizona colleagues that you're about to hear from right now. And of course, working with President Trump, who has a strong hand on the wheel, putting America first, delivering real results for our state and our country. Now, let me tell you a little bit about CD6. That is in the Tucson area, southeastern Arizona. And one of the main aspects, now we have some people, like 4 people that clap right there, so I do want to recognize you all. Hey, we've got it tough down there, but there's a lot of fighters that are fighting hard, and we were able to win this seat, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. But the main aspect that I want to highlight about CD6 is our veterans. We have about 80,000 veterans in our congressional district. This is the 9th largest veteran population in the entire country out of congressional districts. So if you're a veteran today, I want to recognize you. If you're able to stand, please stand. If you can wave your hand, please do that. We all want to thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you is not enough, but that's what we can tell you today. We'll continue to fight so that you can have all that you deserve, that you fought for. By most rankings, speaking still of CD6, it's the most competitive district in the entire country. The makeup is just about 1/3 Republican, 1/3 Democrat, and 1/3 independent. Now, we flipped this district in 2022 when we won it from Democrat to Republican. Then the Democrats came back and threw everything at us in 2024. Actually, in election night, the Senate was declared for the Republicans. President Trump took back the White House. And all we were missing is to win the House of Representatives. And you need 218 seats in the House in order to have the majority. Well, a week later, after a tight back and forth on the scoreboard, the 218 seat was declared, and it was declared for Republicans. You guessed it right. It was Arizona 6 that put us over the edge to have the trifecta in Washington, D.C. So this seat is now called the Majority Maker. I'm known as the Majority Maker in Washington. And friends, That is exactly how you become the Democrats' top target in the nation, by being called the majority maker. Now, they're not giving up. They're coming for this district again. They want it back. They want it back because they know that this is the road to the majority in Washington. And we are what stands in their way. You and I were standing in the way of that happening. They can't have it. And we will deliver another victory for our state and for our country here in November. And I know that we can count on each other to go fight together on that. Now, we won't stop with my seat. So let me ask you, are you ready to take back our entire state in November? Are you ready to fire Chris Mason and send her back to the private sector? And are you ready to make Katie Hobbs a one-term governor? Because I don't know about you, but I'm not tired of winning. And with your help, we're going to do this again. Now, let me be clear, and let's be wide-eyed about this. The Democrats are not going away, and they're not going to leave any race uncontested. It's only April, and they've already dumped over $6 million in my race, and they continue to funnel even more money to my opponent to defeat us. And what about Arizona's 2 senators? I'll let you fill in the blank for that one. They're doing everything they can to elect our Democrat opponents. But here's the truth. All the money in the world cannot convince Arizonans to go back to the way things were under Democrat control. We're not going back to open borders. We're not going back to bite inflation. We're not going back to being an embarrassment in the world stage. And we're not going back to weakening our military. That's why this election matters so much, so that President Trump and Republicans can deliver for the American people. Let's review this real quick. In President Trump's first year in office, we've seen a secure border. We've seen tax cuts for families, for seniors, and for small businesses. We've seen a stronger military. We are putting America first, delivering on that promise. Now, what Charlie and Turning Point USA and all its entities built is so important. A grassroots army of young conservatives who are fighting for this country, organizing, turning out voters, and making sure our movement keeps winning. There's never been a more important time to get involved as it is right now. So I'm so proud of seeing every single one of you filling every seat in this place, knowing that we're fired up to go win in November. Now, as I wrap up, let me share with you a personal note. This year marks my 20th anniversary as a United States citizen. I was born in Mexico. I immigrated with my family when I was 11 years old. I became a U.S. citizen in 2006, and 16 years later, I was elected to the United States Congress as the first immigrant from Mexico in Arizona's history to be elected to any federal office. And I was elected as a Republican, and I am proud of that. Let me tell you that no other country in the world would have given me that opportunity. I am a proud and grateful adopted son into this amazing nation, my amazing nation. Let me tell you about a conversation that I had with my dad the week before I launched my first campaign. He pulled me aside and he said, "Juan, let me ask you something." He said, "I want you to think of this as you launch this campaign. Where else in the world could we have our story?" He said, "We come to this country, we immerse ourselves in the culture, we learn English, we go through the long process of becoming U.S. citizens." My dad said, "I drive a bus most of my life, and now my son has a shot and an opportunity of becoming a member of the United States Congress? Where else in the world could we have that opportunity? He knew the answer, I knew the answer, you know the answer. Nowhere else in the world could we have those opportunities. Only in America. See, I believe that the American dream is alive. I believe in it because I've seen it manifested in my own life, and I see it manifested in millions of people's lives, and I believe it because I see it here in all of you today. Regardless of your background, your last name, your pedigree, if you're willing to work hard, take responsibility without excuses, and follow what God has placed in your heart, God, my friends, you can do anything you want to go do in this nation. And Turning Point is a great example of that. Look at where it started, look at how it grew, and look at where it is today and the lives that it's touched because one person was willing to do exactly that. Work hard, take responsibility without excuses, and believe what God placed in his heart. And that was Charlie Kirk that built this, and now look at where we're all standing. The American dream is alive because our people keep it alive. The American dream is about opportunity. It's not about the end result measured by wealth or titles or degrees or possessions. All that can be part of it, but it's not all of it. It's about having a shot at fighting for and building a better future for your own family. And we should be free to do that without the undue interference of the government. It's our job. It's our job of those that are in office to fight to keep the American dream alive for your families. The American dream for me is not a campaign slogan. It's what drives me every single day. And I know that it's what drives President Trump to fight for us. And I know that it's what drives Turning Point to fight for us as well. So let's get to work. Let's win in November, and let's keep this American dream alive. God bless you. God bless Arizona. God bless President Trump. And God bless the United States of America.
Boy, look at this group. I think you're all waiting for somebody like by the name of Donald J. Trump, right? Now, that was pretty weak. I need to hear better. You need to better welcoming for Donald J. Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, let me begin by saying that we couldn't even be doing this here tonight without the relentless work and the courage and the conviction of Turning Point USA and the people who built it into this movement it is today. Go on, give them a round of applause. Give it up for Erika Kirk for stepping up, leading strong, and carrying that torch. We miss Charlie, but his legacy is alive in every single one of us. And I want to thank Tyler Boyer for helping build this powerhouse from the ground up and staying strong through the thick and thin. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you not just as a fighter for our values, but as the now dean of the Arizona Congressional Delegation. Yeah, can you believe it? You wink and you blink and you're 16 years there. But let me tell you what that really means. It means that I've been in the trenches. It means that I have taken the hits. It means I've delivered the results. And because of that, because of the successes we've had, because we've stood firm and refused to shrink back down and be insignificant, the left wants me gone. They want to silence me, you, us. They want to replace us with our strengths to submission. They want us to erase everything we fought for. We can't let that happen because this country's at a crossroads. We've got a president who reminds me of Atlas. He carries this country on his back. While the Democrats, yes,
I thought it was pretty good, similarity. Well, the Democrats, the elites, the fake news, and the leftist political classes try to tear him down every single day. But he keeps standing, he keeps fighting, and so must we. Because we believe in something simple, something powerful. Like the words of a former president, John F. Kennedy, he once said, ask not what you can do for your country, or what your country do for you, but ask what you can do for your country. Well, let me tell you, there's something you can do. You can build what we're calling tonight that red wall. Not all at once, not overnight, one brick at a time. One voter at a time. One conversation at a time. One neighborhood at a time. One campus at a time. One community at a time. Brick by brick. Build that wall, absolutely. And here's the truth that the other side doesn't want you to admit to. If our base shows up, we win, and we win big. And it's just that simple. If our people get out and our people vote, we win. No gimmicks, no excuses. Turnout equals victory. So I'm not just here to give a speech. I'm here to issue a challenge to every single one of you and to the people who are not here. Do not just cheer. Sticky papers. Don't just post. Don't just talk. Deliver votes. Bring 5 friends. Bring 10 neighbors. Bring your family. Well, mine I might not do. For those who don't know, I have 7 communists for sisters and brothers. But that makes me a professional, right? Bring your family, your co-workers, everyone. We just don't want to win seats. We want to change the direction of this country. We secure that border. We restore law and order. We defend freedom. We protect our values. And yes, we'll send a message when we're ready to elect my great friend, Andy Biggs, for new governor of Arizona. And it just can't be the red wall with Andy. We got to bring an AG like Rodney Glassman into play. We got to bring Alex Costa into play. We have to turn this whole statewide delegation red. Red. Okay? That's what the building the red wall means. It's not just politics. It's a movement. It's a mission. It's a responsibility. So I ask you one more time. Are you ready to build this wall? Are you ready to fight alongside Donald Trump? Are you ready to win? Then let's get to work. Let's build this wall one brick at a time, vote by vote. It results in victory in November. I've had the great fortune, as I said earlier, of being the dean of the delegation. You got to see one of them, Juan Ciscomani, one of the new breeds, one of the new voices out there. That's what's so impressive, that we get along. We understand, we work each other back and forth. That's what's great about Arizona. So I'm bullish on Arizona's delegation. I kind of like this job. I'll tell you one thing I don't like about it is our 2 senators. I refuse to sign on to any letter that they're their name on. And the reason I do that is that they're insubordinate. They should be court-martialed, both of them. They know better. How's the old adage go? Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Well, that's what my bill yesterday, we launched day before yesterday, about one of my former colleagues on the Democratic side who's running for governor of California. no slush fund, and referrals to the DOJ for criminal indictment. As I go across this state, now I've represented all the rural areas from Greenlee to Graham County, all the way over to Yuma County, west and north and south, north, west and east, Maricopa County, and all the way down the west side. Do you know what the number one thing is? They say, listen, how can they get away with it? Or time and time again, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, how can they get away with this? Well, we're going to show them by Eric Swalwell, because if he did the crime, he's got to do the time. And I hope our senator had the sense to stay away from Eric Swalwell. But I don't think it's going to be the case. Not going to be the case. So we got our opening here. We got a great opportunity here to go forward and win. Because imagine what President Trump has done in these 2 years. Amplify it a little bit more when he's got a little bit more breathing room in the House. And he has the Senate. Maybe some new leadership there too. Imagine what could happen. Arizona is primed to grow to be the desert of the flower of the desert, the rose of the desert. We're positioned for every good thing to happen. We just have to dream a little bit. And there's one little passage I really always follow. Who are you to play insignificant? Who are you not to let your light shine brightest? It's your light that scares you more than anything else. But your light liberates others around you. It makes you a passionate aspect of what can be done. So don't be small. Don't play small. Play big. Freedoms are not free. They come at an expense. And we're watching one of the great presidents doing it by himself right now. So let's get him some help. God bless you. God bless Arizona. God bless Donald J. Trump. And God bless the USA. Thank you.
Congressman Abe Holiday.
Arizona, I'm so proud of you. Look at us. We're still in the fight, aren't we? And it's an honor to be in the fight in Washington, D.C. with the greatest president of all time, Donald J. Trump. Just think about what that man had to go through in 2024. It wasn't guaranteed. In fact, everybody thought that he had no shot. If you remember that, he had to take on Republicans in a primary before he got to the general, before they had to get rid of Biden and put Kamala Harris. They had to install Kamala Harris as the nominee. But before that, they tried to indict him. They indicted him. They tried to get him off the ballot. Then they even tried to kill him. And despite all of that, he stood strong and he still fights for us every single day. And what an honor it is for me to serve with him in Congress, because the moment he entered Congress, what did he do? Within a few weeks, he secured our southern border, and all of us here in Arizona understood what that meant. I was down there. You had tens of millions of illegal aliens crossing our southern border. And we had the fake news media. You see them back there? Can you believe those? They try to call me a racist for saying that our southern border was an invasion. Think about that. Think about their mentality. And yet they don't give him any credit for securing our southern border. Nobody even talks about it anymore. That's how much of a good job he did in a matter of a few weeks. But besides our southern border that he fixed, look at crime. Crime is at record lows, and he activated the National Guard in our cities to take control. And now we love our law enforcement, don't we? We always got to back the blue, because remember those times when they try to demonize our brave law enforcement officers. They try to pit them against each other. Now they're trying to do that with our immigration and custom enforcement, our ICE officers, and we can never let them do it. We support ICE. And election integrity. We still got a lot of work, don't we, we need to do. Well, in Congress, in the House, we passed the Save America Act twice. But here in Arizona, we got 2 Democrat senators. We got Mark Kelly. That was a despicable video, wasn't it, what he did? Calling for our brave service members to disobey lawful orders. That was disgusting. I don't know who's worse. It could be Ruben Gallego. You just saw him this week. He's pretty bad. And his best buddy is Erika. Oh, wow, you guys are rowdy. I love it. Keep showing that energy for President Trump, okay? But did you watch that press conference, that press huddle Ruben Gallego did with Eric Swalwell after trying to defend himself? That was a guilty man. He doesn't deserve to be a senator. And what a shame for all that media back there who knew that this was going on with Eric Swalwell and Ruben Gallego and didn't cover any of it. That's a shame on the Arizona media. And watch. They still cover for him. You should see the headlines. They protect him, and watch. It's going to be some out-of-state newspaper that's going to actually expose Ruben Gallego for the crook that he is. Now, President Trump, he won in a historic landslide in November of 2024. But he didn't do it alone. It was all of you that had his back. And this year is very special. This is our country's 250th anniversary. It's remarkable. 250 years. But just a few years ago, we didn't know if we'd make it this far, because we saw what the Biden administration and the radical left-wing lunatics were doing. Chaos at our border, the woke gender insanity. Isn't it amazing? We have to talk about the most simple things, that boys are boys, girls are girls. That's how insane they've become. This is not the old school Democrat Party that many of you grew up with. These people are truly communists. And don't ever forget what the hell they put us through during the COVID lockdowns. They shut down churches just like this. They shut down our small businesses, our schools. They try to censor us, and they engage in lawfare. We can never allow these lunatics back in power. And that's why we have to recommit right here, right now, that we are going to stay and fight this November. Because we are not just defending the past. We are securing the future for another 250 years, especially here in State 48. Now, I'm a proud veteran. Where are veterans? Please stand up. Stand up, veterans. Now, us veterans, we wore that beautiful American flag on our shoulder sleeve. We know what it means to fight for our country. And although I'm in the halls of Congress, I'm in a new battlefield. And I'm so honored to have my colleagues like Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, Paul Gosar, Juan Ciscomani, all of us to be fighting with President Donald J. Trump, because we know what's at stake, especially us veterans. We know it better than most. But the work we're doing is critical. And as you heard, my friend Andy Biggs, he has decided to step down from Congress and save our great state, Arizona. Now, since the 2022 stolen election, that was a stolen race, wasn't it? 60% of the machines going down. Amazing. Amazing what they try to do, but they couldn't steal it from President Trump because it was too big to rig. And that's what we got to do for Andy Biggs. But Arizona has been captured by the radical left. Look we have a cartel lawyer as Secretary of State. We have an illegitimate climate activist parading around as an attorney general. She's awful. And we've got a crooked disaster holding us back, Katie Hobbs. I don't know if she's crooked, because honestly, I think she's too stupid to be crooked. But we know she's been an absolute nightmare for our state. And that's why we need to send Andy Biggs to the governor's office. So Andy, you have my endorsement, but he has two more special endorsements. He's got the endorsement of our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump. And he's got an even special endorsement with the late, great Charlie Kirk. Now, Charlie, he came here a lot, and he's someone who meant a lot to us. It's not like other places in the country. We knew him at a more intimate level. And to every patriot in this room, just know what that assassin tried to do to us. It wasn't just targeting Charlie. It was to send a message to all of us. He wanted to try to divide us. They wanted to demoralize us. They wanted us to abandon our pride in our country, abandon our principles. They wanted us to give up the fight. They wanted us distracted, and they wanted us defeated. But as I look outside right now to all of you, I know we're still in this fight, and we are going to win. And we are not going to stop fighting until President Trump's America First agenda keeps on rolling, until Andy Biggs is sitting in the governor's office, until we give our kids and our grandkids an America that our founding fathers and that Charlie Kirk would be proud of. With President Trump leading the charge and all of you by our sides, we will make America great again. We are not backing down. We are not quitting. We will never surrender. We are fighting for America. We are fighting for Arizona, because ultimately we are happy warriors and we love this country. And we know what our founding fathers had to endure 250 years ago. And that same type of fire and passion that helped create this great republic, we have to have that same type of fight in order to save our country. And I can't do it alone. We need all of you to stay motivated, stay in this fight, and we will win. So Arizona, are you with me? Arizona, are you with Andy Biggs? Are you with President Donald J. Trump? And we are with you now and forever. God bless you. God bless Arizona. And may God bless the United States of America.
Thank you guys for coming out. It's an honor to be here. How about those protesters, huh? That was a really, really good looking bunch. It really was. It's funny coming in here, it reminded me of what I'm fighting for and why we're all here. How many of you guys are grateful that President Trump in his busy schedule decided to come out to Arizona? I also want to acknowledge this great organization, Turning Point USA. Not only for the help that they've given me personally, but for their national and even international mission. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it would have been really easy for Turning Point USA to fold up shop after the brutal and horrific murder of their leader. Charlie Kirk was a friend to many of us, and he was a mentor to me. And like many of you guys, I thought one day Charlie would be president. But I am grateful to see that so many of the leaders stepped up and are keeping this going. And it's pretty clear being in this room today that Turning Point USA is alive and well. You guys think you could help me with something real quick? So, I just got back from DC. We had votes at, I think, 2 in the morning. Got about an hour of sleep, flew back here. On Monday, I'm flying back to DC, but it's actually a pretty special day because my wife of 20 years, her name is Jen, it's her birthday. And I'm not going to be around. So would you guys help me sing happy birthday to my wife, Jen? All right, now give me a break. I don't have the best voice in the world, but you guys ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jen. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for doing that. Ladies, I got to ask you a question. Am I out of the doghouse? How much more do I have to... You know where I'm going with that. What do you guys think? What should I get her? What? Okay. All right. I got some ideas. Jen, I got a lot of ideas now. We're good. A little about me, guys. I was born and raised in Arizona. I actually was born in Tucson and raised in Yuma. All right. We got some Tucsonians down here. I love it. I was going to the University of Arizona. And I was just starting my senior year when 9/11 happened. I remember many of you guys were alive for that. You remember how devastating it was. And my parents, thankfully, had taught me and my brothers that freedom isn't free, and many men and women have given the ultimate sacrifice so that we could grow up with the freedoms and liberties that we have. And so I remember calling my parents a couple days later and telling them, I'm going to drop out of school and I'm going to join the Navy. I really wanted to be a Navy SEAL. Unfortunately, I didn't make it through SEAL training my first time. But man, I learned a lot from that experience. Went out to the fleet for a couple years, and I got a chance to come back and finish SEAL training the second time. And then I was deployed to Iraq 3 times in 2006, 2008, and 2010. And I got to work with some of the best human beings in the world. I can't help but, I know there's a Marine over here somewhere. I keep hearing him yell. The reason I bring that up is in the SEAL teams, in SEAL training, they wouldn't even let you go to the bathroom without a swim buddy 6 feet from you. Everywhere you went, you always had to have a swim buddy with you. And what they were trying to teach you is that there's no John Rambos on the battlefield. If you don't learn to work as a team, you're going to get yourself or one of your teammates killed. And as I come into a room like this, sometimes in politics it can feel like you're on an island by yourself. But when I come into a room like this with so many patriots, I'm reminded that this is a group effort and it is a team fight. And it's going to have to stay that way. When I left the SEAL teams in 2014, I honestly thought I was done fighting. I had a bit of the I've done my part bug, and I wanted to live the American dream. My wife and I, Jen, we started a small business in our one-car garage in Point Loma, San Diego. We moved the business out here to Tucson, here in Arizona. And you know what? As I was watching the direction that this country was headed, I just couldn't stay out of the fight. I've got 2 daughters. I've got an 18-year-old and a 14-year-old daughter. And I feel so blessed that I got to grow up in this country with all the freedoms and opportunities that many of us, all of us, have grown up with. And I know for a fact, if that falls, if these youngsters over here don't grow up with the same amounts of freedom and opportunity that we did, that's on us. And that's why this is so important. And I'm so glad that we kicked this event off with prayer, because every big thing I've ever done in my life has always started with prayer and asking God, God, what do you want? What do you want me to do? And honestly, I tell people all the time, I think the reason this country is in so much trouble is because we've allowed God to be pushed out of everything. Some of you guys that read your Bibles and know Scripture know really well that when a people push God out, He removes His hand of favor. It's one of the reasons I love Turning Point so much, because they make faith such a heavy part of their mission and what they do. And I know we don't all believe the same things, but I'm not going to cower from my faith. I'm just going to tell you guys, this is a cultural war, it's a political war, but in my opinion, most importantly, it is a spiritual war. Now, we've got some midterms coming up, and I'm going to tell you guys right now something you already know. Republicans are not the solution to all of your problems, but Democrats are pretty much the cause of all of your problems. And if we're willing to work together, if we're willing to look in the mirror every day and say, hey, what are my skill sets? What am I good at? What am I weak at? How can I help in this fight? We can beat these guys. We absolutely can beat them back. You guys know exactly what the Democrats are going to do if they flip the House, right? They're going to impeach the president on day one. And so much of his agenda that's starting to get rolling and rolling and rolling, it's going to come to a grinding halt. And that's why we need the people of this state to step up and get it done. My last few minutes, I'm going to talk about the most important race coming up here in this state. You guys have an opportunity to represent, in my opinion, the best candidate for governor in the entire country, Andy Biggs. Andy Biggs is not only a friend of mine, but he's a mentor as well. I made him my mentor. I didn't even ask him. I said, you're going to be my mentor, buddy. And he's, please don't judge my performance on his mentorship, but he's been an amazing mentor to me. But I want to tell you about his qualifications. This guy was the president of the state Senate. They don't just give that job out. So he knows the state very well. He knows state politics really well. He knows the budget really well. He's also been a member of Congress for close to a decade. He was the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, which is the most conservative group in Washington, D.C. But in my opinion, more importantly than all that, and I tell people this all the time, the number one thing missing in Washington, D.C. is moral courage. I have seen that guy step up time and time again when nobody was watching, nobody was around, there were no media cameras. When we ousted Kevin McCarthy. Before we ousted Kevin McCarthy, the Freedom Caucus needed somebody to step up and run against Kevin McCarthy. I don't have any personal qualms with Kevin McCarthy. I could tell you a couple nice things about him, but he's a politician. He wanted power. He would lie to your face. And we needed somebody to run against Kevin McCarthy, knowing that that person was going to lose and lose big, but that person was also going to take a lot of slings and arrows from the mainstream media and, quite frankly, even a lot of conservatives. And guess who raised his hand and said, I'll do it? Andy Biggs. You see, a lot of politicians don't want to step out and put their political career on the line. And that was the time I saw Andy Biggs do it in a big way. That fight that we had on Capitol Hill about 3.5 years ago, that hadn't happened in 150 years in this country. And then when we fired Kevin McCarthy a couple months later, that had never happened in our country. And Andy Biggs was right there in that mix. And like I told you guys, Republicans, we have our issues. You guys all know that. And it's time for us right now to coalesce as much as possible. But too many politicians come to Washington, D.C. with a go-along to get along attitude. They come there and they say, okay, what does leadership want me to do? Fox News ran an article probably about 4 months ago, and it ranked members of Congress that were most likely, or not most likely, but actually voted against their party more than anybody else. And in the top 10, I was number 10. Andy Biggs, I'm ashamed to say, actually beat me in that ranking. And then we had Chip Roy, Eric Burleson, and Thomas Massey in that group. And I bring that up because, again, Andy Biggs is not a go-along to get along guy. He's the type of guy that when our party is going off the rails and not representing you guys properly, which happens a lot, he's willing to vote against our own party over and over again. So I really hope that you guys recognize the opportunity that we have to elect this guy as our governor, because as a dad who's raising his kid in this state, somebody who was born and raised in this state and came back to run a small business and now serve in Congress in this state, this is an amazing opportunity to elect an amazing governor. I'll leave you guys with one final quote. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing. We know that it's not just good men, it's good women too. But it is, I think it was Benjamin Franklin that said, you get a republic, what? If you can keep it, right? They warned us, our founding fathers warned us a long time ago, if you can keep it. Now it's up to us to keep it for the next generation. And those protesters out there, they're not going to go lightly. They are upset and they are pissed. But if we work together, we can get this done. We can make sure that President Trump is not impeached in a couple months, and we can keep this agenda rolling. So thank you guys so much. God bless you.
Hello, Arizona. Just got back from D.C. It's good to be in a rational place again. Happy 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, America. Are you excited that President Trump's going to be here in just a little bit? Yeah. Me too. Me too. So when we think about President Trump, the forces of evil have attacked that man and his family and his friends and his associates and his followers not because they want to enrich people's lives, but because they want to control people's lives. It took incredible courage by President Trump, unbelievable courage, to get out there every day. He's taming the world, trying to bring peace to the world and prosperity to America. That's Donald Trump. He is a true believer in the greatness of this country. So I am grateful that almost to the day, I got a call from President Trump last year, almost exactly this day. It might have been the day. And I answered the phone. Hello, Andy. I got some news you're gonna love. I'm gonna endorse you today. That was a great day, great moment. My wife and I were walking out the door right after he called. And by the time we get to the next place, he's already truthed it. Is that what we call it? Truthed it? He was out on social media, and it was such an awesome thing to get his endorsement. But because in my mind, he's the greatest president. So some of the stuff that we've done together. So I just asked, because I know I was talking to a lady beforehand. She told me that she had gotten this massive tax refund she had not expected. How many got a better tax refund than you thought you were going to get? Well, here's the deal, and this is a lot of fun here. Democrat governors like, I don't know, Katie Hobbs, Gavin Newsom, Abigail Spanberger, they fought that stuff. They don't want They don't want you to keep your money. They want to take it. One of my favorite governors is New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Taxing everything, but especially taxing the billionaires. She put out a plea a week or two ago. Would you please come back? We got to have you help pay for our social welfare programs. Please come on back. No, the fact of the matter is, we delivered, President Trump and Republicans in Congress delivered the biggest tax cut in human history. President Trump helped bring the biggest microchip manufacturer to this state, who's investing $165 billion. Because of President Trump, and with the help from our members of Congress, we've secured the border like no time in the history of our country. Hey, how many of you remember literally millions of people crossing our border every year? Art Del Cueto led the pledge. He remembers. We all remember that. I'll tell you what, we now feel safer. We are safer, all because of President Trump coming in. We didn't need new laws. We just need someone to say, we're going to enforce the laws. And as your governor, that's what I'm going to do. You know, Katie Hobbs, the first thing she did on day one, no kidding, she disbanded the Border Security Task Force. She started tearing down barriers that the previous Governor Ducey had put up. She is open borders all the way. And you might have forgotten this. You remember that under Joe Biden, they lost over 500,000 children that were trafficked, many of them sent to strip clubs or to pedophiles because the Biden administration couldn't be bothered to vet the sponsors that were taking these kids. That's evil. We've supported our law enforcement. That's what we've done. We believe in them, and we're going to make them great again. We're going to provide them the resources that they need, the training that they need, and the support that they need, because a free country cannot be free without the rule of law. You have to have the rule of law. So in D.C., Trump and the Congress, we've been working to fix the disaster that was the Biden regime. But in Arizona, we're going to have to clean up the disastrous Hobbs regime. We're going to build the red wall, and we're going to restore the values of Arizonans to Arizona. We're going to restore the American dream to Arizona. So I was born in Arizona. I was raised in Arizona, and Arizona's grandeur, our natural resources are unmatched. It's just really unmatched. But as beautiful as our mountains are, our deserts, our rivers, our lakes, the most special thing about Arizona are you, the people of Arizona. That's our special thing. And Arizona is a great state. And America is the greatest nation in history. It's lifted more people from poverty, given more opportunities for freedom, for people to fulfill the measure of their creation. And as Donald J. Trump might say, it's the best country in the history of the universe. So we have a great state. We have a great nation. But we have perhaps the worst governor in America in Katie Hobbs. And that's really saying something when you look around this country. I just think of Tim Walz in Minnesota and I say, we might have a dead heat here. Might have a dead heat. And if Katie Hobbs had her way, Arizona would look like any of those left-wing, deteriorating, crime-ridden sanctuary states. That's what she would do. That is why we need you from top to bottom to give us a red wave in this state. So Katie can retire and go back to social work. But that, I think that's probably a good thing for her. As Arizona governor, I will restore Arizona's economic leading status in this country. Unlike veto Katie Hobbs. As governor, our taxes will fall. Just like we did in DC, no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. Oddly enough, Katie Hobbs vetoed those provisions. As Arizona governor, we're going to restore small business and entrepreneurs. They will receive the same benefits in Arizona that they receive in the federal law. Not like what Katie Hobbs vetoed. As Arizona governor, we're going to back the blue, fully fund and improve coordination between law enforcement agencies to ensure your safety, not veto that like Katie Hobbs. As governor, we'll restore the Border Security Task Force disbanded by Katie Hobbs. As Arizona governor, we will restore confidence in our elections. We'll get our results on election night, unlike Katie Hobbs, who vetoed that. As governor, we're going to root out fraud, waste, and abuse in our state. We're going to doge the heck out of the state. We will stop the fraud, find the fraudsters, prosecute the fraudsters, unlike veto queen Katie Hobbs. As governor, we will be transparent about state revenues and spending, like no government in history, unlike veto Katie Hobbs. Arizona can't trust Katie Hobbs. You cannot afford Katie Hobbs. And we cannot and must not re-elect Katie Hobbs. I thank you for your past support. I thank you for your continued support. And I stand before you now and I ask for your vote to be Arizona's next governor. I am grateful that my friend President Trump has endorsed me. My wife says I should always tell Donald Trump stories. I will just tell you one. I was at an event, and while I was talking, my phone started vibrating, and I thought, well, wouldn't that be funny if it was President Trump? But I kept talking, and the event was over. We're in the car. It's 8:30 at night, and I called him up, and it's 11:30, but I'd never known him to retire that early. Who is this? David Schweikert? That's not true. That part's not true. We had a nice conversation. I told him, hey, look, Mr. President, let's talk tomorrow, which we did. I am so honored to have the endorsement of my friend, the martyred Charlie Kirk, and his wonderful, wonderful wife, Erika. To have the endorsement of people I serve with now, like Eli Crane, Paul Gosar, and Abe Hamida, and a bunch of other members of Congress, as well as 40 current or former state legislators that I have served with. I'm honored because they've seen me serve. I think they want us to get in there and get the work done. I'm also endorsed by people all over the state at every level of government and from law enforcement. They know that we together are ready to restore the American dream to Arizona. But the most important endorsement is that of my beautiful wife, of almost 45 years, Cindy, who is somewhere, there she is, my beautiful wife, Cindy. I couldn't do what I do without her. Like you, when we met and fell in love and got married, we dreamed. We believed we can accomplish anything. And we believed this state was the place that gave us the best opportunity to do that. We didn't want to try anywhere else. We knew this was the place. It's time that we bring that optimism back to this state. We need to think big. We need to think big things, dream big dreams, and restore Arizona to its unlimited potential. It's time to reduce Arizona's taxes. It's time to stop depending on California for gas. We need to bring in new pipelines. We need to reform. We need to reform our state's fuel standards, and we need to bring gas prices down. It's time to have real healthy food options that taste good in schools, so children and families can thrive and flourish. It's time to end fraud, waste, and abuse in state programs that have cost literally every year billions of dollars. It's time to use our lands for houses and not Green New Deal projects. We want young Arizonans to be able to start forming their families and getting into homes. When they form families and get into single-family homes, it preserves our traditions, our values, our freedoms. That's what we need to do. It's time to start an election integrity bill and make sure that gets through. It's time for us to believe in Arizona again. I know we have the potential for that change right here in this room. I know we do. We have to change to win. This state must change. To win, the energy that you have today, the excitement, the anticipation you have today cannot stay in this room. It's on all of us to take our message to our neighbors, our churches, and our communities. We're going to build the red wall. We're going to build the red wall. And we're going to take Arizona back. Arizona is the fulcrum of national politics. You may not know that, but it is. All the nation looks to Arizona right now because the Democrats think they can turn the state permanently blue. But I'm here to tell you that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I believe in you. Will you help me? Will you help me turn this state red? Will you help me? I promise you tireless effort. I know that you want freedom for now, yourselves. You want opportunities for yourselves, but you want it for generations to come. And when the president comes today, I know that you're going to greet him with the same kind of heartfelt enthusiasm and energy that I feel here right now. Because he's doing the same thing at the federal level that we need to do in the state. And that's fight, fight, fight. God bless you. God bless this great state of Arizona. And I have every confidence he's not done with America. God bless America. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let's win. Let's fight. Let's go.
Turning point in a variety of different ways. He was someone that I had the opportunity to have many different meetings with and get advice and counsel from. Listening to him every day is one of the reasons why I started Turning Point USA and I got into podcasting eventually. Because I said if Rush could continue every day doing 3 hours unscripted, fighting for all of us, then maybe I have a couple things to say as well.
3,000 student activists here it was actually over in West Palm Beach. And this is a group that has been put together and operates under the auspices of Charlie Kirk. You're going to be hearing that name if you haven't.
Now today we are looking around at the victory that Rush made possible. Understand Doge, Elon, Rubio, Bessent, Hegseth, Trump, JD, all follow in the footsteps of the great Rush Limbaugh.
This is the kind of guy that you can see really becoming big in politics as he gets older. He just has the courage, the personality, the charisma.
He was on top of all of it early. He saw it all with clarity across the landscape. Rush was the fulcrum. He was the trailblazer. He was the trendsetter. He was the pacemaker.
Please welcome Catherine Limbaugh.
Hello, everyone. It is wonderful to be with you here in Arizona. I flew in very late last night from Florida. As I was flying, I thought about going from the palm trees of Florida to the beautiful desert of Arizona and how special our country is. We are 50 great, uniquely different American states. This country, established 250 years ago by our founding fathers, is a place we should all be proud of. The American flag represents our American family, one nation under God. As we all know, like with any family, some you get along with better than others. I'd like to say I get along with Arizona well. I'd like to take a moment to talk about Erika Kirk. Last September, the unimaginable happened. In the aftermath of that horrific time, with the eyes of the world on her, Erika showed incredible grace, strength, courage, and determination to not let anything steal her light. Not only is she raising a young family in a way she didn't dream of, she is continuing Charlie's mission and bringing many young students along with her. Anyone who criticizes Erika for how she grieves or how she moves forward should pause and think for a minute about the humanity of that. Many people claim to be caring and compassionate, when in fact they are incredibly judgmental. So many loved our friend Charlie, and so many love Erika. Goodness will always outshine the darkness. Charlie knew exactly who he was marrying, a strong, smart, beautiful soul inside and out. I know he is immensely proud of Erika and how she is carrying on. I have often said Charlie was the younger version of Rush, the next generation of Rush Limbaugh. In fact, I am certain they are both sitting together in heaven right now, engaged in a deep conversation about Iran and our incredible United States military, the greatest fighting force for peace in the world. Or possibly what should be done for the midterms. They are also likely working on a better radio deal in heaven. Both men shared such profound talent and wisdom. Both used their intelligence and wit to connect with people of all backgrounds. Among the many things that made Charlie and Rush unique was their ability to talk to you and not at you. They encouraged everyone who would listen to think for themselves. They presented facts so that you could form your own opinions. Both loved this country with all of their hearts. They stood for freedom and freedom of speech. Charlie and Rush are simply irreplaceable, but their lessons live on through all of us. We must continue to share these lessons with as many as possible. Both Charlie and Rush wanted young Americans to know how miraculous our country is. They wanted to explain to those who agreed and those who didn't, some of whom were outside on my way in. They needed better signs, by the way, but we'll work on that for them. They wanted to explain to those who agreed and those who didn't why the United States of America is worth protecting and valuing. They knew, as we do, that every American has the opportunity to better their circumstance, no matter what, no matter the color of your skin or gender or where you started in life or what you're told you can't do. As an American, you have the chance for a brighter future, and the chance to go after your dreams simply because you are an American. There are endless stories of Americans who started in actual ghettos, in true poverty, and rose to lead industries. Those are the stories that need to be told over and over. Young girls can achieve anything that they strive for in this country. Both Charlie and Rush recognized our country's history is flawed and not perfect. However, despite any imperfections, we as a country have made tremendous strides over these decades to right our wrongs. There are so many examples of this. Those examples should also be told over and over. Our country is made up of countless everyday heroes doing extraordinary things who showcase we as American people represent much more goodness than evil, and always will. It is important that we hold on to the principles that Charlie and Rush stood for. At the very base of that is freedom of speech. I encourage you all to use your minds, especially the young people. Continue to seek the truth. Use your voice to share with others. I encourage you not to just go with the flow or what may be trendy in social media for that minute. Charlie and Rush showed us the incredible impact one life can have on this world and the difference that one life can make. Know that you as an individual matter in this great American story. I know President Trump will be here shortly. President Trump doesn't have to do anything that he does. Just like Charlie and Rush, President Trump takes the arrows that he does and continues to stand strong because he loves this country deeply and he loves all of you. He doesn't have to work tirelessly as he does. He could have led a very content private life. But President Trump fights daily for all of us, for the younger generations, because he wants the United States to remain the most miraculous country on earth, where there is opportunity for all of us. He runs our country with a business mind and a father's heart. Exactly what is needed. One quick story about President Trump. I know us Limbaughs get behind a microphone and we think we have 3 hours, but I promise you this will be quick. Soon after Rush announced his cancer diagnosis to millions on the radio, we headed off to Boston for what we thought was a scheduled surgery and treatment. When we landed in Boston, the phone rang, and sure enough, it was President Trump. He asked what we were doing, and Rush said, "Oh, well, just preparing for surgery this afternoon." President Trump, without hesitation, said, how about coming to the Capitol tonight? Sitting in an old t-shirt in Boston, Rush looked at me and said, "Tonight?" Mind you, the t-shirt was about all that he had packed. "Oh, no, we couldn't possibly make it to Washington tonight." Well, you all know how persuasive President Trump can be. Needless to say, the surgery was delayed, and we were in the Capitol hours later for Rush to be presented with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It was a night we will never forget. Every few days, President Trump would take time out of his very busy day to call Rush, just to check in. No agenda, just simply, how are you holding up? President Trump is a great man who cares for our country so deeply, and Americans in that very same way. God bless Erika and her children. God bless President Trump, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
And very touching words from Catherine Limbaugh, the Congressman as well. Congressman Andy Biggs leading this race clearly in Arizona. A very emotional day, celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk, preparing for President Trump. We're grateful for our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, especially Birch Gold Group. Think about a tax-sheltered IRA in this moment, because what you have here is 2 decades of the dollar going down and gold going up over 700% during that time. So think about diversification at that moment, where you have a tax-sheltered IRA or 401k that can make all the difference with Birch Gold Group, truly the best in the business. You have Dr. Ron Paul, also Stephen Bannon, and Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, to so many others endorsing this wonderful group. Of course, you know Philip Patrick on the show earlier today with Matthew Alvarez to talk through tax-sheltered IRAs and how that can really diversify your savings and everything you've worked hard for. Text Trump to 989898. It's the Birch Gold Group, the best in the business. We're grateful for the sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And is it not true that with an event like this, the good Congressman, the delegation here, Paul Gosar, the Dean of the Arizona congregation, and also the outstanding Eli Crane, to Abe Ahmadad. I mean, an amazing group of people that are just absolutely fantastic. We love them dearly here in Arizona and across the country, as they reminded us, not so much having the title, but what you do. Charlie reminded us of that. As we're also grateful for All Family Pharmacy here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So important to think about your health and how staying up to date on your maintenance medications can literally save your life. Forget all the long lines in urgent care, and forget seeing the doctor at the last minute when you're sick, dealing with cold and flu, or dealing with ailments. From diabetes to thyroid issues to metabolism, the maintenance medications available at All Family Pharmacy will be absolutely outstanding for you to have on hand. With over 400 options, and especially things like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, NAD+, methylene blue, outstanding to have on hand when you do get sick, including nasal sprays and also Tamiflu during this time of year. So go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. There you can use code RSBN10, RSBN10, to have 10% off of your entire order. Let me walk you through how it works as well for those unfamiliar. Your doctor reaches out to their U.S. licensed doctor, reviews the order on the other end. No insurance, no red tape, no hassle. Simply a pharmaceutical note for you and the prescriptions you need. Again, 400 options from this literal life-saving allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. We're grateful for them at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we're grateful for you, the good people. Check it out now, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And some of the immediate highlights of this great event today, the high notes, the low notes in the sense of just reflecting upon how much we miss Charlie's presence. No one can fill his shoes, but we are reminded that we can all do something in this movement, in this 2026 midterm, to help make America great again, to prevent the House Democrats from impeaching and then the Senate from ultimately removing President Trump if the Democrats do get the majority in this year's midterm elections. I was just checking those numbers again. 218 to 213 right now with the vacancies in place. 4 vacancies currently, with New Jersey 11 going a new direction, and that new Congresswoman-elect to be sworn in the coming days or even weeks. So these are the most narrow of majorities, and as we highlighted today, you have moments where a Democrat, they stay united and remain united in those votes. For example, the TPS issue with illegal Haitian migrants, and 10 Republicans joining their ranks in that moment to vote along with that. We'll see where the Senate takes all of that ultimately. Seems to be dead on arrival. That could change next week. And ultimately, of course, President Trump against that with the America First issues that are at hand in that argument. 20 Republicans also joining Democrats in the FISA issue in Section 702. We'll watch that as that has a 10-day extension right now. And where will that continue to go? As President Trump has called, he'll be here momentarily, the clean version of that for that foreign surveillance. Of course, this is really the remnants of the Patriot Act that was brought on by a Republican Congress at the time in the early 2000s after 9/11, signed by Republican President George W. Bush, but later enhanced with domestic surveillance, not only in that administration, but also in the Democrat administration of Barack Hussein Obama. President Trump really scaling back at it to see where it would only be appropriate when it comes to overseas espionage and foreign intelligence specifically, not the surveillance of American citizens. So we'll watch all of that closely. As Catherine Limbaugh reminded us, we have a big family, a big tent in Republican ranks, and there are disagreements. There's some that you like more than others, as she mentioned being from Florida and leaving the palm trees of Florida to the desert, and some palm trees here in State 48, that Arizona loves her and she loves Arizona. So what a wonderful speech from Catherine Limbaugh regarding Rush and Charlie, and that they're probably together in heaven talking about all of the issues going around right now, and even probably planning for a new radio show or blessing someone with the opportunity to pick up the mic, as we knew from the last Turning Point tour, and as it continues, pick up the mic for Charlie and for your community, for your country. As we bring you unbridled access here at Right Side Broadcasting Network of the 45th and 47th President of the United States, the 50th Vice President of the United States, and also the 119th Congress. These midterms perhaps the most consequential in American history, and we talk a lot about that. Politicians will always promise you this moment, the most important election. But think about how things would have gone if 2024 went the other direction. Think again how things would happen if the Democrats gain the majorities in Congress, as Congressman Eli Crane, a former Navy SEAL of SEAL Team 3, reminded us, hey, there's plenty to criticize in the Republican Party, but the Democrats will bring you down a bad, dark road. And they are in place simply for themselves and for power. They have proven it time and again, as this president coming down that golden escalator back in 2015 as truly a private citizen to make this country great again. We're honored to bring you this unbridled access here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we ultimately, as the Arizona delegation reminded us today, want you to make up your mind. That's what's all about in American politics, that you take the information and dissect it and make up your mind in that one vote, that private institution that is so cherished. And we can remember back with the Kennedy Center Awards and those amazing American-loving artists that received that award from President Trump, including Kiss and the great Gene Simmons, who mentioned it to the reporter when asked about his approval or disapproval of certain policies from the president. And he mentioned, what do you care? There was once a time in this country when it was one person, one vote, and people did not base relationships simply on who they voted for or who they did not support in the process. Of course, back then, you had that curtain to close behind you as you would punch or take that vote into place. Now, different machines, or even by that hand ballot, that paper ballot that we might have as a difference in jurisdictions and specifically states as we gear up for the November 3rd election in 2026. So big highlights here today. Congressman Andy Biggs really seems very popular with the Turning Point crowd. Endorsed by Turning Point Action, endorsed by President Trump. Of course, David Schweikert, in his own right, a great conservative congressman who is pursuing that race as well as others. But some people are standing out in that process, especially showing that Trump endorsement really comes through and really makes a powerful argument for those in the primary leading up to the November 3rd general election. So for those who might want to sit on the sideline or say, oh, I'll vote in the general, you can really shape the future of the country with so many of these races, especially in the 7 swing states that have potential different directions to go as a result of many key retirements, as well, or simply term limits. We're seeing that in the Southeast, especially in the Peach State of Georgia, the Yellowhammer State of Alabama, and also the Free Sunshine State of Florida, the Carolinas, as well as Tennessee, where we'll have new faces in those governor roles to attorney generals and secretaries of state. And we will go back now to
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. And that was just a test, so I'll keep on talking for you as we await the CEO of Turning Point USA, Erika Kirk, and Catherine Limbaugh so eloquently stating how she has been through so much in her own right since September. So many of us have, as personal friends of Charlie's, and those who worked with him as colleagues and those who knew him as a boss. For all of those titles, I knew him quite personally, and he's an inspiration. And as I mentioned before, without the influence of Charlie Kirk in that glowing video, speaking of Rush Limbaugh's influence to inspire him to be a podcaster, if Charlie had not gone out and made a difference and recruited this amazing team to build this organization, there's no Robert McNeely. There's no certain people who are now hosts in this area, in this political life, in this grassroots movement. And it's so very true that we are reminded today that one person can make an extraordinary difference by just stepping out of their comfort zone and by trying to save this country. And Charlie lived every sense of that at a very young age, as we were reminded that he lost his life in his 30s, just like our Lord and Savior did. An amazing thing to reflect upon during this Easter season. Thank you to our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, mypillow.com/RSBN. We know Mike Lindell going through his race in Minnesota himself, really going to be an outstanding one in a state that desperately needs new leadership and new change, as State 48 does in Arizona with the failed leadership and failed management of Katie Hobbs. So you look at Minnesota, not only with that governor's race, but a man who has really defied the odds and has bared his soul and his heart on his sleeve. Mike Lindell bringing you an amazing American products, 2,000 in fact, that you can choose from, select at mypillow.com/RSBN. The Giza Dream Sheets, outstanding. They're from the Mediterranean, made here in America. Also the My Slippers, the My Pillow 1.0, the My Pillow 2.0, and the My Coffee, one of my personal favorites. So if you want a better night's rest or a better day to start the morning, an amazing way to get it started with mypillow.com/RSBN. Thank you to Mike Lindell, our dear friend from Minnesota. And again, all of his products made in America in the great state of Minnesota. Wishing him very well in that race, which will be taking place later on this year. A lot of the focus from yesterday as well, President Trump in Las Vegas, the no tax on tips issue becoming a huge staple as people are getting big refunds on those taxes, where they just filed a tax deadline on April 15th. And by the White House this tax day, Americans keeping more of what they earn, stating that via email. That thanks to President Trump's signature Working Families Tax Cut Act, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against, millions of hardworking Americans are seeing bigger refunds and lower tax bills this tax day. We'll take it back to... We're about to resume the show here with Erika Kirk, the CEO of Turning Point USA and also the 45th and 47th President of the United States. But many outlets, right, left, and center, from ABC News to CNBC, News Nation, and the Washington Post, all talking about the average tax refund at $3,400, an 11% increase from the last calendar year. Here's how the Working Family Tax Cuts Act is delivering real results for the American people. Bigger refunds. Now, the average refund this filing season is over $3,400, 11% higher than the average return over the prior 4 years. Broad-based relief. This landmark legislation is putting more money back into Americans' pockets and providing real relief. Now, we've seen overwhelming adoption of the president's key tax priorities, with 53 million Americans, roughly 45% of tax filers, benefiting from at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts, the no tax on tips. We have heard this and Rapid Response sharing that of those who work especially in the restaurant industry. We spoke to some servers and back servers in the pre-show today, in case you missed that. More than 6 million Americans have claimed no tax on tips, with an average deduction of over $7,100, providing meaningful relief to service workers who rely on gratuities. Now, no tax on overtime. Over 25 million Americans have benefited from the no tax on overtime. Yes, benefited from the no tax on overtime, with an average deduction of $3,100. Even the legacy media outlets talking about this in what has been unprecedented for the American people. Widely popular, in fact, including registered Democrats loving that this is happening. No tax on Social Security. A new deduction made possible by Working Families Tax Cuts ensures an overwhelming majority of seniors will pay no tax on their Social Security. And this income will result from the deductions exceeding taxable Social Security income. So over 30 million seniors have claimed this deduction, with an average deduction of over $7,500. So simpler filings as well to help out with your taxes this season. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for millions across America. Small business relief. Nearly 12 million small business owners are seeing an average tax reduction of nearly $7,000, while the permanent extension of the 20% qualified business income deduction is delivering $4,600 in average relief to 8 million entrepreneurs. Now, investing in the next generation parents of nearly 5 million children have claimed the Trump accounts on their returns. Tax advantage savings that give the next generation a jump start on those savings, enhancing the child tax cut credit as well. Over 34 million families have claimed the enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the Working Families Tax Cut. Now, Made in America tax breaks, more than 1 million Americans have benefited from this and claim the no tax on car loan interest, with an average deduction helping with $1,800 back in the pocket. Yes, $1,800 back in the pocket with that help. This deduction is assisting families afford reliable transportation while boosting United States auto jobs. We've seen that manufacturing happening through the Southeast and, of course, the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan. Now, as we ensure tax dollars benefit Americans and not illegals, the Working Families Tax Cuts Act ensures American taxpayers are no longer funding benefits for illegal aliens, while fueling business investment, the restoration of immediate deductibility for research and development expenses applied retroactively, freezing up $100 billion in prior year deductions for tens of thousands of businesses, while at the same time full expensing allows companies to write off investments immediately. So this improves cash flow and fueling expansion while supporting family farms, something that's been on the minds of many of those who have farmland in their states. Think of Senator Tommy Tuberville in Alabama, the Yellowhammer State, focused on removing the Chinese Communist Party. Kim Reynolds in Iowa looking to do the exact same. So where agriculture and farming is important in countless American communities and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Buckeye State of Ohio, and really throughout the Midwest, we need to be concerned with Canadian tariffs, especially on dairy, as they historically put 24% on our Minnesota dairy farmers. It's wrong to do, and with the American Working Families Tax Cut, the president addressing that, as well as further negotiations with our friends to the north. By raising the death tax exemption, increasing the amount of family farms can inherit without paying those taxes, 2 million family farms are being protected from excessive taxation. Incentivizing adoption as well, something that the families have been working hard to do ever since Ivanka Trump serving to push for more paternity and maternity leave, but also adoption, a very pro-life and pro-family initiative with this administration. The Working Families Tax Cuts Act significantly boosted tax incentives for families adopting from foster care and making up to $5,000 of the adoption tax credit refundable. Now, improved housing affordability, the expanded low-income housing tax credit is incentivizing the construction of affordable homes for American families. While every Democrat voted to raise your taxes, President Trump, who we'll see moments from now, voted to cut your taxes. And that will be a huge motivator, as many see it, for these 2026 elections. Now, whether you are a server who depends on tips, a factory worker earning overtime, or a senior on fixed income, the Working Family Tax Cuts are putting more money back in your pocket where it belongs. President Trump rewarding hard work and not punishing it, as we are hearing his soundtrack behind us in the great Michael Crawford, who won the Kennedy Center Award as a result of those great nominations from the president himself and that committee led by Rick Grinnell, and the arts being revamped and revitalized right here in America. We're also very grateful for Tax Network USA. Did you miss the April 15th deadline, or do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you been owing some for some period of time now? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you did not expect? Or did you open a business and those filings, those messy books, those balances, not being able to afford it all at the moment? Maybe you pulled money from the 401k or the IRA early, and now the IRS wants its share. Now, however your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance not going down, penalties going up, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. So stop what you're doing, take a breath for a moment, and call the great Patriot experts at Tax Network USA. The IRS won't wait. They will enforce collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. So this is where Tax Network USA comes in. Many of these Patriot experts having worked for the IRS or expert CPAs or also in the accountancy firms. This is where Tax Network can make a big difference for you. Over 15 years of business, and there has never been a tax case they haven't seen or solved. They have an A+ Business Bureau, Better Business Bureau rating, in fact, and they specialize in tax controversies, helping taxpayers settle those back taxes nationwide, getting them back on track. Whether you owe $10,000 or hundreds of millions, their team has resolved for over $1 billion in debt. Yes, $1 billion with a B in tax debt across the country. They could do the same for you. 877-479-6503. Call today. Do not delay. 877-479-6503. It is tnusa.com/RSBN. Tax Network USA, always fighting for you on your side. As we cover the latest from the Trump White House, and President Trump was just in Nevada, touched down roughly an hour ago here in State 48. Not a long trip from Las Vegas to Phoenix Sky Harbor, or even the Air Force Base not far away, and the Air National Guard home to Phoenix Sky Harbor as well. So when you fly into this airport, if you have not, you might see some big B-52s among other American aircraft protecting us in our skies, especially over the great state of Arizona. Now in Nevada, President Trump celebrating that no tax on tips, as I spoke to earlier, delivering real money to American workers. And the White House stating that President Donald J. Trump returned yesterday to the birthplace of his signature no tax on tips policy to highlight its massive success. And we were there on the ground in 2024 during the election, if you remember those rallies out west. Now, standing with workers in Las Vegas, President Trump showcased how his groundbreaking reforms are putting more and more money directly into the bank accounts and pockets of the American worker. Relief every single Democrat in Congress voted against. They are the obstructionists in Article 1 in Washington, D.C. Now, over 53 million Americans have claimed at least one of President Trump's new tax cuts, including 6 million filers who have claimed no tax on tips for an average deduction of over $7,100, and over 25 million filers who claimed no tax on overtime for an average deduction of $3,100. Las Vegas workers feeling this firsthand, and that impact. A local resident stating the following: I have received the largest tax return in my life this year alone, all because my tips were not being taxed any longer. This is something that should have been normal years ago. It helps tremendously, honestly, so I'm super grateful for that, according to a waitress. And we'll head over to Erika Kirk.
Welcome. Look at this crowd. God bless you guys. Love you guys. Thank you. Over the past 7 months, I have seen the worst of humanity, but I've also seen the best of it. And it's reminded me that every day when you wake up, you have a choice to spend your days focused on what's broken, or you can recognize our freedoms and fight to protect them. As Americans, we are all privileged to live in the greatest country in the world. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Do we have problems to solve? Of course. Of course we do. But our country is the best that we have, and I do not want to lose it. If you look around the world right now, Europe has surrendered itself to third world criminals, and under the Biden administration, we were on track for that for ourselves. But President Trump came in and course corrected. In countries like Nigeria, radical Islamists are murdering Christians for their faith. In Canada, they'll tell you you're better off getting medically assisted suicide than believing in the sanctity of life. While in America, we understand that a free life is worth living. But there is nowhere else on earth like the United States of America. There is not. And with this powerful combination of freedom, the ability to live your life with your faith openly, and the chance to build a life, nowhere else like it. And nowhere else I would want to be, and I'm sure you guys feel the same exact way. But that didn't just happen by accident. It happened because generations have fought and sacrificed everything for it. And because all of us, as a united front, said enough is enough and showed up to vote for President Trump in 2024. Amazing. We said enough was enough. And I'll never forget after that election. I know none of you will either. Charlie's sitting there. He was going through the numbers. He was going through the maps. He was looking at all of the data points. And he said to us, he goes, "This is it." He said, "The red wall." He said, if you can secure Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, and you're investing into these states and not just into these races, he said their maps will collapse and their strategies will fail. And it inspired us to no end. Totally inspired us. But we don't get to just sit back and admire that win from 2024. We have to fight to protect it. Every day, that's right. Every day. And Arizona is home for me. I was raised here. I fell in love here. I got married here. We're raising our children here. And we're not going to sit back and just watch this state or this country be completely torn apart. Completely torn apart. We're not going to watch that because they want this state. They want this state, and Turning Point Action will fight to defend it. And I refuse to let California become Arizona. Not happening. Not happening. We don't want Arizona to elect people like Eric Swalwell. No, we don't. No, we won't. But I will say, unfortunately, we do have his best friend, Ruben Gallego, here, so we have some work to do. We have some work to do. But seriously, though, I do not want a country to look like the protesters outside who are celebrating the murder of my husband. I do not want a country like that. So let's not forget how quickly things can go in the wrong direction. We just lived through 4 years of corruption dressed up as compassion. 4 years of that. You remember when we had Christian pro-life activists being persecuted for their beliefs? Remember when concerned parents We're getting targeted by federal law enforcement just for showing up at their school board meetings. Remember Lake and Riley? I do. Remember wide open borders? 500,000 people poured into this state alone, thanks to an administration that didn't care about stopping them. And now, 452 days into the Trump administration, look at what has already been done. Look at it. There are accomplishments. And yes, there is more to be done, but my husband and all of you fought for this, and we achieved it. Thanks. And now we have to show up again with 80 to 90% voter turnout in the midterms and fortify the red wall for the next decade. That's what we need to do. But at the same time, you have people out there who are actively trying to tear this country apart. They love to start fights, dividing us all against each other, spreading negativity, all to get clicks and influence the algorithm to maximize profits. Meanwhile, building is hard. Getting out the vote, talking to real people, spiritual revival, that's actual work. That is actual work. And my husband, Charlie, gave his life for that work. And what gets built lasts for generations long after the noise has run out of one-liners. No one understands this better than President Trump. No one. No matter what they throw at him, he perseveres in the face of adversity because the mission is too important. Because this country is worth fighting for, and he is not alone in this fight. And we are blessed to be Americans, and we are going to fight like it. And ladies and gentlemen, there is no one else I'd rather have on our side than President Donald J. Trump. God bless you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again.
Donald Trump swept all 7 swing states. 6 of them flipped from Joe Biden's column in 2020. More than 80% of all the nation's counties moved toward the right. The shift is decisive and leaves Democrats arguing over how they misread the people.
They tried to kick him off the ballot in 50 states. He stopped them. They tried to impoverish him. They tried to break him financially. They tried to lock him up in jail. He beat them. They said he couldn't possibly win the White House again. It had only been done once in history. He won.
I raised my right arm and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. Just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated. Our economy is roaring, our workers are thriving, our border is closed, and America is respected all over the world. Our spirit is restored.
He wants to make the country safer and more prosperous than it's ever been before. As he continues to do that, we will not only win the midterm elections, but we will elect a Republican to succeed him.
We should win in a landslide, and we'll do everything we can to do it. Together with all of you, we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome to the stage the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say
Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Well, I want to thank all those seniors, but I want to thank all the young people. I've never seen so many young people in my life. And I want to say a special hello to Phoenix. We had a big win in Phoenix and a big win in Arizona and a big win all over the country. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Arizona with the hardworking, God-fearing patriots of Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA. 7 months ago, our country lost a fearless warrior, my friend, for freedom, and he was just an amazing man. He was an amazing person. Charlie Kirk, just an amazing guy. Charlie was murdered by a cruel and vicious assassin who believed that by silencing his voice, he could kill an entire giant movement. But standing here today, it's clear to see that Charlie's voice is not silenced. It's roaring and roaring back, louder, frankly, than ever before. His message is unstoppable. His mission is totally unstoppable, and his movement is forget it. It's not going to happen any other way but success. It's amazing what he's done. He was such a great friend of mine. We talked all the time. We'd speak all the time. We talked about politics. We talked about God. We talked about everything you can talk about. He was a special person, and I want to just thank Erika. She was put into a rough situation. Don't kid yourself. That's a rough situation. Those people think it's easy. I told her, not so easy, Erika. But she loved that man more than anything else, and she's done a really terrific job. I want to thank her on behalf of all of us. Because together we're making America great again, and this November, we're going to win the midterms. We're going to win, and we're going to win like never before. For some reason, even if you have a great presidency, if you haven't, I don't think there's been one like this. And we have some good news I'll tell you about a little. Would anybody like to hear about Iran a little bit? You know, this was scheduled a long time ago, and I said, let's not do any media for a little while. Here I am. This is sort of interesting. They're all waiting. Look at all the fake news back there. It's unbelievable. We could fill this place up 4 times. Would anybody like to give up your seat? Allow somebody to. But it's really been an incredible period of time, and I'll tell you about it. But in 2024, Turning Point's grassroots army helped us win Arizona in an absolute landslide. We won this one. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, and we won, and that's the first time in decades that a Republican, I don't know what that's all about, won the popular vote. But we won by a lot, and we won 86% of all counties. Now think of that. Counties, to me, that's the biggest of all, most important of all. 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. That's called a landslide. And I want to thank everybody at Turning Point Action who's working tirelessly to help us get out the vote this November 3rd. And I especially want to thank all of the executives and Erika Kirk in particular. Thank you. This will be a great and brilliant day for the world because Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business and full passage. But the naval blockade, with the greatest navy in the world, from the greatest military the world has ever seen, we built it during my first term. We built it. They said I was crazy. We weren't so crazy, were we? We'll remain in full force and effect as it pertains to Iran until such time as our transaction with Iran is 100% complete and fully signed. And this process, we're getting along well, but who knows with anyone, but who knows with Iran in particular. This process should go very quickly, and that most of the points are already negotiated and agreed to. You'll be very happy. The USA will get all nuclear dust. You know what the nuclear dust is? That was that white powdery substance created by our B-2 bombers, those great B-2 bombers, late one evening. 7 months ago. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. Iran will be, and you know how we're going to get the dust, right? Iran, we were going to take it anyway. But taking it that way is slightly more dangerous. But we were going to get it anyway. But Iran, with the help of the USA, has removed or is removing all of the sea mines. And most importantly, it never agreed, and you'll understand, they will never have a nuclear weapon. They will never have a nuclear weapon. And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple. And now that the Hormuz Strait situation is almost over, I received a call from NATO asking if we would like some help. Thank you very much, NATO. And I told them I would have liked your help 2 months ago, but now I really don't want your help anymore. Because they were absolutely useless when we needed them. But actually, we never needed them. They needed us. They need us. They need us so badly. You know, it's a little bit like if you're a politician. It's hard to believe I'm a politician, but after I won, people came up to me, sir, I'd like to make a major contribution to your campaign. And I said, listen, just so you understand, campaign contributions after I won don't count. Okay, they don't count. And NATO after we won, that doesn't count either. It's the same thing. But you have to remember that because we spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year. We spend money. We spend, I would say, in many cases, close to $1 trillion over a couple of years, $1 trillion to help them. and we're always helping them. And this was just a military excursion. This isn't the big time. You know, we built a military so great. I'm so proud of it. It's one of the, including Space Force. You know, you see all of that. When you see those rockets go look up there, that's Space Force. We all created Space Force. It didn't exist. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're so far ahead of them both, you wouldn't believe it. But yesterday, on top of it all, we achieved what everyone said was impossible, an unprecedented ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and that hasn't taken place in 78 years. 78 years. Our deal with Iran is not in any way tied to Lebanon, but we will make Lebanon great again. I mean, it's about time we've sort of, the world has forgotten them, and they're good people who have lived like hell for a long period of time, and hopefully the situation with Hezbollah will get straightened out quickly. But I want to thank the country of Pakistan and its great prime minister and its great field marshal. He's our great field marshal. Two fantastic people for helping. They really are terrific people. And I also want to thank Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. They've been amazing. They've all helped tremendously, tremendously. And it took courage for them. Not easy, not easy. They were living with what they call the bully of the Middle East. They had the bully. Iran was the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully anymore. With the help of everyone here today, this has been by far the most successful first year of any administration in the history of our country, acknowledged by everybody. To begin with, I ended 8 wars, and it may be a little early to say this, but if we add Iran and Lebanon, that will be 10 wars ended and many, many millions of lives saved. Think of how many lives we've saved. Starting on day one, we ended the illegal invasion of America. That's an invasion by criminals, many, many criminals, murderers, drug dealers, prisoners. They emptied out their prisons into our country. And we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border and created the most secure border in U.S. history, one of the most secure borders anywhere in the world, with 0 illegal aliens coming into our country in the past 11 months. 0. And in 2025, we achieved the largest drop in violent crime ever recorded. That's despite all of these people that came into our country. Many of them are now gone, I'm pleased to tell you. The murder rate, isn't it a terrible thing to be talking about murder rate? But you got to say it. At least if it's good news. I guess it's good news. But the murder rate reached the lowest level in over 125 years. 1900. The year 1900, before my father was born. My father was great. Before he was born, the flow of deadly fentanyl pouring across our border is down by an astounding 59%. And as you probably noticed, if you watch the news, illegal drugs coming in by ocean or sea are down by 97%. 97. And we're trying to find out who the 3% is, because I consider them to be perhaps the bravest people anywhere in the world. Boom. Or they don't watch television or something. We passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest spending cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest investment in border security in the history of our country. And starting my first day in office, we banned the transgender mutilation of our children. And we made it the official policy of the United States of America that there are only 2 genders, male and female. That was easy. Could you imagine if I was up here 20 years ago or 15 years ago, probably 12 years ago, and I said, there are only two genders, male and female. People would say, what the hell is he saying that for? Is he crazy? That's got to be the worst speech I've ever heard. Why is he saying that? Or why is he saying that we got men out of women's sports? Can you imagine saying that 15 years ago? 15 years ago, if you said, and we got men out of women's sports, the audience would say, what's wrong with that guy? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And we got critical race theory out of our schools. And we abolished DEI across the entire federal government. And we eliminated so-called affirmative action in federal contracting and university admissions. If you get great marks and have great scores, and your boards are good, everything's good, you're getting in. People can't go before. We have a country now that, again, is based on merit. That's the way we became great. But we have to win the midterms, and all of these things, it'll stay with us forever. But if we don't win the midterms, I said it during my State of the Union speech when I interviewed and talked to some people backstage. I said, you know, I'd like to have some of these people called out for their greatness. And we gave out, as you know, that night, the Congressional Medal of Honor to a young man who was flying a helicopter with practically his legs shot off. And he landed in Venezuela perfectly with a lot of men on board, like 48. And if that goes down, the Venezuela incredible attack, nobody killed. Hundreds of millions of barrels of oil taken out. The relationship with Venezuela is great. We're working, it's like a great partnership. But if that doesn't happen, we looked at the Democrats. Not one was clapping. Medal of Honor. Then we interviewed a mother, a beautiful mother, whose daughter was slashed from behind by a maniac. She could hardly stand. It was 8 months ago. She could hardly stand, crying uncontrollably. Not one Democrat was clapping. Then we introduced a war hero from 100 years. He was 101 years old. Gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor for his great heroics. Wasn't recognized until I came along. Not one Democrat clapped. Not one Democrat clapped. And now they don't want to pay our border security, and they don't want to pay our great patriots of ICE. You know, ICE is a tough job. You got those murders that they allowed into our country. Think of it. Thousands of murders came into our country. 11,888, 50% of whom killed more than one person. These are violent criminals, and ICE is tough. And I don't want that job, and most of you don't either. I have a couple of friends in the front row, and they're tough people, but they're not that tough. They don't want that job. And if we don't have ICE, and if we don't have our great Border Patrol, and if we don't have our great policemen, and all of these people, they're incredible. They keep our country great. They keep our country safe. And the Democrats want to defund them. They want to defund ICE. They want ICE terminated. And you know, whether you're liberal, conservative, doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, independent, it's crazy. And I looked at them as we went through about 7 moments when you had to clap, and they didn't. I said, these people are crazy. They're crazy. And you know, I don't know if you noticed, the word was passed to them from people that were watching, I guess, on television, maybe standing backstage. They said, this guy is killing you. Start clapping. And the last half hour, they were clapping for everything I said. They were clapping for everything, things they shouldn't have been clapping for, because they heard they were getting killed. Just remember that night. That night was a very telling night. And we don't want to go back to that. We don't want open borders where millions of people pour into our country. We want to have safe borders. We want people coming into our country, but they want to come in, and we have to have them come in legally. Very simple. So I signed a historic executive order starting the process of shutting down the Federal Department of Education and sending education back to the states. Thank you, Linda McMahon. Linda McMahon. You know, education, move back to the states where it should be. You don't want to have a bureaucrat from Washington who couldn't care less about your community telling you how to educate your child. You have your local boards and your parent groups. One thing, I know you love your children. I'm not sure that they do. But we've largely removed education. We just did it. Just move them back. You know, we're supposed to go through a long process. Thank you, by the way, to Linda McMahon. She's been fantastic. Been fantastic. And we removed over 300,000 bureaucrats from federal payrolls. They had sometimes 10, 11, 12 people to do one job, and they just sit there. And you know what? I have a lot of respect for whatever. But you can't run a country like that. You can't, as the expression goes, has anyone ever heard of it? Make America great again? You can't make America great again when you do that. So we've done that, and you know, many of those people are very happy because right now more people are working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. And many of those people that had these boring, lousy jobs where they weren't even jobs. Federal government, they went out, they got jobs in the private sector because we have the most people working that we've ever had before. And they're making more money and enjoying their job. It's sort of an amazing phenomenon. After decades of other countries stealing our jobs and plundering our wealth, thanks to our strong policy on tariffs, we cut our gaping trade deficit. Now, if you do 1%, you're considered like a genius. If you do 2 or 3%, it's unheard of. We cut it by 59% this year, our trade gap. It's the largest drop of a trade gap. Think of it. It's the largest drop in history, the history of our country. 59%. Can you believe it? So if you're a genius with 1%, and really a super genius at 3. What are you with 59? I don't know. As part of our tax cuts, we delivered, a lot of you benefited by this, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. You know, the great big beautiful bill is really the great big beautiful tax cut bill, but it was also, we gave you the right to deduct your interest payments on a car loan, but only if it's made in the USA. That's been incredible. You never had that right before. And this week, millions of Americans received the largest tax refunds of their lives. The average is more than $4,000 per filer. Think of that. So nobody knew this was going to happen, but now they're getting their refunds back, and they're much larger than I said. In other words, I under-exaggerated, which is good. And in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden, have you heard of him? What a president, what a disaster. But the whole party, it was the party. He didn't run the country. The people surrounding the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, they ran the party. Radical left lunatics. But in 4 long years, Sleepy Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion invested in our country, much less. And in 12 months, so think of it, 4 years, ours is 12 months, and it's actually 11 because we haven't gotten the last month. So in 11 months versus, think of that, versus 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion. In 11 months, we did $18 trillion of new investments coming into our country. And that's a record for any country anywhere in the world by a lot. And the king of Saudi Arabia told me, when I was in Saudi Arabia, they invested $2 trillion in our country. But he looked at me, he said, you know, Mr. President, a short time ago, we viewed the United States as a dead country. We thought it was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And he's right, the hottest country anywhere in the world. For years before I took office, people thought that America was in decline, that our best days were in the past, and that the sun was setting on American power. But no one thinks that anymore, because we are indeed the strongest, the hottest, the best country anywhere in the world. And you know what? Nobody laughs at us anymore. They were laughing. They thought we were a laughing mess. Under this administration, America is on the march, and America is on the rise like we haven't seen maybe ever before. We are respected again as a country, and we're respected at levels that nobody thought possible. Unlike past leaders, this administration does not apologize for American power. We are not ashamed of American might, and we do not hesitate to defend the American people, which is what we've been doing for the last 2 months, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. For years, we were ruled by fools who let every third-rate country push us around and bleed us dry on trade and everything else they could get away with. They took advantage of us on trade, not any more than that. But those days are over, and they're gone forever. America was not founded by weak and timid men who cowered in the face of evil or sat by as danger loomed and let our country go to hell. We are descended from the likes of George Washington, Andrew Jackson, Generals Ulysses S. Grant, Douglas MacArthur, General George Patton. Our ancestors knew exactly what to do with America's enemies. Beat them and beat them good. That's what they had to do. That's what they had to do. And if NATO teaches us any one thing, and I hope you all watched, because they weren't there for us, if it teaches us any one thing, we have to rely on ourselves. We can't rely on outside countries and outside sources. So do not listen to the craven and cowardly voices who tell you America needs to think small or to shrink from our duties or potential. Most people, they wanted to, this recent situation, they wanted to do it, but they said, oh, let's not get involved. Sometimes you have to get involved. You have no choice but to get involved. If you're going to remain great, sometimes you have to get involved. Remember, I'm the peacemaker. I'm the one that settled 8 wars. I settled a war that would have killed 30 to 50 million people. India, Pakistan. You have to sometimes get involved. We are the inheritors of the most incredible civilization that has ever existed, and our task is to defend it. We have to defend it. Past leaders used our wealth and power to make other countries rich and treated our military like a charity for the world while getting barely a word of thanks in return. Nobody thanks us. They don't say, oh, thank you so much. They don't thank us. They think we're stupid. That's really what it is. They don't thank us. Now, we're using American strength to advance American interests for American citizens and to ensure that we remain the most dominant country on the face of the earth, which we're doing at levels that nobody can believe, actually. Every branch of our armed forces is setting new recruitment records that nobody thought would be possible, because everyone wants to be a part of the greatest military the world has ever seen. In January, our warriors flew straight into the heart of the Venezuelan capital, captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and brought him to face American justice, which is what he's doing right now. And very soon, this great strength will also bring about a day, 70 years in waiting. It's called A New Dawn for Cuba. We're going to help them out with Cuba. We have a lot of great Cuban Americans. Not too many people in this audience, I don't think, but you go to Miami, we have people, Cuban Americans, people that were brutally treated, whose families were killed and brutalized. And now, watch what happens. Under this governing philosophy, instead of locking down our energy resources and putting ourselves at the mercy of those that hate us. And they hate us, and they don't respect us, but they do now. We are unleashing our own supplies with those really beautiful words. Perhaps you've heard them before. Drill, baby, drill, right? And because of that, we now produce more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined, and very soon that number will more than double. That's pretty good. In addition, our new partner, Venezuela. Venezuela's been great, really doing a good job over there, is adding very substantially to that number. Likewise, instead of using our wealth to throw open our borders and feed, house, clothe, and police the entire world, we're restoring the principle that America's immigration policies must serve the best interests of America and its great citizens. It's called America First. It's very simple, America First. And we'll help other countries, but we have to view it as America First. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country left. At this moment, Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security to shield the world's most heinous and violent criminals from deportation. They want to keep them in our country. They have a murderer, killed many people. They want to keep him in our country. They're fighting very hard to keep him here. There's something, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with these people. They want to protect deranged monsters like the illegal alien from Haiti who recently beat a mother of two to death with a hammer at a Florida gas station for all to see. It was all on tape. You saw it just a week ago. Last month, a migrant criminal with 15 prior charges and 4 prior deportations threw an 83-year-old veteran onto the subway tracks in New York City, killing him instantly as he got run over by a subway train. Threw him in. It's all on tape. Democrats want to protect him. They want to protect criminal aliens. Republicans want to put them in jail or ideally deport them as long as they never come back. And under my leadership, we ended asylum fraud. We ended all catch and release. We stopped third world migration. We suspended all refugee resettlement except for persecuted South Africans. They're being persecuted. In South Africa, there's a very horrible thing going on in South Africa. It's a genocide. It's a horrible thing. And we made it possible for these people to come into our country. They kill people if they're white, if you're a white person. And I'll tell you what, I did great with the black vote, the African-American vote, and they understand this better than anybody. South Africa, they kill white farmers. And we said, you come into our country and we let you come in. You get a green card and you get a passport. You can stay in our country. Terrible, terrible. We can't let it go on. No, we don't have to talk about it. People don't like talking about it. You know, New York Times wrote a story about it years ago. That was the only story they ever wrote, because I'm sure the reporter got fired immediately. But we've deported a record number of criminal aliens, a record. Nobody's ever seen the numbers like this. And for the first time in more than 50 years, we now have reverse migration, a beautiful thing, actually. And just imagine where our country would be today if instead of spending trillions of dollars on illegal migrants who come into our country illegally and spending it on the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, remember? Climate change, global warming, all of this. They actually had global warming. Remember that wasn't working because we were actually cooling as a planet. Then they had another one and another one and another one, and they were wrong. And then they just said, climate change, because climate change takes care of heat, snow, whatever you have. But past leaders had used American wealth and power to raise our civilization to brand new heights. This is the choice for every voter. In the midterms, Democrats want to drag America down, destroy our country, put it into crime, poverty, and squalor. Really the squalor of a third world nation. We would have been, if I didn't win this election, within a short period of time, we would have been a third world nation. Hard to believe, isn't it, huh? Republicans want to build America up into a nation with no rivals in human history, to make your family safer and wealthier than ever before. We're making your family safe. We're making you safe. So if you want a poor and weak America, a country that's riddled with crime, and death, disease, and nothing but problems, you should immediately vote Democrat. If you want a rich and strong and a country that you're going to be proud of, America, you must go out in the midterms and vote Republican. We need that. And I was going to say that when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, for some reason they lose the midterms often, most of the time. It doesn't make sense. Even if you have a president who's doing a good job, and I think I'm doing the best job of anybody, really I do. But when you add it all up, when you add it all up, nobody's done what we've done. But for some reason, a president, Republican, Democrat, the party does poorly in the midterms. It doesn't make sense. I'm still trying to figure it out. We'll go out, I think probably hire a couple of psychiatrists. What the hell is going on in your mind? How does that happen? Because it should be the opposite. We're doing well. We're doing our job. We're ending wars all over the place. By the way, with the exception of our little excursion, and wait till you see prices fall. Did you see oil is down today and prices are down today? But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country. We inherited that, and then we worked on it, and what a job we've done, and we took inflation way down. We inherited the worst inflation in history, and what a job. But we had to put out that flame. We had to put out that horrible fire, really, that was taking place in Iran. We had to do it. Otherwise, you want to see a problem? Give them a nuclear weapon. They'd use it the first day. You want to see a problem? They would use it the first day. It's not going to happen. So we're thrilled to be joined today by many incredible Arizona leaders who will help achieve this victory, including candidates for Congress, a lot of great athletes running. I don't know what this is. Jay Feely, great kicker, great athlete. Where's Jay? Jay Feely. Where's Jay? Wherever you are, Jay. Hi, Jay. Great athletes. A sheriff who I've been friends with for a long time, Sheriff Mark Lamb. Sheriff. Good to see you, Sheriff. Got the look, right? I want to get one of those hats, Sheriff. Tell me where. Tell me where you got it. Wouldn't have to worry about my hair. I could just put that. I hear you're doing great in the polls, Sheriff, too. Representatives Juan Ciscomani, Paul Gosar, Abe Hamadeh, Eli Crane, and a really good friend of mine who's running for governor, who should win. He's great. Andy Biggs. Where's Andy? You better win, Andy. I hate to lose him from Congress. You want to know? You know, I'm sort of torn with Andy. I hate to lose him, but he'll be a great governor. Arizona GOP Chair Sergio Moreno. Sergio. Thank you, Sergio. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Thank you for all the help. Arizona Senate President Warren Peterson. Warren. Thank you, Warren. Thank you. Popular, Warren, very popular. Treasurer Kimberly Yee. Thank you, Kimberly. Good job. State Representative Alex Collodin. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, I can't believe it. I love this guy. So popular. A man, he's probably in his 50s, early 50s, but he's been around a long time, much longer than that. He's a special person. There was no border problem when he was here. Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Where are you? Sheriff Joe. Where's Sheriff Joe? You know, he came out for me when I was running, and I heard about him. He was sort of a legendary guy. There were no border problems, right? We had no border problems, and he endorsed me right at the beginning, Joe, right long before you saw any of the politicians that were running against. It was 18 people running, and they said, you know, Sheriff Joe endorsed you. I said, you mean from Arizona? A legend? Yeah, he endorsed you before I even started practically. Thank you very much, Joe, and I've been with you all the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. Along with a special friend of mine and married to one of the greats, Rush Limbaugh, Catherine Limbaugh. Thank you, Catherine. She's a great woman. And a veteran Border Patrol agent who's been a fantastic friend of me and the campaign and all of the things, Art Del Cueto. Art, wherever you are, Art. And, you know, we have a lot of athletes, and I sort of think of myself, I'm sort of big. Sometimes in the wrong direction, maybe, but big. These guys are really big. Ryan Thompson of the Arizona Diamondbacks is a terrific player. We have a World Series champion. I met him today, and I said, you were a hell of a hitter. And really was a great player and could be probably still a great player. Looks good. World Series champion, Mark Grace. Mark? What a good hitter. And what about this guy? World Series MVP. Remember the blood pouring out of his foot? It didn't bother him at all. That blood was pouring the hell out of his foot. I remember it. Kurt Schilling. Kurt. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. And they're all characters, too, aren't they? It's really amazing. We like characters. Hockey Hall of Famer and a great golfer, I can tell you that. He's really a good golfer, Jeremy Roenick. Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, man. What a good golfer he is, too, but probably a little better at hockey, but, you know, he's supposed to be. NASCAR great, Danica Patrick. Danica? Where's Danica? Where's Danica? I love Danica. I love her hair. I always liked her hair. I like the little widow's peak. You know the widow's peak? Danica, where are you, Danica? So great. Thank you, darling. What a job you've done. What a job you did. Former NBA All-Star, Tom Chambers. Tom, there's a big guy. I didn't want my picture next to him. He stood up. I said, is that Tom Chambers? Yeah. I said, well, let's take it. I'll stand on this side of the room. Tom, stand up. What a job you've done. Great job, Tom. Everyone loves you, too. Arizona sports legend, John Gambadoro. John Gambadoro. Thank you, John. Gambo, good job. And a lot more. We have a lot of celebrities here, but with your help, we'll continue to deliver on our mandate from the American people like no president has ever delivered before. That's what we're doing. We have a mandate, you know. They said if we could win 3 or 4 of the swing states, that would be incredible. Because it's a little harder for a Republican for some reason. I'll tell you what the reason is. They cheat. That's actually the reason. They cheat like hell. Remember I got out, I said, make it too big to rig, right? Too big to rig. Don't believe the polls. The polls had us way up. Don't believe the polls. Too big to rig. We made it too big to rig. Just keep going. If no matter what you see, go out and vote. And we made it too big to rig. But they say if I won 3 or 4 of the swing states, that should do it. And we won all 7, right? All 7 of the swing states. As you remember, I recently directed the Secretary of War. How good is Pete Hegseth doing, by the way? To begin releasing government files relating to UFOs and unexplained aerial phenomena. And I figured this was a good crowd because I know you people, you're really into that. I don't know if I am, but So I'm pleased to report today, I thought I'd save it for this crowd, because you're a little bit out there, you know, a little bit, that this process is well underway, and we found many very interesting documents, I must say, and the first releases will begin very, very soon, so you can go out and see if that phenomena is correct. You'll figure it out. Let me know. Let me know. But we've had a lot of questions. It's something that really captivates the mind. There's no question about it. With your support, we will crush violent crime, impose harsh new penalties for repeat offenders. I mean, we have people that have been taken in 28 times. We have some 28 times, and they let them go out 2 days later. Crack down on Marxist prosecutors and rogue judges. The judges are horrible. End deadly sanctuary cities in our country, and end no cash bail, which really started it all. No cash bail is a disaster. Somebody shoots somebody, they go in, they just let them out. Then they go shoot somebody else the same day. We will stop the radical left Democrats' rampant looting of your taxpayer dollars, and we will win the war on fraud, which is being headed by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. We're going to win it. We're going to win it. I said, J.D., I want that job. I want that job. It's so bad. You look at Minnesota, you look at California, you look at some of these states, it's so bad. Maine, believe it or not, is terrible. Maine, who would think Maine so bad? But we're right on their ass. We're right on their ass. And we will pass the great health care plan. We call it the great health care plan, to stop all payments to big insurance companies and give the money. What we want to do is this. We want the insurance companies to be cut out. We want our government not to pay trillions of dollars to insurance companies, to pay that same amount of money directly to the people, directly, and you go out and buy your own health care. And everybody likes it. The problem is the Democrats don't like it because they're owned by the insurance companies. So they vote no, no. But we're going to get it done one way or the other. We will make most favored nation discounts on drug prices permanent law. So I got you drug reductions on prescription drugs, most favored nation. You know what that means? That means we pay the lowest of any nation in the world. When I got into office, we paid the highest of any nation in the world. I got the nations to agree because I threatened them with tariffs if they don't do it. And I got the insurance companies, I got the drug companies to do it. So your drug prices are going to be reduced by 60, 70, 80, and in some cases even more than 80%. Nobody has ever done that. And that alone should win us the midterm, but it won't, because nobody wants to write. The fake news doesn't want to write about it. It's unbelievable. With the help of our Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., we will make America healthy again. MAHA. Has anyone ever heard of MAHA? We will make America healthy again. He's doing a great job, Bobby. And Dr. Oz is doing a great job. Already we eliminated petroleum-based food dyes, reformed the vaccine schedule, and introduced the real food pyramid. We're cleaning up the whole mess. It's a mess. And to help young people afford a house, we will permanently ban Wall Street from buying up thousands and thousands of single-family homes and taking them off the plate. And we will pass the Save America Act to protect our sacred American election. Where all voters must show voter ID, little things like that. All voters must show proof of citizenship. How about that? Who would think? It's a 97% issue, and the Democrats are holding it back. 97. It's 87% with Republicans and Democrats, so even Democrats want it. But the politicians don't want Democrats, because when you have policy as bad as they have, like men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, open borders where people come in totally unvetted, just walk into our country, and criminals all over the world. When you have the only way you can win is to cheat. Really, I really believe that. So they don't want to have voter ID. They don't want to have proof of citizenship. But we'll get it. We're going to get it. And no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Mail-in ballots are a big fraud. It's a big fraud. The mail-in vote is a big fraud, and we will also add into permanent statutes a very simple thing called no men in women's sports and no transgender mutilization surgery for your children. We're putting that in. We're putting that in because I call them best of. Do you know what best of? Best of Trump. Can you believe it? Best of Trump. Men can. Did you ever see the weightlifting records? For 18 years, the record stood, held by a young woman who was quite strong. It was like 212 pounds. That's a lot. It stood for 18 years. And then a young man decided to go the opposite route. And he wanted to become a young woman. And he transitioned. And he was a failed weightlifter in the men's division. But as a woman, he was brutal. And he broke the record. Remember, this is a record that stood for 18 years. They'd put an eighth of an ounce here, an eighth of an ounce here. For 18 years, they couldn't quite do it. He broke the record by 112 pounds. Or the swimming records. Or the long-distance running records. You could go short distance also. Did you see recently there was a long-distance race? It went on forever. One of these triathlete-type races that top men, top women. The man won by 5 hours, 18 minutes, and 57 seconds. In fact, he went home and took a nap before getting his award. He slept for exactly 5 hours. Then he got up and picked up his award. It's very demeaning to women. It's very unfair to women. But together we will defend our cherished American heritage. We will defeat America's enemies. We will unshackle our magnificent destiny. We will return American astronauts to the moon, and we will plant our flag someday soon on Mars. For almost 250 years, our nation has stood as an inspiration to humanity and proof of what American faith and courage can achieve. It's amazing what's happened, especially what's happened over the last year. Our ancestors won our independence, vanquished foreign armies, and conquered wild frontiers. They fought perilous battles, crossed jagged mountains, and in the middle of empty deserts, they built gleaming cities like Phoenix, Arizona. Have you heard of it? Right from a desert, generations before us poured out their blood, sweat, and tears to make America into the most exceptional nation the world has ever known. And today we are making it more exceptional than ever thought possible, than ever before. With your support in these midterms, we will continue this momentum and achieve total and ultimate victory for America. We will fight, 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 and win, win, win. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Arizona. Thank you. Thank you. Win those midterms. Thank you, everybody.
Young man, there's
Build the Red Wall is the message as we highlight this amazing sound system right here in this outstanding, beautiful church here in Phoenix, Arizona. We thank our sponsors, American Finance. Let's be honest, the cost of living isn't just high, it's exhausting. If you've been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover your basic needs like groceries, gas, utility bills, you're essentially paying a survival tax of 20%. And that interest or more can really put you into debt. So why keep handing your hard-earned paycheck for the big banks when you could keep it in your family? My friends at American Financing have a better way of doing that. They're helping homeowners tap into their equity to pay off high-interest debt with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. Now, on average, American Financing can actually save $800 a month for you as you're looking to refinance your home. That's nearly $10,000 a year in your pocket. It's not just a loan, it's a total financial reset. Just takes 10 minutes to find out what you could potentially save. And here's the kicker. Speaking to a consultant can really break down these numbers for you, as there are no upfront fees, no obligation to talk to these experts on a salary-based mortgage plan. American Financing Homes can even get you 2 payment savings, so up to $1,600 of savings if you start today and delaying 2 mortgage payments. So call today, do not delay. It's 888-402-0299, 888-402-0299, AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. And thank you as well to freetrumpbook.com. Parents watching today, as President Trump highlighted, pass that Save America Act because we don't want transgender mutilation surgeries. We don't want men in women's sports, nor in their locker rooms. It's so demeaning, as the president mentioned. So it's no secret that our kids are being fed lies about the president, his accomplishments in his 2 terms. Now, with the critical 2026 midterms coming to building the red wall and keeping America strong, it's more important than ever to raise the next American generation of informed patriot voters who love this country, and that includes making sure our kids have an understanding of the truth about President Trump. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a fantastic guide on President Trump, giving kids the truth about what makes President Trump one of the strongest presidents ever. And they're giving it away free at freetrumpbook.com. So do not delay. Reach out today. It is freetrumpbook.com. In fact, if you do so today, you can get The Courage of President Trump. So 2 great books on hand for your kids or for your neighbor who simply has their head in the sand. What a day here at Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona, an establishment that has been around since 1923. The global ambassador and pastor to start off with prayer. Of course, his family now leading that church now right here in Phoenix, Arizona, which has reached Omaha, Nebraska, out to the Golden State of California, and a few other places in between, spreading the gospel message of Christ and why Christians should be involved in their electoral processes. We have a mission to undertake on this April 17th, this Friday, as we near the 2026 midterms, our respective primaries, and ultimately November 3rd of 2026, with a slew of outstanding congressmen from Arizona, including the Trump-endorsed candidate for governor, Andy Biggs, right here in a very inspiring and emotional speech, speaking to his wife of 45 years. You saw Eli Crane singing happy birthday along with the crowd to his lovely wife as well, and the strength in the nuclear family defended here today by President Trump. And some of the big highlights I noticed from that speech, as he covers so many different topics, and the success of no tax on tips, which we saw yesterday in Las Vegas, Nevada, following tax day, but the fact that 59% of the trade deficit is now wiped out. Nearly $18 trillion brought into the United States by the tariffs, by reorganizing truly the global order and the economic strains that once caused heartache and hurt for the American worker. And now the American industry and oil and gas pumping out more of that energy commodity than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. And now with our partners in Venezuela, we can be the largest exporter once again. The Strait of Hormuz is open. Breaking news this morning as President Trump is clear-eyed and optimistic, not only on the economy and the golden age and bringing down those gas prices, but on the end of that war and the amazing bravery of Operation Epic Fury. And the Secretary of War of the Pentagon, General Dan Raisin Kane, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, truly deserve all the credit. Just some of the highlights of this extraordinary speech and the amazing, very funny celebrities, and funny in the sense that they have humor. They don't take themselves too seriously. We interviewed Jeremy Roenick. We interviewed Kurt Schilling, all shared by Rapid Response. And as Mr. Schilling said, I played a game, it was a business. These people are saving American lives, and President Trump touched on that, ending 8 wars. Imagine how many lives you've saved, you, the American people, the viewer at Right Side Broadcasting Network, for putting that man back into office in 2024. So get registered, get out there and vote, and get out there, become a precinct captain, as we spoke to these Arizona Patriots in State 48, doing just the same right here in Maricopa County and beyond throughout this great state of this Grand Canyon state. Their hearts as wide as the Grand Canyon itself, with the hospitality that we've experienced here in truly a beautiful place. We thank you always for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network, the #1 live source for political events throughout the country and abroad, as we cover inside and outside of the Beltway, and especially your neck of the woods. If there's an issue you'd like us to know about, feedback at rsbn.tv, feedback at rsbn.tv. You can like, share, and subscribe on your favorite social media accounts at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can also donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate, or send check or money order, as we're viewer supported with the new media, to 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344. It's the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Yes, it's 1550 Opelika Road, Suite 6, Box 344, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. That one more time for the viewers at home. We deeply appreciate having you with us here today as we approach the 4 o'clock hour Mountain Standard Time. It's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. We hope you have a big weekend planned with those who you love, going into a continued Easter season of revival, of springtime. And we hope that you will be involved in these 2026 midterms. And let not your heart be troubled, because RSBN will be on the ground covering this campaign as President Trump treating it truly like the 2024 election, with nothing to lose, with such slim majorities, not only in the House, but also the United States Senate. Of course, all of this today culminating on the backdrop of the late, great Charlie Kirk, losing him 7 months ago. I've mentioned it many times. The audience knows as well. He was like a brother to me, as so many people feel that same kind of energy, not only here at Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Faith, but countless people throughout the country who even mentioned to me, I never met the man, but I felt as if I lost something back in September. And the courage of Catherine Limbaugh, the grace shown by Erika Kirk in all of this, very heartfelt today, with the mission that's before us on November 3rd of 2026, to be involved in every precinct, in every county, in every state throughout this great country. And I love you, brother. I love you, Charlie. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for helping me get to this position here. And thank you especially to Joe Seals, Right Side Broadcasting Network, an amazing production team, and also Matthew Alvarez in studio today to bring you this unbridled access once again to Dream City Church in Phoenix, Arizona, in the heart of the valley, on a gorgeous day this Friday, April 17th, 2026. President Trump on the campaign trail. So we wish you a wonderful weekend, and as always, God be with you this weekend. Make sure you go to church with your family and get engaged. This is just the beginning of a 2026 campaign that will culminate into making America great again. Thank you to the RSBN viewers as we say goodnight from Phoenix, Arizona at the Dream City Church. Make sure you always tune in to Right Side Broadcasting Network, the #1 source for political events right here in America. I'm Robert McNeely. God be with you. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you again very soon.